Chapter 12-17. Sky Transcendence Sacred City, City Lord's Mansion. Blue and white flowers floated in the air. Everywhere was a dazzling blue flame. The scene was mesmerizing. In a small pavilion in the West Garden, an old man with white hair and a white beard sat quietly. His eyes were filled with wisdom. Sky Transcendent City Lord, a rare wise man. He had lived for thousands of years and had seen through the world. Outside the pavilion, the seventh godly general of the sacred city brought Luo Xingqian over. He stopped in front of the pavilion and bowed respectfully. City Lord, Luo Xingqian is here. You can leave first. Sky Transcendence City Lord said. Yes. The seventh godly general gave a warning look to the young man beside him. He then turned and left. Within the small pavilion, Luo Xingqian stepped forward. His arrogant and domineering expression disappeared as he respectfully bowed. Greetings, City Lord. Sit. Sky Transcendence City Lord smiled. Thank you, City Lord. Luo Xingqian looked around cautiously. When he felt that there was no ambush, he walked forward and sat down. How many years have you been here? Sky Transcendence City Lord smiled. 40 years. Luo Xingqian said honestly. 40 years. You've grown a lot. Sky Transcendence City Lord said softly. With those monstrous friends, Luo Xingqian doesn't dare to stay. Otherwise, the next one to die would be me. Luo Xingqian smiled. It's your fortune to have a friend like the ninth disciple of the Mahist sect. You have to cherish it. Sky Transcendence City Lord reminded. I know. Luo Xingqian nodded and smiled. Now, the space passage between the primordial demon realm and the heavens beyond heaven has opened. The war will come soon. Your friends need your strength. Since you've broken through, you should leave. Sky Transcendence City Lord said calmly. Luo Xingqian was silent. After a while, he stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Xingqian can't thank you enough. Sky Transcendence City Lord calmly accepted the bow and said, when the demonic calamity is over, don't forget to come back and visit me and your seventh sister. Of course. Luo Xingqian nodded. City Lord, we'll meet again. After saying that, Luo Xingqian suppressed the reluctance in his heart and turned to leave. He's gone. Come out. Not long after Luo Xingqian left, the Sky Eclipse City Lord looked at the viridescent flower tree and asked. Behind the blue and white flower tree, the seventh divine general of Tian Yu walked out. A faint sadness flashed across his handsome face. He has his own responsibilities. Just wait patiently. He will come back in the end. The Sky Pass City Lord sighed. The seventh divine general nodded slightly and replied softly. At the same time, in the All-Heaven Starfield's Buddhist nation's Mount Meru Holy Land, a woman in a pink dress was sitting quietly in the Mount Meru Holy Land. Her body was glowing with Buddhist light. She was the Messiah Wisdom King with a kind and dignified expression. On the sacred ground, tens of thousands of white-robed novice monks closed their eyes and chanted sutras. Endless power of faith flew towards the faraway Mountain of Wishes. On the Mountain of Wishes, Buddha's light shone, illuminating the mortal world. Under the leadership of King Aaron, the rebuilt Buddhist kingdom had not only regained its former glory, but it was even more prosperous than before. With the opening of the ancient battlefield, Buddha Nation's fourth realm cultivators appeared one after another to assist the current Buddha Lord and restore the Buddha Nation's glory. Ai Ran Ming Monarch. In the faraway Mountain of Wishes, golden light gathered and a solemn statue of a revered one appeared. On the sacred ground, a woman sitting quietly opened her eyes and looked at the faraway Mountain of Wishes. She said calmly, Buddha. King Aaron, have you decided? The Buddha said, yes. King Aaron nodded. Do you know the result of this trip? The Buddha sighed. Yes. King Aaron replied softly. Since you have decided, I won't persuade you anymore. You may go. The Buddha said. Thank you, Buddha. King Aaron nodded and slowly got up. She walked down the Buddha mountain step by step. The Bodhisattva entered the mortal world. With every step she took, the murderous intent around her intensified. King Aaron of the Avicii Hell walked forward. Spirit Void Star Region, Phoenix Cry City. Inside the palace, a handsome figure dressed in men's clothing stood quietly with the Phoenix Cry ancient sword in hand. She looked in the direction of the Red Phoenix Star Region and stood there for several days. Behind her, a beautiful woman looked at King Chi in front of her silently. She knew that King Chi was about to leave. 3 days later, King Chi Lin Yuzhen left with her sword in front of the palace. She was peerless and heroic. Reverence Moon Holy Ground. Ning Chen had been standing quietly in front of the altar for several days. After the battle started, the battle intent in his heart could no longer be concealed. The fortune teller had left for several days. He had seen the knowing destiny Marquis with his own eyes. He left behind a few words of prophecy and left. Einer only gave the fortune teller 2 words for his prophecy. Unreliable swindler. No one knew if the fortune teller heard Einer's comment, but when the fortune teller left, he staggered in the air and almost fell to the ground. Peacock stayed in the holy ground. Ning Chen didn't hate this woman from the God realm, but he didn't have a good impression of her either. Similarly, Peacock didn't have a good impression of the knowing destiny Marquis. Strangely, after a few days, Peacock got along well with Qing Ning, Ruoxi, and the others. At least, their relationship was much better than her relationship with Ning Chen. Do you like him? In the holy ground, Peacock looked at the white-haired figure in front of the altar and asked. I don't know. Mu Qingxue gently shook his head and answered. Like the 9 nether sky-devouring demon scripture, both are listed as taboo in the God realm. You chose to cultivate this art and cut off all your escape route. Do you regret it? Peacock calmly asked. No. Mu Qingxue softly responded. This is the path she chose. Since she chose it, she won't regret it. Resentment, separation, unrequited love, there's too much sorrow between you two. Why don't you let it go? Peacock softly said. Miss Peacock is a saintess of the God realm. Why do you lower yourself to come to his side? Mu Qingxue turned back and asked. This is my responsibility. Peacock's expression became serious and replied, I was born at the right time. My master said that the knowing destiny Marquis is the hope of humanity in this era, and my mission is to help him achieve his goal. Do you like him? Mu Qingxue's tone was calm. No. Peacock faintly said, and he won't like me either. Mu Qingxue nodded and didn't say anything more. Peacock didn't ask any more questions. After a long time she sighed softly. You all are a bunch of weirdos. Same to you. Mu Qingxue calmly replied. 2 days later, above the Reverence Moon ancient ground, a snow-white ancient sword whistled through the air. His old friend had yet to arrive, but his sword Qi was already there. He's finally here. In front of the altar, a faint smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. He had been waiting for a long time. A few breaths later, a person arrived on a sword from the horizon. His white cloak fluttered in the wind, like an immortal banished from the moon, heroic and extraordinary. Below him, Ning Chen pointed his fingers and sword Qi surged around him, turning into a torrent of swords that soared into the sky. After several decades, his old friend greeted him with a sword, his momentum shaking the heavens. In the sky, Mu Qianshang's eyes were filled with boundless battle intent. His right hand grasped the air, and the snow-white sword flew over. The moment he grasped the sword, he slashed out. Rumble! 2 swords clashed, shaking heaven and earth. Endless waves of sword Qi rushed out in all directions, shaking the stars in the sky. In the distance, a strange light flashed across Peacock's eyes as she watched the battle. An amazing swordsman, in terms of sword attainment, he wasn't inferior to the knowing destiny Marquis. 1. While the two were clashing with their swords, another sword chime sounded in the sky on the other side. It was like crying and crying, piercing one's heart. In the next moment, a blue sword light tore through the void. The green borer sword appeared and shook off the two swords clashing. When the green borer sword appeared, a purple-red figure walked out from the void. It was the fourth crown prince of the Mizar dynasty. With one sword, Xuanmiao calmed 10,000 swords. The two appeared at the same time. In the sky, the sword will of the three peerless swordsmen rose, splitting the night sky. Long time no see. How are you? Ning Chen looked at the two in the void and smiled. Green borer reverse rainbow. In the sky, Yi Xuanmiao held his sword and rushed down with a step. When the green borer sword arrived, the world was mournful. Ning Chen focused and pointed his fingers. With a clang, he stopped the sword that was close to him. After 40 years, you've become stronger. It seems that I still have to wait to avenge my father. Yi Xuanmiao put away his sword and said calmly. Brother Xuanmiao, you've also improved a lot. It's only a matter of time before you reach the immortal king realm. Ning Chen smiled. After 40 years, his friends had finally taken that crucial step. Their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The opening of the ancient battlefield had replenished part of the origin of the world. The strongest human cultivators had already started to step into the fourth level. In time, these human cultivators would step into the king realm. The revival of the human race would truly begin. Buddha is merciful. At this moment, rain fell from the sky above the sacred ground. Holy Buddhist power poured down, reviving the withered trees in the spring. In the void, the pink girl who descended from the sky was like a bodhisattva who saved the world, making people look askance at her. Ai Ran had descended to repay the favor of protecting the path and the responsibility of the Yama king of the territory. So, everyone is here. At this moment, a phoenix chime sounded in the sky. A handsome figure descended from the retreating phoenix. He was elegant like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone. King Qi had appeared. There was another Yama king. The 10 palaces would appear to quell the demons. Friends appeared one after another. The smile on Ning Chen's face became more gentle. He looked at the sky, waiting for the last few friends. Not long after, black feathers fell from the sky. The purest devil aura swept through the world. 2 figures walked out from the black devil Qi. The man in the lead was dressed in black robes and had white hair. He didn't smile at all. Xia Zi and Luofei appeared at the same time. They descended from the sky and stood quietly at the side. All the Yama kings had arrived. Only one person was left. Ning Chen looked at the sky and smiled. You're the only one left. Why aren't you showing yourself? As soon as his words fell, a loud laugh came from the sky above the reverence moon holy ground. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of arrows paved the way. The scene was extremely luxurious and dazzling. Of course, the important person should appear last. As he spoke, a young man in purple robes walked out from the path of arrows. He descended from the sky step by step. Luo Xingqian, the last Yama king of the 10 palaces, had returned to the world. Everyone's here. Ning Chen's gaze swept over everyone present. He smiled and said, Jiming thanks everyone. The war is about to begin. The 10 palaces of hell will appear again. Chapter 12:18. In the reverence moon holy ground, the human race's geniuses appeared one after another. After more than 40 years, the 10 Yama kings had gathered once again. In the past, the demonic palace had wreaked havoc, and the underworld had appeared. Now that the demonic tribulation had begun once again, the Yama kings of the 10 palaces had reunited for the future of the human race. In front of the altar, tens of thousands of moon-worshipping tribesmen stared at the group of human experts standing in front of the high priestess. In the distance, on the wheelchair, Peacock's eyes also flashed with surprise. This Marquis Jiming's rallying power was indeed shocking. The news of his return had just spread and so many masters came to help. Miss Peacock, let's go, Mu Qingxue calmly said from the side. Soon after, he strode forward. Peacock nodded and turned her wheelchair to follow. In front of the Holy Land's altar, Ning Chen looked at the gathered crowd with a faint smile on his face. With a flip of his right hand, streams of light flew out. The Yama ghost mask flew towards the human expert. These are your ghostly faces. From today onwards, you shall once again assume the responsibilities of a king Yenluo. As he spoke, Luo Xingchen, Lin Yuzhen, Mu Qianshang, Yiner Yi Xuanmiao, Ai Ran Ming Wang, Xia Zi, and Luo Fei flew over and landed in their hands. In the sixth palace, the mask of the evil face Yama appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The ferocious ghost face made people shiver. The 9 halls were complete, but the 6th hall that once belonged to Sword 2 was never taken over. It was empty forever. Luo Xingchen, Mu Qianshang, and Xia Zi were silent. They were very clear that their close friends who had once entrusted their lives to them would never return. Lin Yuzhen, Aaron Ming Wang, and the others sensed the change in the atmosphere and realized the reason. They sighed inwardly but did not say anything. Not only Jian Er, but even Qi Yanxia had died in the last demonic tribulation. Her soul had returned to heaven and earth, never to return again. As long as there was war, casualties were inevitable. The only thing they could do was to live well, to live without caring about anything else. Qing Shui, I'll leave the impermanence ghost form to you. Ning Chen suppressed the sadness in his heart and waved his hand. A white ghost mask flew out and landed in the woman's hand. Mu Qingxue lightly nodded and accepted the responsibility of an impermanence. At the side, Peacock looked at the evil face masks in everyone's hands and squinted her eyes. These evil face masks were extraordinary and seemed to be able to conceal one's aura. How strange. The 6th palace, King Bianqing Palace, is in charge of the bottom of the sea, the northwest fertile stone, and the great hell. I am indispensable. Give me this position. Not far away, Qing Ning strode over and said calmly. When Ning Chen heard this, his body trembled slightly, and a rare hesitation appeared in his eyes. Not far away, Mu Qingxue, Xia Zi, and the others didn't say anything. Qing Ning's position in the hearts of knowing destiny state was unparalleled. The purpose of the gathering of Yama kings was to resist the coming demonic tribulation, so the danger was imaginable. Qing Ning stepped forward and looked at the white-haired young man. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." "You have to keep your promise," Ning Chen said softly. Qing Ning nodded and took the evil face mask. The aura around her gradually disappeared. 10 palaces, 10 human race experts, and all Yama kings were present. Ning Chen looked at everyone in front of him and said calmly, "There are 10 years before the primal devil realm's invasion. These 10 years are extremely important to us. Therefore, from today onwards, I will completely seal the Reverence Moon holy ground. In these 10 years, everyone must throw away all unnecessary thoughts and focus on refining your martial skills." Spar? I like it. Among the 10 people, Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up with joy. It's not just a spar, there's also a battle of life and death. Ning Chen said solemnly, "Among us, there are many people with similar strength. If we can't force them to use their full strength in a one-on-one battle, then 2 against 1, or even 3 against 1. As long as we can force out everyone's potential, I won't use any unscrupulous means. Everyone should be mentally prepared." "You're ruthless." Hearing Ning Chen's words, Luo Xingchen's joy was immediately reduced by half. What Ji Ming said is right, we don't have much time. If we don't use extreme methods, we won't be able to contend against the King Realm experts of the Primal Devil Realm, or even Emperor Realm venerables. Luo Fei said solemnly, "Before this me, Miss Qing Shui, Zi, and the Dawn Moon Institute's master have personally witnessed the strength of a Primal Devil Realm king. It's not something we can deal with right now. Therefore, as long as we can increase our strength, we must try extreme method." "Since that's the case, I accept." Among the 10 Yama kings, Mu Qianshang was the first to speak calmly. After Mu Qianshang spoke, Prince Qi, Prince Ai Ran, and the others nodded in agreement. Since everyone had spoken, Ning Chen did not delay any longer. A strange light shone from his body, and in an instant, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's moonlight shone brightly. The divine restriction's brilliance spread out rapidly, sealing off the entire holy ground. In front of the altar, everyone looked at the divine restriction's brilliance in the sky with solemn expressions. The Ji Ming Marquis attainments in divine restriction were becoming more and more shocking. "I'll be the first one." Sitting on the wheelchair, Peacock spoke calmly. "The primal devil realm's martial skills are different from the human race's martial skills. Similarly, none of you have seen my martial skills before. I am the most suitable opponent." Ning Chen pondered for a moment, hearing Peacock's words, then nodded slightly. His gaze fell on Luo Xingchen, and he said, "Brother Xingchen, you're the first." Luo Xingchen was indignant at Ning Chen's words. "Why me? Do you have a problem with me?" "I don't have a problem, but I do have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it?" Ning Chen smiled. "Tell me." Luo Xingchen asked suspiciously. "Among us, your long-range attacks are the biggest threat, but your close combat strength is terrible. If you really encounter a battle where you can't increase your distance, what will you do?" Ning Chen asked solemnly. "Run." Luo Xingchen answered without hesitation. On the side, Mu Qianshang silently took 2 steps away, feeling ashamed to be associated with Luo Xingchen. Prince Qi and the others smiled kindly. The friends of the Ji Ming Marquis were really unique. "What if you can't run?" Ning Chen said calmly. "For example, if your opponent is Qingxue, how are you going to run?" Luo Xingchen subconsciously looked at the Lady of Barren City, not far away, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. That was true. If he encountered an expert like Mu Qingxue who was good at speed, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. "So, your most important cultivation goal is to learn how to survive in close combat," Ning Chen said seriously. "When you fight with Miss Peacock, you can use a bow and arrow, but you can't go more than 300 feet away. As long as you can last for 15 minutes, you pass." 15 minutes? Luo Xingchen had heard of it before, and his face was filled with disdain. "Ji Ming Marquis, you're looking down on me." Ning Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Although he wasn't sure of Peacock's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for her to fight Luo Xingchen, who didn't have any close combat ability. The battle was about to begin, and the crowd retreated to give space for the two. Luo Xingchen swaggered forward with the most arrogant expression in the world. It made people want to go up and beat him up. "Please." Peacock moved her wheelchair forward and said calmly. "Miss Peacock, don't blame me for bullying you. It's all because of Ji Ming Marquis. I have to show my strength." Luo Xingchen showed his gentlemanly demeanor with a smile. "It's okay, you can go all out," Peacock said calmly. "Watch out." After saying that, the star mark bow appeared in Luo Xingchen's hand, and its dazzling brilliance lit up the world. A range of 300 feet was not an advantage for Luo Xingchen, who was good at long-range attacks. However, it wasn't easy to defend against the bow and arrow when the distance was shortened. The first arrow was a test arrow. Luo Xingchen pulled the bow back a little, and a green flowing light broke through the air. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the arrow had reached Peacock. When the arrow reached her body, Peacock raised her right hand and caught the arrow directly, and said calmly, "There's no need to test me. Just go all out." On the opposite side, Luo Xingchen's expression froze. He had underestimated this lady. She was able to catch his arrow with her bare hand. Her reaction was extraordinary. Since his opponent was extraordinary, Luo Xingchen didn't hold back anymore. He took a step forward and his body soared into the sky. The star mark bow was fully drawn, and the mighty arrow swept out in all directions. 40 years of hard work had finally shown its sharpness. Everyone focused and looked at the shocking arrow radiance in the void. They were silently considering whether they could take it. Under everyone's gaze, the dazzling green arrow radiance swept out from the void. Its earth-shattering power pierced through time and space, and reached Peacock in an instant. At the moment of crisis, Peacock raised her hand, and the five-colored divine light appeared again. The divine arrow radiance quickly dissipated and disappeared. The shocking scene happened so fast that no one could react. Everyone present couldn't hide the shock on their faces, and no one could understand what had happened. In the void, Luo Xingqian's expression turned solemn. He took a step forward, and his body was like an illusion. In the next moment, the sky was filled with arrow radiance, and it was like a rain of arrows. On the wheelchair, Peacock's expression didn't change. Her body was as still as a mountain, and she quietly waited for the arrows to reach her. The arrows shot out, and Luo Xingqian stopped in the void. He looked down with full concentration. However, at this moment, a scene that shocked everyone happened. The moment the arrows pierced through the void, the five-colored divine light spread out from Peacock's body. Wherever the divine light reached, the arrows quickly dissipated without any ripples. After defending for 3 consecutive moves, Peacock was done with the etiquette. She no longer held back, and her body disappeared along with her wheelchair. She instantly appeared in the void. Her slender hand slapped out. It seemed casual, but it had the power to fight against the heavens. The powerful palm hit Luo Xingqian's left shoulder directly. When the palm hit, Luo Xingqian punched out. With the support of his genuine qi, he blocked the attack. In an instant, the shocking scene appeared again. When the two's fist and palm hit each other, the genuine qi on Luo Xingqian's fist dissipated, and 90% of its power dissipated. Bang! Her slender hand fell, shaking off the obstruction, and slapped on Luo Xingqian's shoulder. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Luo Xingqian's body fell to the ground. One move, just one move. Peacock's first move defeated Luo Xingqian, and it shocked everyone present. Not far away, Ning Chen stepped forward and helped Luo Xingqian up from the ground. He asked calmly, "How is it, Papa?" Luo Xingqian stood up awkwardly and spat out a few mouthfuls of dirt. He looked at the lady in the wheelchair in front of him and said indignantly, "Monster?" Chapter 12:19. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground, Luo Xingqian suffered a crushing defeat in the first battle between Peacock and Xingqian, shocking everyone present. Peacock's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Her five-colored divine light was impenetrable. Who will fight the second battle? Ning Chen looked at the people behind him and asked. "Let me." Mu Qianshang stepped out and said calmly. The swordsmen stepped out and the battle began again. Everyone gathered their thoughts and focused on the battle. Mu Qianshang, hold on a little longer, don't lose too badly. Luo Xingqian stepped out of the battle and kindly advised. "I'm not you, I won't lose in one move." Mu Qianshang responded indifferently, his words were laced with sarcasm. Luo Xingqian was enraged by Mu Qianshang's words. He wanted to retort but he couldn't find the words. "Watch the battle carefully," Ning Chen reminded from the side. Luo Xingqian suppressed the fire in his heart, gritting his teeth as he looked at the two enemies in front of him, no longer speaking. In the battle, the two stood facing each other. Moments later, a snow-colored sword light flew out from Mu Qianshang's hand. The sword light was extremely fast, piercing through the void as it flew towards the woman in front of him. Smoke rose, sword qi like frost. The swordsman's attack stunned everyone. At the front, Peacock focused, raising her slender hand. Five-colored divine light rose, blocking the sword qi. Outside the battle, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Peacock's cultivation technique reminded him of someone. Fan Lingyue. In the past, Fan Lingyue's martial art had a similar effect, absolute defense, impenetrable by all attack. However, Fan Lingyue's martial art was self-created. It was different from Peacock's cultivation technique. In the battle, the five-colored divine light once again emitted a shocking power. The sword qi dissipated, unable to shake Peacock even a little bit. Mu Qianshang stepped out, his figure leaping out. The snow-colored sword pierced through the air, the sharpness of the divine weapon was extremely dazzling. Close combat was even more dangerous. The sword was close at hand, and its changes were unpredictable. Peacock's body was enshrouded in a divine light, eliminating the sword chi. Every move she made could withstand the divine weapon's sharpness. After exchanging more than a dozen moves, the sound of metal clanging echoed in the air. At the beginning of the battle, the five-colored divine light suppressed the swordsman's moves, taking the initiative. After 20 moves, a flaw appeared in Mu Qianshang's moves. The five-colored divine light broke through the swordsman's defense and his palm landed on the former's chest. Mu Qianshang retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself after 10 steps. The blood and qi in his body churned violently. Victory and defeat had already been decided, so there was no need to continue fighting. Mu Qianshang withdrew his sword intent and politely bowed, saying, "Many thanks to Miss for showing mercy." On the wheelchair, Peacock returned the greeting and said calmly, "You did not use your full strength, otherwise, I would not have won within 20 moves. This is a sparring match, not a life-and-death battle. Miss Peacock is indeed more skilled, this one is sincerely convinced." Mu Qianshang waved his hand to keep his sword as he replied, "The five-colored divine light can defeat all techniques and shake the world's divine weapons. However, there is a limit to it. Now I can only fight against ordinary king realm cultivators. So, if you really want to fight against the kings of the 100 tribes, you must be fully prepared." Peacock turned around and looked at the crowd with a serious expression. Outside the battle, Aaron Ming Wang and the others fell into deep thought. The previous 2 battles had given them quite a shock. Peacock, who had not entered the king realm, had defeated 2 kings of hell. If they were to meet the kings of the 100 tribes in the future, the result could be imagined. "Jiming Marquis, is it your turn for the next battle?" When everyone was silent, Peacock looked at the plain-clothed young man not far away and said calmly, "Sparring is not my forte. However, Miss Peacock's strength is amazing, this one would really like to see a few moves." As he spoke, Ning Chen stepped forward. He clenched his right hand and the Ghost Clan's sacred weapon, the 6 paths of reincarnation, appeared. "Please." As he spoke, Ning Chen's sword pressure swept out. His sword light rose, and the heaven and earth bore witness. The only thing above was the extreme realm. In the 3rd battle, Jiming Wang fought against Peacock for the first time. As the battle was about to begin, Peacock's expression turned serious. She knew that this battle was different from the previous 2. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was someone else, but the one with the most power was undoubtedly Jiming Marquis. The fact that Jiming Wang was the leader of the 10 Halls of Hell was enough to explain everything. As the battle began, the plain-clothed figure flashed by. There was no true essence, only absolute physical strength. The 6 paths of reincarnation slashed down and split the void. The bright black light was shocking. As the blade approached, Peacock's body burst out with 5-colored light. She faced the Ghost Clan's sacred weapon with her palm. With a boom, the palm, the sword, and the head clashed. The ghost sword was as heavy as a mountain. Under Peacock, the wheelchair sank into the ground and cracks spread out. In the first move, Jiming Wang had the advantage in strength. "I can't feel any true qi from Jiming Marquis. What happened?" Outside the battle, Yi Xuanmiao looked at the battle ahead and asked. "There was an accident when he was trying to reach the 4th level. His power is temporarily sealed." Beside him, Qing Ning explained. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. But it wasn't a bad thing to lose power when facing Peacock. The battle ahead was even more peerless. The power of the 5-colored light was earth-shattering. Around Peacock, the ground cracked and rose into the sky. The laws were reversed. The earth rose and the sky fell. The earth-shattering palm strike shocked everyone. The vigorous palm force roared and rushed out, attacking the knowing destiny state cultivators in front of him. Ning Chen didn't dodge the palm strike that was close at hand. He formed a seal with his left hand. On the ground, a strange light rose and a stone wall rose, blocking the shocking palm strike. Outside the battle, everyone was stunned. What kind of move was this? Sorcery? In the battle between Peacock and Ji Ming Wang, the battle was dangerous. The five-colored light was both offensive and defensive. At this moment, it was difficult for Ji Ming Wang to gain the upper hand. Ji Ming Wang, who had lost his power and only relied on his physical strength to fight, showed a secret skill that no one had ever seen before. He controlled the ground and blocked the first wave of attack. After a round of attack and defense, the outcome was still undecided. Ning Chen took half a step forward and changed his sword momentum. His sword moved like lightning, suppressing Ji Ming Wang. Peacock's expression darkened. She shouted and the five-colored light was pushed to the limit. Suddenly, a huge shadow of a peacock appeared in the void. The peacock opened its tail and the light shone. In the battle, Ning Chen felt the pressure around him increase and his sword momentum was severely restrained. The moment his sword momentum slowed down, Peacock gathered vital qi in her right hand and slapped out, forcing the person in front of her to retreat. 3 steps away, Ning Chen stopped. He waved his hand and put away his sword. He smiled and said, "Miss Peacock, your power is indeed extraordinary. I lost this battle." Peacock frowned and looked at the young man in front of her. She didn't say anything. She didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but she wasn't confident that she could win the battle just now. The outcome was decided. Ning Chen stepped out of the battle and returned to Qing Ning's side. "Can you win?" Qing Ning asked softly. Only the two of them could hear her. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded lightly. "That's good." Qing Ning put down her sword and didn't ask any more questions. "Iner, you're up next." Ning Chen looked at the girl who was hiding on the other side and said lightly. Iner's face turned bitter. She was afraid that she would be called. The five-colored light was too strange. It was invulnerable. She was good at manipulating the power of heaven and earth. How was she going to fight this battle? Under everyone's gaze, Iner walked forward slowly. She looked at the woman in the wheelchair and bowed politely. "Although you're a junior, this is a martial arts competition. I won't hold back. I think your master called you out to let you know your shortcomings. In the next battle, I'll give it my all." Peacock said seriously. "Sister Peacock, please enlighten me." Iner replied with a bitter face. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged around her as she protected herself first. Previously, Chengxue and Ah Man specially trained Iner's combat ability. Although there were some gains, she's still a distance away from a real expert. Now that you're back, you'll teach her personally. Remember, it's different now. The invasion of the primordial demon realm is imminent. You can't split your attention to protect her. Therefore, during this period, you can't let her throw tantrums like before. "Yes, I understand." Ning Chen nodded and agreed. As the two of them talked, Peacock and Iner began their battle. One was invulnerable while the other was able to manipulate heaven and earth. Spear and shield clashed with each other. The first move was the wind of heaven and earth. Amidst the raging waves, lightning descended. The heavenly language shocked the heavens and earth. Below the lightning, Peacock's body was as still as a mountain. The five-colored light shone brightly and turned into the power of lightning. After losing power in one move, Iner gathered the power of heaven and earth again. The next moment, the space in front of her distorted and Peacock appeared in front of her. The earth-shattering palm had shocking power. Iner was shocked. In a hurry, she immediately moved the power of heaven and earth in front of her to block the attack. The unstoppable palm force directly broke through the obstruction of the power of heaven and earth. An inch before Iner, the palm force stopped and did not move forward. Under the five-colored light, all techniques yield. In the previous 3 battles, you should be able to see that since I'm attacking, I'm using the five-colored light. Heaven and earth can't stop me at all. You have a sword, why don't you use it? Peacock looked at the girl in front of her and scolded her softly. Hearing the scolding, Iner's eyes flashed with panic. she didn't know how to answer. She has too little battle experience. In a panic, she makes a mistake. Miss Peacock, please don't take offense. While speaking, Mu Qingxue walked forward and took the red sword from Yin. He looked at the immortal state saintess and said calmly, I'll take the next battle. Yin, go back to your master and watch carefully. Yes. Yin answered obediently and walked out of the battle quickly. Beside Ningchen, Qing Ning looked at the girl in white in the battle and sighed. Now, it seemed that she needed to remind Qing Shui more than Ningchen. She didn't expect Qing Shui to be more protective than Yin. Miss Peacock's scolding wasn't wrong. It was for Yin-er's good. Yin-er had been spoiled all these years and needed someone to teach her a lesson. Master. Yin-er came back and apologized. Watch the battle carefully. Ningchen didn't scold her. He looked at the battle that was about to start and said calmly. Chapter 12:20. On the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds sacrificial altar, Mu Qingxue entered the battle in the fifth formation. Heaven and earth's speed increased, and a five-colored divine light flashed. The battle had yet to begin, but the atmosphere had already become heavy, so heavy that people did not dare to breathe. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose, a person moved, and a sword slashed out. Extremely fast person, extremely fast sword, eyes could not see clearly, and divine sense could not capture it. By the time they regained their senses, the sword was already in front of them, surpassing the limits of time and space, shocking everyone. Peacock Divine Focus released the five-colored divine light around her in advance, suppressing Mu Qingxue's speed. However, the heavenly book was not a mortal martial art, surpassing the laws. Even the five-colored divine light could not completely suppress it. Even with 30% of her speed being suppressed, her speed was still unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, her white robe was like lightning, and her swift sword was deadly. Peacock Divine Focus's hands formed a five-colored divine light, blocking wave after wave of attack. Her slender hands were protected by the divine light, and swords could hardly harm them. In a battle of ultimate martial arts, heaven and earth's speed and divine light collided endlessly, representing the confrontation between the two pinnacle martial arts. After exchanging 10 moves, the battle reached a stalemate. The invincible five-colored divine light lost its ability to suppress for the first time. Outside the battle, the spectators' expressions were solemn, not daring to shift their gazes away, fearing that they would miss a single moment. The battle between the two was too fast, and if one was not careful, the outcome would be decided. Beside Yin, a strange light flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. Qing Shui's talent was the best he had ever seen. In the past, when the divine continent's laws were suppressed, it was extremely difficult to enter the Xiantian realm. At that time, Qing Shui was the first person to break through the restrictions of heaven and earth. One could imagine her talent. Everyone in the Desolation City cultivated the sword, except for Qing Shui. However, even if she did not walk the path of the sword, the Desolation City's woman's martial attainment did not lose to anyone. The outcome of this battle was hard to predict, or it could be said that it was hard to determine the winner, unless both of them fought to the death. Ningchen, will Master's wife lose? Yin asked nervously as she watched the battle from the side. She won't. Ningchen said calmly. Watch how your sister Qing Shui fights. You have extreme speed now, so next time, don't be flustered like just now. I know. Yin answered in a low voice, embarrassed. In the battlefield, the intense battle continued. They exchanged several dozen zhang of blows, but there was still no clear victor. Between heaven and earth, the white figure flickered in and out of existence, moving extremely quickly. Below, on the wheelchair, Peacock's body was surrounded by five-colored divine light. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and was as immovable as a mountain. After 100 moves, the five-colored divine light appeared in front of the peacock, but it weakened in an instant. At this moment, Mu Qingxue's sword wings spread out behind his back. With a swing of his sword, tens of thousands of sword chi pierced through the air. The sword of extreme speed collided with the divine light and quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed figure arrived. The tip of his sword broke through the five-colored divine light. Just as he was about to subdue the enemy, he suddenly withdrew his sword and retreated 10 steps away. On the wheelchair, Peacock's hands paused for a moment. She looked at the woman who suddenly stopped. Her eyes narrowed. What a fast reaction. She had intentionally exposed her weakness earlier. She didn't expect that the woman before her to be able to react in time at the most crucial moment. His combat experience and reflexes were truly unparalleled. We've already exchanged 100 moves, there's no need to continue. Ching Shui, Miss Peacock, let's call it a draw. Outside the battle, Ning Chen spoke. It's a tie. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Mu Qingshui nodded lightly. He waved his hand and withdrew his sword, walking out of the battle. Master's wife is so powerful. Ina ran up to Mu Qingshui with admiration written all over her face. Even Master lost to Peacock, but Master's wife was able to fight her to a draw. Doesn't that mean Master's wife is more powerful than Master? Did you see it clearly? Mu Qingshui looked at the little girl in front of him and asked. A little bit, Ina said embarrassedly. Mu Qingshui nodded without reprimanding her. I'll teach you slowly in the future. Many thanks, Master's wife. Master's wife is the best. Yin-er's face bloomed into a smile. Master's wife was the best to her. On the side, Ning Chen revealed a helpless expression. He looked at Qing Ning and said, Sister Qing Ning, I'm not the one indulging this little girl. While the human race's experts were working hard to improve their martial skills in the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, in the fog of the Red Luan star field, the Grand Xia's Legend Realm and the Devil Race's War God Realm's peak met. The strongest sword and the strongest spear collided in the starry sky, causing rumbling sounds and shattering meteorites one after another. 10 years of promise, the Grand Xia's Prince Yen guarded the passage between the two realms, not allowing anyone to leave. In the primal Devil Realm, the strongest war god went out to open a path for the Devil Realm's army to fight against the human race's legendary swordsman. Boom! The Fire Beacon City's devil aura surged. The red and green swords were sharp and threatening. When the divine weapons clashed, heaven and earth shook. Sword sound, falling frost. After exchanging more than 100 moves, the green sword in Prince Yan's hand changed direction. With a slash of the sword, the sky was filled with drifting blue frost, freezing heaven and earth. The pinnacle of the world's sword, surpassing the one and only, close to the origin of Tao. The seemingly casual sword slashed open the starry sky, sealing heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the yellow springs appeared, Azura danced in the Fire Beacon City, endless devil chi surged, and the war god's power was pushed to the peak. The two moves collided, and in the midst of earth-shattering explosions, the shock waves around the two of them spread out in all directions. In the star domain's mist, many large stars were hit by the aftershocks, rumbling and quickly falling apart. It was a shocking scene. The battle between the two kings actually had the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the battle, after the extreme moves, the two figures approached each other again. The sword was like lightning, the spear was like a dragon, and they clashed. It was a battle of equal strength. The heavenly devil war god, a peerless expert comparable to an Emperor Dao expert, was blocked by someone today. Respectable swordsman. The two's moves clashed again, and Azura retreated 10 steps. The fire beacon danced, and a huge demonic shadow appeared behind him. The evil face of Azura shook the sky. With the help of the evil face, the aura around Azura increased several times. Vaguely, the Emperor Dao aura appeared, shocking the world. The evil face appeared, and the clouds in the sky changed color. In front, Prince Yan's eyes flashed, and he jumped up, swapping his swords, and used another extreme move. Sword sound, flying swan. The red sword tore through the sky, burning the sky. The flying swan sword swallowed the starry sky, frightening both humans and ghosts. Break. Azura focused, and his demonic aura swept out. His spear tore through the sky, meeting the shocking sword. This was the most extreme attack. In the battle, blood splattered everywhere. Behind the Azura, the evil image collapsed. Crack! At that moment, a crisp sound was heard. Under the extreme clash, cracks appeared on both the green and red swords in Prince Yan's hands. Although the cracks were small, they were very clear. The two swords that had been with the kings for the longest time came from the top swordsmiths of the Xia dynasty. However, as time changed, they gradually couldn't keep up with the king's level. Ordinary swords don't deserve your identity as a peerless swordsman. Azura waved his hand to heal the wound on his left arm, and looked at the king in cyan in front of him. Prince Yan walked to the sword rack silently, and the green and red swords were inserted. Then, he grabbed a dark yellow ancient sword and slowly pulled it out. When the heavy sword was drawn, the starry sky immediately sank, and the space froze, making it difficult to move. In the battle, Azura felt the laws of heaven and earth change around him, and his expression hardened again. Without saying a word, the king's figure appeared again, and an extremely fast and heavy sword slashed down with the force of splitting the sky, killing all demons. The heavy sword arrived, and Azura blocked it with his spear. The war god of the demon race felt his arms go numb, and he unconsciously took half a step back. Sword sound edgeless. Close at hand, Prince Yan raised his finger and pointed at the sky. A sand sword was formed silently and pierced towards the heart of the demonic cultivator. Indestructible protection. As the killing intent approached, Azura's eyes narrowed. He shouted, and the demonic aura around him formed into a demonic armor that protected his heart. Bang! The sand sword and demonic armor clashed, and a violent impact exploded. The remaining force penetrated the demon's body, and he took half a step back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Nice! The war god was injured, and the demonic nature in his heart was stimulated. Blood flashed in his eyes, and the demonic spear condensed demonic aura, and he charged forward. His demonic nature exploded, and Azura only attacked without defending. His storm-like attacks completely cut off the king's retreat. Boom! The demonic spear fell, and heaven and earth collapsed. The heavy sword met it head-on, and a violent collision sounded. The king was forced back for the first time. What a shocking swordsman! Your sword seems familiar. Azura looked at the king in front of him and said, "Let me ask you, a white-haired young swordsman, what is your relationship with him?" "His sword was taught by me," Prince Yan said coldly. He clenched his left hand, and the sand in the air condensed. He slashed down, and the sand became chaotic. Bzzz. The moment the sand sword slashed down, it turned into sand and covered the demon's body. Thousands of grains of sand, and thousands of sword chi. Streaks of sword chi slashed across Azura's body, and blood splattered, dyeing his armor red. After being dyed red again, there was no fear on the demon's face. The war god was fearless, and his battle intent reached a peak. Ha! With a roar, a blood-colored mist spread around Azura. His eyes turned blood-red, and a shocking demonic aura burst out. Blood-colored demonic chi soared into the sky, piercing through the starry sky. Seeing this, Prince Yan's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, and his heavy sword pierced through the air, striking first to gain the initiative. Sky demon energy! Azura shouted and punched out. The starry sky between the two collapsed. The demonic aura swept out, and the king's sword was blocked, unable to get close. Abyss condensation! With the heavy sword blocked, Prince Yan's eyes flashed coldly. The two swords in his hands flew back to the sword rack. In the sky full of black light, the sealing sword reappeared. The king's sword appeared, and with a slash, the shock wave dissipated. The king's figure flashed out, arriving in front of the war god again. The king's sword with shocking divinity cut through the armor, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling blood. Azura took a few steps back, heavily injured. Go back and tell the emperors of the primordial demon realm that I will guard here for 10 years. No one can take half a step out. In front of the passageway between the two realms, Prince Yen pulled out his sword and slapped the former's chest, sending him back into the spatial passageway. In the spatial passageway, the war god of the demon race's figure gradually disappeared. He looked at the swordsman with burning battle intent in his eyes. The shocking swordsman looked forward to the moment of life and death again. In front of the passageway between the two realms, the king stood quietly. The king's sword in his hand disappeared, and the sword rack beside him floated up and down. The sword aura of the 5 divine weapons spread out, peerless and powerful. The king blocked the passageway, and all demons could not get through. Chapter 12:21. In the inner world, in the ancient land of Chongling, the aura of a king shook. The powerful pressure shook the homeland of West Buddha. Above the ancient land, the 9 cauldrons circled and suppressed the shaking of the world. Below, butterflies danced. Water sleeves turned into a sky net. Black blade lights appeared and cut the sky and sea. In the sky net, the Chongling female supreme's figure flashed and dodged wave after wave of attacks. The battle of kings shook the world. The strongest of the human race surpassed the younger generation and entered the king realm first. Dance of butterflies, peace. After 100 moves, it was hard to tell who was better. The sky net opened and the flower burial tears slashed down. Black light broke through the void. The blade light flashed and the world was calm. The female supreme focused and flipped her hand. A shocking whirlpool appeared and swallowed the blade light close to her. The 9 hell heaven devouring demon scripture appeared in the world again. Its powerful power swallowed all things. The demonic skill showed its power. Hua Zhongyie's expression turned serious. She stepped lightly and arrived in the air. The flower burial flowers split into 2. 1 black and 1 white blade slashed down at the same time. The next killing move was powerful. The female supreme moved to the side and dodged the 2 blade lights. At the same time, she used her extreme essence to counterattack. The butterfly in the flower turned its head and met the incoming attack with its saber, blocking the incoming palm power. Dance of butterflies, flower burial flowers. After a round of attack and defense, Hua Zhongyie calmed down. Her 2 blades created demonic waves. She used the 9 hell heaven devouring demon scripture and pushed her cultivation to the limit. In an instant, black flowers filled the sky. Within the black flowers, the blade light broke through the air and shocked the world. The extreme pressure caused the world to disintegrate. Wherever the blade light passed, the shadows dissipated. The terrifying scene was shocking. 9 hell heaven protection. The female supreme raised her hands. Immediately, a giant nether ghost image appeared in front of her. It bent down and blocked in front of her. Boom! The strongest attack and defense collided with each other. Terrifying shockwaves roared and surged, wildly spreading in all directions. Central Continent Knife God, you live up to your name. The female supreme stopped and looked at the woman in front of her with a smile. Hua Zhongyie waved her hand and put away the flower burial tears. She said softly, "Thank you for taking care of me these years." "You're welcome." The female supreme smiled and said, "Since you can recover, Jiming Marquis and I have something to answer to. The next time we meet, we will have more confidence. I will never forget your kindness. If there is a chance, I will repay you with my life." Hua Zhongyie bowed respectfully and said seriously, "Eh." She chuckled and said, "I will get back this favor from Marquis Jiming. He owes you this." Hua Zhongyie didn't answer. She looked into the distance, and a look of longing flashed across her face. Back then, when she forced him to call her senior sister, it was only a joke. Who would have thought that in the end, he would really become her most cherished junior brother? "Do you miss him?" the female supreme asked. "Yes." Hua Zhongyie came back to her senses and nodded gently. She did not hide the longing in her heart. I really don't know what's so good about Jiming Marquis that even a woman like you can't stop thinking about him. The female supreme sighed. Really, honestly? Butterfly in flower said softly. The female supreme nodded. She did not refute Jiming Marquis' evaluation. Although Jiming Marquis had countless masks on his face, when facing the people around him, there was no doubt that he was sincere and would not have any selfishness. The space passage between the primordial demon realm and sky beyond heaven has opened. The war will start at any time. At that time, he will definitely appear. Wait patiently, the female supreme said seriously. I understand. Hua Zhongdia nodded. She missed him like a spring. 40 years, she wondered how he was doing. Back then, she suffered a backlash from the 9 nether sky devouring demon scripture. Her consciousness was in a mess and she was controlled by the demon palace. Her memories were erased. When the demon palace was defeated, the female supreme brought her back to Chongling and helped her regain her consciousness. She told her the past bit by bit. She gradually found her past. Although it was not complete, her instinctive longing was so clear. Perhaps one day she would not know him. But as long as she was herself, she would not forget this feeling of longing. Female Supreme, please come to the Heavenly Music Pavilion for a chat. At this moment, above the void, a majestic and noble voice sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. Master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. The female supreme turned back and looked towards the north. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Is there something important? It is hard to explain. Female supreme, you will know when you come, the Heavenly Music Pavilion master said in a serious tone. Okay, I will go now. The female supreme nodded and agreed. With that, the female supreme looked at the woman beside her and said, Miss Dai, you come with us. Okay. Hua Zhongdia replied softly. The two of them immediately set off and rushed towards the far northern polar regions. In the north, snow fell all year round. There was no distinction between the 4 seasons. There was only the cold winter. In the world of ice and snow, a huge mountain peak stood between heaven and earth. Between the peaks, the Heavenly Music Pavilion, which had been passed down for thousands of years, stood tall like a celestial pavilion in the snow. On this day, outside the Heavenly Music Pavilion, 2 figures appeared. The pressure of the King Realm was so shocking. In the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master, who was dressed in a palace dress, opened her eyes. She looked at the 2 people who had come, unable to hide the seriousness in her eyes. In front of the valley, the first disciple of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, Wu Qingying, stood quietly to welcome the 2 guests. Not long after, the 2 beautiful figures walked over. In a few breaths, they had arrived in front of the valley. Greetings, Female Supreme. Wu Qingying bowed and said politely. No need to be so polite. Miss, please take us to see your master. The Female Supreme said. Yes. Wu Qingying replied softly. She turned around and led the way. In the mountain peak, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master sat on the main seat with a serious expression. When the 3 people entered the pavilion, she immediately stood up and said, Female Supreme, you are finally here. Pavilion Master, why are you in such a hurry? The Female Supreme asked seriously. Female Supreme, please come with me. With that, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master shone brightly and enveloped the 3 people. Then they disappeared. In an unknown space, a huge sound mill floated up and down. The sound of the great path reverberating in the Heavenly Music Pavilion could no longer be heard. This soundtrack is the most precious treasure of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Its origin is unknown. 100 years ago, when the Netherworld King caused chaos in the world and affected the soundtrack's operation, the soundtrack has never had any problems in the past 1,000 years. However, at this point, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master's tone sank. Now that the soundtrack has stopped again, it is very likely that a great calamity will appear in the 5 regions again. Hearing this, the female supreme frowned slightly. Can't we get someone to push the mill? Just like what Mu Qingxue did 100 years ago? We have tried, but it is useless. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master said in a low voice, the calamity has not passed, and the sound track cannot be pushed. This great calamity is probably comparable to the Netherworld King's chaos. I asked the female supreme to come here to discuss how to deal with it. Will the calamity of the primordial demon realm really affect the inner realm? The female supreme's expression darkened. This was the greatest hidden danger now. The 100 races were about to appear, indicating that the war between the humans and the 100 races would begin again. If this calamity really affected the inner realm, it would be really troublesome. Back then, the inner realm was suppressed by the Netherworld King's barrier, and the world's origin energy was incomplete. The martial path's development was extremely slow. Although there had been progress in these years, it was still far from sky beyond heaven, much less the primordial demon realm, which had many kings. If the demonic calamity affected the inner realm, the 5 regions would very likely be completely destroyed by the flames of war. The worst thing was that all the top experts of the inner realm had already left. It was unknown if they could make it back in time. Does the female supreme know the whereabouts of Marquis Jiming and the others? The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master asked. The female supreme shook her head. After the chaos of the Demon Palace, I brought Miss Dai back to Chongling to heal. I rarely pay attention to sky beyond heaven. Marquis Jiming has been missing for a long time. Xia Zi and the others have also left. Their whereabouts are unknown. Reverence Moon Ancient Land. Hua Zhongjie said with a serious expression. Junior brother is the high priest of the Reverence Moon clan. If the primordial demon realm and the human race start a war, the experts of the inner realm are likely to gather there. Can you ask Marquis Jiming and the others to return to the inner realm? The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master asked seriously. I'll go to Reverence Moon Ancient Land now. Hua Zhongjie nodded. I'll go with you, the female supreme said with a serious tone. In that case, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master thanked them. Pavilion Master, you're welcome. The female supreme responded. Without further delay, her figure faded away. She immediately left. Beside her, Hua Zhongjie stepped lightly and quickly followed. Looking at the 2 figures leaving, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master's expression became more and more serious. The uneasy feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She hoped that everything was not too late. At the same time, at the border of the All-Heaven Star Domain and Luojia Star Domain, the Reverence Moon Ancient Land. The Yellow Spring and Time Divine Seal sealed time and space, completely covering the traces of the ancient land. Inside the ancient land, more than 10 human experts were wholeheartedly cultivating. They were accumulating strength for the upcoming great calamity of the human race. The flames of war were about to arrive. Ning Chen and the others did not dare to be distracted for even a moment. They focused on refining their martial arts, striving to reach a higher level. Time passed day after day. Mu Qianshang, Xia Zi, and the others sparred many times to make up for their shortcomings. Their strength also rapidly improved. Among them, the person who improved the fastest was still Yin. With the heavenly language and phoenix origin in her body, Yin possessed the best innate conditions. As long as she made up for her battle experience, she would be able to contend against anyone present. Of course, it was not that easy to make up for her lack of battle experience. Under Ning Chen's arrangement, Yin had fought with almost everyone in the past several months. Every time, she would end up in a crushing defeat. As Yin was the youngest among the group, Mu Qianshang and the others would more or less hold back when fighting with her. However, the absolute gap in strength was still obvious. Master's wife. After an unknown number of crushing defeats, Yin went to find Mu Qingxue with a sullen face. She asked in an extremely bad mood, "Am I really not suited for martial arts?" "Don't talk nonsense." Mu Qingxue softly reprimanded her. Your aptitude is definitely one of the best among us. The reason why you can't beat them is because you lack experience. Be patient. One day you will surpass us. Not far away, Ning Chen walked over. Looking at the girl who was in a bad mood, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did you suffer another blow?" Yin pursed her lips and did not answer. Aptitude is something illusory. You can't see it clearly or touch it. So, you don't have to think too much. What you need to do now is to work hard. It's useless to think too much. After saying that, Ning Chen pointed at Luo Xingchen, who was doing nothing not far away. He smiled and said, "Do you see that idler? If you don't work hard, you will end up like him. How embarrassing." Chapter 12:22. In the endless starry sky, two beautiful silhouettes were speeding through the galaxy, heading towards the reverence moon ancient ground. The starry sky was vast and boundless. The two of them walked between one star after another, and their speed was raised to the limit. They were like shooting stars that tore through the starry sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. After cultivating for several hundred years, they had lost count of the number of battles they had faced. Every time they stepped into the starry sky, they would still be shocked by the vastness of the universe. The vastness of the starry sky had always been a taboo in the hearts of cultivators. Even if a fourth-level cultivator was unfortunate enough to get lost in the starry sky, their true essence would be exhausted, and they would die. In the starry sky, Hua Zhongjie and the female supreme were covered in a dim light. As cultivators of the 9 serenities, heaven-devouring demon scripture, their bodies were powerful enough to last them a long time in the starry sky. We should be there soon. After traveling for an unknown period of time, the female supreme looked at the stars in front of her and said, "N." Hua Zhongjie nodded. The reverence moon ancient ground was located at the border between the All-Heaven Galaxy and the Luo Jia Galaxy. They had left the Ziwei Galaxy for a long time, and they should be able to reach the reverence moon ancient ground soon. Another month later, 2 figures arrived in the sky above the reverence moon ancient ground. They stopped in the starry sky. In front of them was a boundless starry sky. They had not seen the ancient ground for a long time, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Not good. The female supreme's face sank. The Jiming Marquis was an expert in space and time formations. If he wanted to hide the reverence moon ancient ground, they would not be able to find it in a short period of time. The starry sky was too vast. Even the slightest difference would take months or even years to find it. Now that the reverence moon ancient ground was hidden, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to find it. Let's split up and find it. Whether we find it or not, we'll meet here 3 months later. Hua Zhongjie waved her hand, and the flower burial tears appeared. She swung her blade, and a black blade light pierced through the starry sky, splitting the nearest star into 2. All right. The female supreme nodded, turned around, and flew in a certain direction. The 2 split up and disappeared into the starry sky in a few breaths' time. At the same time, within the fog of the Red Phoenix star field, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Indistinctly, the green-robed swordsman stood alone, fighting against the numerous kings. In the battle, wind and sand danced in the air. In the hands of the swordsman, the heavy sword had 5 edges. Every move and style had the ability to fight against the heavens. With the 2 swords in hand, the kings found it difficult to cross the heavenly barrier. The sandstorm in the sky blocked the path of the kings. No one was able to leave the 3,000 zhang radius of the passage between the 2 realms. The legendary warriors of the Xia dynasty fought one against many, taking turns to fight one after another. The goal of the kings of the primordial demon realm was very obvious. They wanted to use their advantage in numbers to exhaust the strength of the swordsman. However, after more than 10 days of battle, the kings of the 100 races were defeated batch after batch. The undefeated legends were still standing. An amazing swordsman! Among the kings, a green-haired king had been injured and had retreated from the battle. He looked at the battle in front of him and said with a serious expression, "This is already the 10th round of battle, but this person's battle prowess is still so terrifying," a king of the Eagle clan said in a low voice. "Go back and report to the Demon Emperor that we need to send more experts here," the green-haired king said in a serious tone. "Yes." Behind him, a black figure accepted the order and disappeared into the spatial passage. A few days later, in the primordial demon realm, Heavenly Devil Imperial City, 3 Emperor's Palace, a black-robed figure appeared at the stone steps in front of the palace. He half knelt and said, "Greetings, Demon Emperor. How is it?" Demonic chi surged in front of the 3 Emperor's Palace. An unparalleled demonic cultivator had appeared. His incomparably terrifying aura shook the heavens and earth. "Demon Emperor, the kings are still unable to break through that swordsman's defense. We need more help," the black-robed figure said in a low voice. 33 kings, taking turns to fight one after another, but they still failed? In front of the Imperial Palace, Demon Emperor Kun Yi's eyes flashed coldly. No wonder Azura couldn't win against such a powerful swordsman. "I'll go." At this moment, demonic chi surged in the void. A figure with a blazing aura appeared. His violent aura made people look sideways. The 3rd prince of the Heavenly Devil Realm, the world's #1 palm, Xian Lai, had appeared. "It will be difficult for you to defeat this person alone. Take 2 members of the 8 with you, just in case," Demon Emperor Kun Yi said in a low voice. Hearing this, Xian Lai frowned slightly. It was already dishonorable for him to attack a swordsman who had experienced consecutive battles. If he took 2 members of the 8 with him, it would go against his dignity as a strong cultivator. The battle now involves the future of the Heavenly Devil Imperial family. We can only win, not lose. No matter what, as long as we can win, there is no need to be too calculative, Demon Emperor Kun Yi said coldly. "I understand," Xian Lai replied and turned to leave. In front of the spatial passage in the Red Phoenix Star Zone, the legendary swordsman suppressed the kings with 2 swords. The wind and sand were wild. Every grain of sand contained the swordsman's attainments in the sword. In the wind and sand, the swordsman held his sword and fought against the 9 kings. He was in an invincible position. Strong, so strong that words couldn't describe it. Inside and outside the battlefield, the kings of the 100 races were shocked. No one had expected that the human race would have such a strong cultivator guarding here. Apart from Huang Dao, who else could defeat such a strong cultivator? Boom! Suddenly, in the spatial passage, an extremely powerful palm energy broke through the air. The destructive power shattered the starry sky for thousands of miles. It was shocking. In the battlefield, Prince Yen felt it. He moved and dodged the palm energy. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he narrowed his eyes. 3rd Prince of the Heavenly Devil Imperial Family, Xian Lai. Without saying anything, Xian Lai stepped forward. He pushed the demonic aura around him with his palms. A strong move shook the heavens and the earth. Prince Yen swung his sword to block the attack. With a loud boom, his right arm went numb. He took half a step back. Strong cultivator. It was the first time in many days that he had taken a step back. Prince Yan's eyes flashed coldly. The pride of a king could not be blasphemed. Stepping forward, the legendary cultivator moved. He was faster, and his sword was stronger. He slashed down. There was only one sword in the world. The heavy sword arrived. Xian Lai flipped his palms and blocked the attack. There was a loud boom. The heavens and the earth shook. Xian Lai took 2 steps back. He was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and foundation. Outside the battlefield, Garuda and Yiksha, the 2 powerful cultivators of the 8, looked at the battle in front of them seriously. "Don't drag it out. Attack," Yiksha said. He waved his left hand and a slender Azura blade appeared. He rushed out and joined the battle. Garuda's face darkened. Facing the powerful swordsman in front of him, he did not dare to hesitate. He grabbed his halberd and jumped into the battle. With the two powerful cultivators of the Eight joining the battle became more intense. Blade light and halberd shadows crisscrossed. They fought the strongest swordsmen of the human race together. 7 changes of the heavenly devil, royal sky dome. The battle reached its climax. Xian Lai shouted angrily. His demonic form appeared again. With an indomitable spirit, he punched down. In front of him, Prince Yen swung his sword and knocked away the 2 members of the 8. Looking at the giant fist falling from the sky, he stepped forward and jumped into the air. 3 swords of heaven, life and death pact. The legendary cultivator waved his hands. The red and green swords danced in the air. In an instant, the sand in the sky gathered and condensed into one. The 3 swords clashed and a huge sword vortex appeared. In the next moment, beams of terrifying sword light broke through the air and appeared in front of the 3. Shocking swords, shocking moves. 10,000 swords as the beginning and 3 as the end. They all crashed down. In the battle, the 3 demons saw the situation and used their ultimate move. Demonic chi, and ghostly chi spread out and blocked the incoming attack. Ugh! There was a shocking explosion. Heaven and earth were in chaos. In the battle, blood splashed out. Demonic chi and ghostly chi scattered. The 2 powerful cultivators of the 8 were injured at the same time and retreated several steps. In the center of the battle, the aftershock hit and the huge demonic body collapsed. Xian Lai's mouth was red. He was injured for the first time. An opportunity appeared. In the void, Prince Yen held 2 swords with both hands. Condensed chi and heavy swords clashed. The ultimate martial arts reappeared in the world. In an instant, red lightning spread out in the starry sky. It was as thin as a strand of hair. However, each bolt of lightning had the power to destroy the world. It was terrifying. The legendary cultivator stepped forward and disappeared. In the world of the extreme state, the red lightning flashed quickly. Boom! Before Yiksha could react, a sword light pierced through his chest. Without any warning, it pierced through his heart. Yiksha! Xian Lai and Garuda were shocked. They rushed out and immediately came to his rescue. Back off! Prince Yen looked back and saw the 2 coming to his rescue. He turned back and waved his sword. With a bang, he forced the 2 of them back. In the battle, under the shocked eyes of the kings, blood kept flowing out of Yiksha's chest. Before it could fall, it was completely swallowed by the black sealing sword. I know, before he could say anything, the words were stuck in his throat. Yiksha's eyes gradually lost color and he fell down. He was once famous and shocked the world. However, when he woke up again, everything had changed. Yiksha was unwilling, but he did not have time to say anything. It was an unbelievable battle. 3 powerful cultivators of the king's realm joined forces, but still lost. Despair flashed in the eyes of the kings. With such a swordsman guarding the gate, who could break through half a step? Back off! Knowing that the battle was irreversible, Xian Lai shouted and flashed back into the space tunnel. Garuda and the kings of the 100 tribes accepted the order and did not stay any longer. They returned to the primordial demon realm. Clang! The kings retreated. Prince Yen waved his hand and the ancient swords flew back to the sword rack and hid their sharpness. The invincible legendary cultivator was still invincible. He looked forward calmly without any emotions. The first year of the 10-year agreement had passed. There were still 9 years left. He hoped that in these 10 years, there would be a real powerful cultivator of the human race who could carry the banner of the human race's revival. At the same time, in the unknown godly realm, the master of the godly realm stood quietly on the peak. His old eyes were always looking at the human world, waiting for the opportunity to come. 10 years was the limit of what they could fight for. The cultivators of the human race had to grow quickly. Otherwise, when the demonic invasion came, it would be the real doomsday of the human race. At the same time, at the border of Heavens and Luajia Galaxy, after searching for many days, The female lord and Hua Zhongjie returned to the meeting place. They looked at each other and shook their heads. We can't waste any more time. Let's go back. Chapter 12:23. In the northern polar region, the heavenly music pavilion master stood in front of the sound track, her eyes growing more and more serious. Chaos was coming, and there was bound to be a change. The sound track had stopped running for a long time, indicating that this disaster would soon descend. In the middle ground, the demonic wheel C. The void stirred, and a demonic figure fell from the sky, smashing into the ground. The unconscious demonic figure wore dark red armor, and demonic chi flowed around him. He was powerful and familiar. The moment the spatial vortex disappeared, a black sea was reflected. It was eerie and terrifying. It was a shocking scene. The demonic wheel C reflected the scene of the primordial demon domain's reincarnation sea. It was so clear, as if it was right in front of them. On the ground, Xian Luo was covered in wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed, dyeing his armor red. When the demonic cultivator appeared in the demonic wheel C, the heavenly music pavilion master sensed it. She looked at the middle ground with a serious expression. It's coming. Suddenly, in the demonic wheel C, Xian Luo's eyes opened, and demonic chi surged out. An earth-shattering demonic aura rose rapidly, shocking the 5 regions. He had once wreaked havoc in the human world, and was sealed in the demonic wheel C by the ancestors of the Taoist sect. 100 years ago, the demonic cultivator broke free and was forced out of the inner world by the knowing destiny state. Today, the demonic cultivator had returned, and the 5 regions were in danger. Nether King's Pure Land, I'm back. Xian Luo looked at the familiar scene around him, and his expression turned cold. Knowing destiny state Marquis, can you still protect this land this time? In the demonic wheel C, a dark light rose, and a powerful devouring force came, constantly eroding the demonic cultivator's body. Xian Luo snorted, and demonic chi surged around him. His cultivation, which was close to the late-stage king realm, erupted, blocking the devouring force of the demonic wheel C. With the arrival of the demonic calamity, all the inner world cultivators in the 5 regions were shocked, and their hearts trembled violently. Was the 100 years of peace going to be broken again? In the Zhao family of the Middle Ground, Zhao Liusu looked at the demonic wheel C. After a long time, she sighed softly. This time, it was her turn. In the past, she had been blinded by hatred and made an unforgivable mistake. Although she had woken up in the end, the mistake she made could not be corrected. Now that the 5 regions were in danger and the protectors had left. From now on, the Zhao Liusu. As they were about to leave, Zhao Liusu looked at the elders of the Zhao family behind her and spoke. Patriarch. A white-haired elder had a pained look on his face. He wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know what to say. Behind him, the dozen or so elders of the Zhao family also wanted to say something but hesitated. They couldn't bear to see their patriarch throw away his life. Merely the aura of that devil caused them to feel despair. During these 100 years, even though the patriarch's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds all along the way, he'd stepped into the mortal realm and was only a thread away from the king realm. However, that devil had undoubtedly far surpassed an ordinary king realm expert, and it wasn't an existence that could be defeated by the strength of a mortal. 100 years ago, he taught me that there are things that I should do and things that I shouldn't. Today, it's time for the Zhao clan to do something for the world. Zhao Liusu said calmly. She looked at the elders of the Zhao family behind her and said with a smile, "Elders, goodbye." After she finished speaking, Zhao Liusu didn't stay any longer. She stepped lightly into the air and left. In the western part of the central state, in the demonic wheel sea, demonic chi surged like waves in the sky. Millions of commoners looked at the horizon with fear on their faces. Just at this moment, there was a vast purple light in the horizon. Zhao Liusu stepped into the air and released all her aura. For the inner realm, she had stepped onto the path of slaying the devil without hesitation. Outside the demonic wheel sea, a demon in dark red armor walked out. Everywhere his feet passed, the flames of war were everywhere. The earth couldn't bear the shocking might of this demon. It shook violently, and large cracks appeared and spread for thousands of miles. Suddenly, Xian Luo stopped and looked to the east. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. In the eastern sky, Zhao Liusu, who was covered in blazing purple flames, quickly rushed over. She burned her lifespan and entered the divine furnace to illuminate the world. Humans are always so stupid that it's disgusting. Xian Luo's expression became cold as he clenched his right fist. In an instant, violent demonic qi surged out. Demonic clouds swept across the sky and covered the sun. Xian Luo, we meet again. In the air, Zhao Liusu stopped and looked at the familiar demonic cultivator in front of her as she said coldly, "The ant from back then actually dares to provoke me. You overestimate yourself." Xian Luo stepped forward, and demonic flames soared into the sky. He punched out, shocking the world. 9 wheels heavenly soared. Demonic qi arrived. Zhao Liusu clenched her right fist, and the clouds in the sky stirred. A purple sword fell from the cloud and entered her hand. Boom! Zhao Liusu didn't hesitate and directly detonated her cultivation and the soul power of the 9 generations of King Realm cultivators. She broke through the gap between King Realm cultivators and took another step forward. She was determined to destroy her own foundation without any hesitation. In an instant, blood light soared from Zhao Liusu's body, shocking the world. The sword slashed down, and purple light shook the sky. There was a loud rumble, and a violent force spread out quickly, destroying everything in the surroundings. In the surging force, a pool of blood splashed out. Zhao Liusu took a few steps back, and blood kept flowing out of the hand holding the sword. There was a clear difference in strength. Even if Zhao Liusu detonated her cultivation and raised her combat power to the peak of her life, she still couldn't block the might of the demon. Fearless and ignorant human, only death awaits you. Xian Luo slowly rose into the air, and his fists crossed. His demonic qi rose again. The events of the world flashed through her mind, and a faint smile appeared on Zhao Liusu's lips. The purple flames around her soared into the sky, and the flame of life burned even more fiercely, illuminating the entire inner realm. Big Brother Ning, did I do the right thing this time? The 9 wheels heavenly sword soared into the sky. Zhao Liusu formed a seal with her hands, and her cultivation and source of life erupted. She used everything to condense the final move. At the same time, in the north, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master looked at the battle in middle ground. He clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was difficult to suppress. A moment later, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master saw the soundtrack in front of him, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He turned his palm over and slammed it on the soundtrack. Boom! The soundtrack was hit hard, and suddenly, a heavy sound wave spread out, spreading rapidly and affecting the entire 5 regions. The sound of the great Tao was pure and holy. In the central state battle, the sound wave spread out, and Xian Luo, who was about to condense his demonic essence, suddenly paused. His aura was blocked, and his move was weak. At this moment, the 9 wheels heavenly sword slashed down from the sky, blazing with purple light. The sword that sacrificed Zhao Liusu's life was stunning and reflected in the eyes of everyone in the 5 regions. Crack! The human demon's final move rang out, and in the next moment, the 9 wheels heavenly sword shattered and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the aftermath, Zhao Liusu's figure flew out, and blood splattered all over the sky, dyeing the entire human realm red. Ugh! In front of him, a purple sword light pierced through the air and pierced the chest of the demon, bringing out a dazzling red color. Xian Luo took half a step back, and he looked at the wound on his chest, unable to suppress the anger in his eyes. 100 miles away, Zhao Liusu's body crashed into a mountain, and bright red blood flowed from her body. It was so stunning and so dazzling. After the stunning bloom, the flame of life was slowly extinguished, and it was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Zhao Yusu looked at the human realm covered in the flames of war, and a trace of regret flashed through her eyes. She had tried her best, but in the end, she was still unable to stop this demon. Her eyes that were unwilling to close gradually lost all their luster. Zhao Yusu was unwilling, and she watched the flames of war in the human realm, unable to die in peace. In front of the demonic wheel sea, Xian Luo's eyes were filled with anger. He reached out with his right hand, grabbing at the dead human in front of him. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, a black sword light slashed down from the sky and slashed at the demon's right hand. Xian Luo frowned and looked at the sky, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Another reckless person has come. In the next moment, two figures descended from the sky. When the demonic tribulation descended, Nu Chang and Hua Zhongjie rushed back, but they were still half a step too late. Liu Su. In the void, Hua Zhongjie looked at the woman behind her who had died in battle, and grief flashed through her eyes. Between the mountains, Zhao Liusu seemed to have felt the former's aura, and 2 drops of blood tears flowed down silently from her eyes. Hua Zhongjie reached out and gently closed the former's eyes, and said with a sad expression, "Rest well, leave the rest to us." After that, Hua Zhongjie turned around and looked at the demon in front of her. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and she was extremely angry. On the side, the female noble sighed softly. Zhao Liusu had followed Marquis Jiming for a period of time. Although she had taken the wrong path, it was not her own will. In the end, she woke up in time and returned to the right path. She had never thought that today, the current head of Zhao family would bravely die in battle in order to protect the inner world. This determination was moving. "You and I will work together to kill this demon," Hua Zhongjie said angrily. Zhao Liusu could be considered as half of his disciple. If he came back and knew about this, he would definitely be very sad. This demon must die. Okay. The female noble nodded, and her expression became serious. She knew very well that Xian Luo's strength was definitely not comparable to ordinary kings. However, if they could not stop this demon, the inner world would undoubtedly be in complete chaos. It seems that the grudges of the past can all be settled today. Looking at the female noble, Xian Luo's eyes flashed coldly. In the Battle of West Buddha's homeland, this woman was one of the culprits. Today, he would deal with her once and for all. Diewu, Nether King. The battle was about to begin. Hua Zhongjie shouted angrily, and black demonic chi surged out from her body. In an instant, thousands of black demonic butterflies flew into the sky, and 2 pairs of huge butterfly wings appeared behind her back. On the side, the female noble also activated the 9 Serenities sky-devouring demon scripture. A faint brilliance rose, illuminating the demonic butterflies and killing the demon together. The battle of using demons to fight demons. Before the battle even began, the whole world had already darkened. It turns out that you can no longer be called humans. Hypocritical humans. In front of the demonic we'll see, Xian Luo looked at the demonic chi around the 2 of them, and his eyes flashed with mockery. Humans were always so hypocritical. They disdained to be with demons, but they were always greedy for the power of demons. They did everything possible to obtain this power that they thought was evil. In the void, the 3 kings with monstrous demonic chi faced each other. After an instant, the demonic butterflies moved, and their blood-red hair danced in the wind. The flower burial tear appeared again. The knife god of the Middle State once again showed his shocking attainments in the knife. Chapter 12:24. In front of the demonic wheel ocean in the central continent, a great battle was about to begin. Demonic chi filled the sky and covered the sun. The female sovereign and the butterfly in the flower used the 9 Serenities heaven-devouring demonic scripture at the same time. As the battle began, the butterfly in the flower moved. The huge butterfly wings on its back flapped and the flower burial tears appeared again. Boom. The first move of the two experts caused mountains to fall. The mountains within a few thousand miles collapsed as they couldn't withstand the demonic might. Dance of the butterflies, sky net. The sleeves danced and extended, forming an inescapable net that trapped the demonic cultivator. The overlapping sleeves didn't leave any gaps. They were like a spider web that sealed off everything within 100 feet. At the same time, the female sovereign arrived. Demonic chi gathered and slammed her palm onto the demonic cultivator's chest. Xian Luo took half a step back as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His old injuries hadn't healed yet and he was heavily injured by Zhaoliusu. Now that the two experts of the human race were working together, Xian Luo was at a disadvantage. Open for me. The demonic cultivator was injured and became even crazier. Xian Luo roared and the demonic chi in his body surged, shattering the sleeves around him. The sky net was broken and the blue sleeves danced in the air. The black saber broke through the air once again. The god of sabers, one of the top experts of the human race, had unparalleled attainments in the saber. One saber was heavy while the other was fast. The flower burial tears was a white saber that forced the demonic cultivator to attack. After losing the initiative, Xian Luo lost the advantage of his cultivation and retreated step by step. Arg! Xian Luo grunted as the white saber pierced through his left shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Caught you! After taking this move head-on, Xian Luo's demonic chi flourished. He roared furiously and used his ultimate move again. 6 ultimates of the Sky Demon, 1000 Gods Burial. The demonic cultivator counterattacked and threw a powerful punch at the woman in front of him. When the demonic technique arrived, Butterfly in the Flower gathered its vitality and slashed down with flower burial tears. At the same time, not far away, Niu Chang rushed over. She activated her demonic technique and poured it into the former's body. With the two of them working together, the 9 netherworlds heaven-devouring demon scripture was pushed to the limit. Instantly, black demonic chi surged from the flower burial tear, devouring the heavens and earth. Boom! As the demonic arts clashed, the heavens and the earth changed drastically. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and the 3 of them were all forced to retreat more than 10 steps, their bodies dyed red. I haven't seen you for 100 years, and you've actually grown so much. Xian Luo forcefully suppressed the surging aura in his body. He looked at the 2 people in front of him with a solemn expression. You can't be forgiven for bringing disaster to the world. Xian Luo, today is the day you die. Taking a step forward, the butterfly in the flower ignored its injuries and charged forward again. The flower burial sword shone brightly, causing the sky to change. Dia Wu! Suddenly, Butterfly in the Flower twisted the blade in her hand, bringing up waves of wind. Countless blood-colored frost appeared out of nowhere and landed on the battlefield. Flowers bloomed in the air, one after another beautiful frost flowers bloomed. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. Frost! As the demonic arts appeared, the frost flowers collapsed and turned into the sky burial blade. Tens of thousands of blade intents exploded, instantly engulfing the demonic cultivator in front of it. Rumble! Tens of thousands of blades landed on Xian Luo's body. Blood spurted out from the wounds on his body, and blood flowed out continuously. At this moment, the female sovereign's figure appeared once more, and a powerful palm landed on Xian Luo's chest. The palm landed on Xian Luo's body, and he was forced to retreat again and again. The corner of his mouth was red. The 2 human experts worked together, and the king of the demonic race was at a complete disadvantage. The situation was dangerous. 6 ultimates of the Sky Demon, 10,000 demons devouring the heavens. The demonic cultivator was enraged. He opened his hands and a violent demonic chi surged into the sky. The ultimate move of the Royal Sky Demon appeared once more. Roar! In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demonic figures appeared in the heavens and earth. They were endless and shocking. As the 10,000 demons appeared, they charged toward the two people in front of them. This demonic move was unavoidable. The demons danced wildly, sealing off all paths of retreat. In the void, Hua Zhongjie and the female sovereign looked at the 10,000 demons in front of them. They activated their demonic arts at the same time, and a huge vortex appeared around them, spreading out continuously. The 9 underworlds devour heaven, the number 1 demonic art in the human world, once again displayed its shocking power. The 10,000 demons were quickly swallowed by the huge vortex without any ripples. 6 Ultimate Sky Demon, Samsara Calamity. After failing in one move, Xian Luo's figure rushed out. He raised the samsara with both hands, and a huge samsara avatar appeared in the void, crashing into the two people in front of him. Ugh! There was a muffled groan and blood splattered. The huge black vortex around Hua Zhongjie and the female sovereign collapsed. They retreated, and blood flowed out of their mouth. After a few rounds of attack and defense, they exchanged injuries. The king of the demonic race gradually displayed a shocking combat strength. 100 steps away, Hua Zhongjie and the female sovereign stopped and forcibly stabilized themselves. In the northern polar region, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion master looked at the battle in the distance. Where did this demon come from? He appeared in the inner realm without any warning. Wasn't the passage between the primordial demon realm and the human world far away in the Red Phoenix star zone? If there was a spatial passage between the inner realm and the primordial demon realm, it would be troublesome. In the primordial demon realm, in the depths of the primordial demon ancestral land, Demon Emperor First Kuan looked toward the north. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Just now, there seemed to be an aura that didn't belong to this world in the direction of the Samsara Ocean. The Samsara Ocean had always been a taboo in the primordial demon realm. Even emperors didn't dare to enter. Legend had it that there was a great taboo in the Samsara Ocean that even emperors couldn't enter. What's wrong? Not far away, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor slowly opened his eyes. His face was pale. Clearly, the injuries from the previous battle hadn't healed yet. There's a strange movement in the Samsara Ocean. Demon Emperor First Kuan said with a serious expression. The Samsara Ocean? Hearing this, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor frowned slightly. There's a great taboo there. It's best not to get involved. Demon Emperor First Kuan didn't reply. His eyes looked in the direction of the Samsara Ocean, and streams of light flashed. Now that the passage between the two realms was guarded by a peerless expert of the human race, unless he attacked personally, the primordial demon realm army wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. However, there were also emperors among the human race. Once he attacked personally, the emperors of the human race wouldn't just sit by and watch. Now wasn't the time for him to fight with the emperors of the human race. There was no need to start a conflict now. Just now, for a moment, he clearly felt an aura that didn't belong to this world in the direction of the Samsara Ocean. If the Samsara Ocean really had a passage to another realm, it would be great news for the primordial demon realm. It seemed like it was time for him to go to the Samsara Ocean personally. Inside the world in the middle continent, in front of the Samsara Ocean, the battle against the demons was getting more and more intense. The two experts of the human race worked together. The butterfly in the flower's twin sabers danced like butterflies. Their shocking attainments in the saber art pressed forward with every move. They were determined to kill the demons and eliminate a potential threat for the human race. Butterflies dance, demon realm. The battle was intense, and there was no room for mercy. The demonic butterfly's slender hand slashed across the flower's tear, and a smear of blood dyed the black saber blade red. The space within 100 miles darkened, and blood rain fell. It was bone-chilling. The blood-red domain spread out endlessly. The butterfly in the rain danced, and the saber light sped up. The stunning saber showed the magnificence of the god of death. In an instant there were 100 moves, and each saber was deadly. In the demonic zone, streaks of black saber light broke through the air, and wounds appeared on Xian Luo's body. 6 Ultimates of the Sky Demon, Star Transformation. Injured, Xian Luo's demonic nature went berserk. He roared angrily, and the Sky Demon ultimate move blasted out. The demonic move counterattacked, and its power was shocking. The butterfly in the flower's twin sabers didn't have enough time to recover, and it was affected by the demonic might, and was immediately sent flying. Not far away, Nu Chang flew past, and used the palm essence to attack. Boom! Her palm shook the heavens and the earth. Powerful demonic might blasted Xian Luo's body, and he was sent flying again. Ugh! After being injured again and again, Xian Luo's mouth was dripping blood. His already injured demonic body was showing signs of collapsing. In the fierce battle, injuries were constantly exchanged. In the battle, the 3 of them were all heavily injured, and their clothes were dyed red with blood. If I kill the 2 of you, will the knowing Ming Marquis be heartbroken? In front of the demonic we'll see, Xian Luo looked at the 2 women in front of him, and a crazy and terrifying smile appeared on his face. Demonic chi rose around him, and his demonic might became more and more shocking. 6 Ultimates of the Sky Demon, Demonic Flames Burning the Prairie. Xian Luo stepped forward, and the royal ultimate move appeared. Endless demonic flames spread rapidly, and wherever the demonic flames passed, the earth was scorched. The extreme demonic might shook the 5 regions. All the experts watched the shocking battle in the central ground, and they were abnormally nervous. Everyone knew that the success or failure of this battle would determine the fate of the 5 regions. That demonic lord wasn't someone that could be stopped by humans. In the central ground battle, the 2 experts of the human race were engulfed in demonic aura. They were determined to eliminate the demonic lord, and their bodies were filled with courage. They had already put life and death aside, so why would they be afraid of the Sky Demon moving the stars? After fighting for a long time, the battle strength of the 3 had reached the peak. Gradually, the 3 figures disappeared, and only black streams of light could be seen colliding, shaking the heavens and earth. 9 underworlds devour the heavens, twilight of the gods. Forced to the limit, Butterfly in Hua and Nu Chang joined forces to use a forbidden technique. The 2 merged their techniques, and in an instant, the nether hell appeared in the human world. Endless Azura evil faces roared out. The god-slaying technique turned the human world into hell. The world of bones was so terrifying that it made people's hearts palpitate. When the nether hell appeared, Xian Luo felt his body sink, and the demonic arts in his body were severely suppressed. This is... Xian Luo looked around and his face sank. Was this nether hell? Dance of the butterflies, heavenly sin. An opportunity appeared, and Butterfly in Hua used the last of her strength. The 2 blades flew out of her hands and into the sky. His ultimate move had yet to appear, but a terrifying pressure had already spread out rapidly. Danger struck, and Xian Luo's body trembled violently. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and shouted. The royal ultimate move appeared in the human world at the same time. 6 Ultimates of the Sky Demon, Eternal Banishment. The royal ultimate move was used, and the void within 1,000 miles collapsed. The move broke through the void and swallowed the 2 people in front. At the same time, above the void, streaks of dazzling blade light like meteors broke through the void and descended endlessly into the human world. Boom! The final move collided, and a terrifying aftershock burst out. In the battlefield, the 3 people were all sent flying. Before they could stabilize their bodies, they were swallowed by the crazily swirling spatial turbulence. The final move was to destroy everything. After the crazy aftershock, the world gradually returned to normal. In the battlefield, the 3 figures had all disappeared, and as far as the eyes could see, there was only a bleak red remnant on the ground. Chapter 12:25. In the primordial demon realm, the reincarnation ocean, the water churned, and a huge whirlpool spread out for thousands of miles, swallowing everything around it. The reincarnation ocean was one of the most terrifying forbidden lands in the primordial demon realm. Very few people dared to step into it, even emperors. It was an ominous place with danger everywhere. Almost no one who entered could walk out. Gradually, no one was willing to go near the reincarnation ocean. On this day, demonic chi surged above the reincarnation ocean. A peerless demonic figure descended from the sky, and an extremely powerful aura spread out. The entire ocean started to churn violently. The number 1 demon emperor of the primordial demon realm had descended. Huge waves surged out of the ocean, and the scene was shocking. In the sky, Demon Emperor Kuan looked down at the reincarnation ocean. He raised his right hand, and the ocean within thousands of miles split, forming 2 huge waterfalls. His demonic aura could shake heaven and earth. Every move he made could split mountains and seas. The strongest demonic cultivators could go anywhere in the world. Even the infamous reincarnation sea couldn't stop the path of a demonic immortal cultivator. The surface of the ocean split, and Demon Emperor Kuan descended slowly, walking toward the reincarnation ocean. The light below the ocean gradually dimmed, and one could not see more than 10 feet. After a few breaths, Demon Emperor Kuan's figure descended. He did not stop for a moment and kept sinking. The number 1 Demon Tao Emperor had personally appeared to investigate the reincarnation ocean. The secret hidden in the deepest part of the ocean would be revealed today. Huge creatures could be seen everywhere in the ocean. They were of different races, and their forms were also different. There were hundreds of races on land and thousands of races in the ocean. Compared to the hundreds of races on the 5 continents, the world below the ocean was the true living world. There were many intelligent creatures. However, although the number of intelligent creatures below the ocean was shocking, their evolution was far inferior to the continent. Apart from a few huge sea monsters, most of the creatures in the ocean were far inferior to the hundreds of races on land in terms of intelligence and strength. Today, the Demon Tao Emperor, who stood at the peak of the hundreds of races, had descended. Thousands of intelligent creatures below the ocean all trembled. Some huge beasts were unwilling to be suppressed. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and roared at the sky. Noisy! Demon Emperor Kuan shouted coldly between the 2 opposing currents. His demonic aura erupted, and endless demonic chi surged out, shaking the entire underwater world. Boom! Demonic might swept out. Within the world of the sea, countless marine life forms exploded. Their blood mixed into the sea and dyed the sea red. A world-shocking demonic might shook the world. The corpse of the 10,000 zhang long giant beast sank to the bottom of the sea and was swallowed up by reincarnation. At the bottom of the ocean, it was a scene of darkness. Huge black whirlpools were churning, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Above the black whirlpool, First Demon Emperor Kuan stopped and frowned as he looked down at the rapidly churning whirlpool. With a flip of his palm, chaos energy surged out like a tidal wave. With a single slap, the entire ocean exploded. The bottom of the ocean changed drastically. Huge waves surged into the sky above the ocean. Layers upon layers of raging waves soared into the sky and swept across the 9 heavens. Below the sea, the demonic palm smashed into the maelstrom at the bottom of the sea. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic aura erupted, and the shock wave spread out rapidly. Boom boom! The might of this palm caused numerous volcanoes to erupt at the bottom of the sea. Magma gushed out, forming a scene of doomsday. In the world of fire, First Demon Emperor Kuan looked down. After a while, he moved and flew into the maelstrom. Just as First Demon Emperor Kuan entered the reincarnation ocean, in the unknown immortal realm in the sky beyond heaven, a withered old man's body suddenly shook, and his eyes turned serious. This aura belonged to an Emperor Tao Supreme of the primordial demon realm. Venerable Chang Xing. The old man spoke and sent a voice transmission. The aura of a demon emperor has appeared in the human world. Have you sensed it? Outside the endless starry sky, on a bustling planet, a fortune teller nodded lightly and said with a serious expression, I have sensed it. It's coming from the Z-Way star zone. Old friend, you should go there. In the immortal realm, the old man said solemnly. Okay. Far away in the endless starry sky, the fortune teller nodded and looked at the woman in front of him. He smiled and said, Benefactor, although fate is determined by heaven, you have to fight for good karma. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. With that, the fortune teller picked up a long staff beside him and walked away. Under the woman's confused gaze, the fortune teller's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. In the starry sky, the fortune teller walked out and headed toward the Z-Way star zone. The two Emperor Dao Supreme Realm experts moved at the same time. The battle had yet to begin, but the game had already begun. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, in front of a vast altar, human experts sat cross-legged. Auras surged around them as they focused on cultivating. Around them, millions of Reverence Moon Ancient Races people prayed quietly, praying for the human race. The power of faith continued to gather, turning into moonlight that sprinkled down on the human world. It was so holy and so dazzling. On the altar in the center, Knowing Destiny sat cross-legged, using his body as a medium to convert moonlight energy to the human experts. In these 3 years, the human experts did not dare to relax for even a moment. They cultivated day and night, trying their best to increase their strength. Another 3 months later, the sky suddenly changed. In the sky above them, a giant flying dragon serpent appeared, roaring and shaking the heavens. On the altar, Knowing Destiny opened his eyes and looked at the shocking phenomenon in the sky with a serious expression. King Qi was about to break through. In front of the altar, among the human experts, Lin Yuzhen stood up. She looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, I'll be leaving first. Congratulations. Mu Qianshang and the others opened their eyes one after another, congratulating sincerely. The King Realm could be said to be one of the most important realms among the 4 realms. As long as one stepped into the King Realm, they would have the chance to glimpse the origin of the great Tao and break through to the Supreme Emperor Tao Realm. The King Realm's heavenly tribulation was imminent. Lin Yuzhen did not delay any longer. She took a step forward and flew up into the sky. After King Qi left, the human experts closed their eyes again and focused on cultivating. In the air above the altar, within the pure and holy moonlight, an illusory and noble figure appeared. He looked at the human powerhouses in front of him and said in a soft voice, High Priest, these friends of yours have astonishing talent. The Deep King's Pure Land is truly a holy land filled with outstanding heroes. Below, Ning Chen shook his head gently and said, It's not the inner realm that is filled with outstanding talents, but the survival of the fittest. The law of survival of the fittest is even more obvious in the inner realm. These people who have survived the Great Tribulation can be said to be the most outstanding geniuses in the inner realm. They are the strongest and the hope of this era. Survival of the fittest. In the void, Moon Goddess murmured softly. This description was really appropriate. Whether it was the human race or the gods, it was the same. High Priest, a part of your soul is still sleeping in that little girl's body. If you can't take it back, it will be difficult for your cultivation to improve. You must be mentally prepared, Moon Goddess reminded him. I understand. Ning Chen nodded and said calmly, The cauldron and the phoenix's origin have long merged into one. However, Yin-Er's body still needs the phoenix's origin to repair. I can't take it back in a short period of time. What a pity. Moon Goddess sighed softly. That little girl was obviously unable to use the power of the phoenix to its fullest. In the future, when the human race faced a great calamity, losing the help of the phoenix's power would undoubtedly be a great loss. You spent 10 years to help these people reach the King Realm, but you yourself can't improve. Don't you feel indignant? Moon Goddess asked softly. In the future, the human race will need their power. Ning Chen looked at the people in front of him and replied, no matter how strong a person is, there will always be a limit. I deeply understood this principle when the Nether King descended. In order to fight against the primal demon realm, they must reach the King realm as soon as possible. Moon Goddess sighed softly and didn't say much. Sacrificing oneself for others was easier said than done. Everyone had selfish motives. To be willing to waste 10 years to make a wedding dress for others, this kind of behavior was extremely stupid in the eyes of many. However, perhaps it was because of this reason that these strong cultivators of the human race were willing to gather here. On the altar, Ning Chen closed his eyes again and continued to absorb the power of the moon between heaven and earth. He turned it into the most original spiritual chi of heaven and earth and poured it into the strong cultivators of the human race in front of him. At the same time, in the Red Phoenix Galaxy, the sounds of battle continued. The kings stood guard and stopped the kings of the primal demon realm from coming out. The promise of 10 years couldn't be shaken. The legendary figure of the Great Xia displayed shocking strength. In 3 years, the kings of the 100 races couldn't take half a step forward. In the ancestral land of the heavenly demons, a person sat cross-legged with the heart-burning demon's sword on his knees. The strongest swordsman of the primal demon realm couldn't hide his fighting spirit. 3 days later, Xianqi stood up and walked out of the ancestral land of the heavenly demons. Xianqi, what are you doing? In the depths of the ancestral land, the 7 luminaries demon emperor opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, sparring with the sword. Xianqi said indifferently, even Azura couldn't defeat this person. Even if you fight, what can you do? This person's combat strength isn't any weaker than Jiuyo's in the past, the 7 luminaries demon emperor said in a deep voice. So what? Xianqi said coldly, if we don't fight, how will we know the result? Your sword is too pure. This is a war between 2 realms. It's not the time for you to spar with the sword, the 7 luminaries demon emperor said in a deep voice. No one can stop what I want to do, Xianqi said coldly. Xianqi said coldly. He didn't say anything else and walked forward. A few days later, in the Red Luan star zone, a powerful sword pressure appeared in the spatial tunnel. The person didn't show up, but the sword intent shook the world. In front of the spatial tunnel between 2 realms, the kings of the 100 races were stunned. This sword intent belonged to the 4th prince of the heavenly demons, Xianqi. In the center of the battlefield, Prince Yen pushed back the 7 kings in front of him. His eyes flashed with surprise. Pure sword intent. After waiting for so long, a true expert had finally appeared. In the next moment, a purple-robed demonic cultivator stepped out of the spatial tunnel. He held the heart-burning demon sword in his hand. Demonic flames rose from his body. It was a shocking sight. All of you back off. Xianqi appeared and glanced at the kings inside and outside the battlefield. He said coldly. Hearing this, the kings all stopped breathing. However, no one dared to disobey Xianqi's order and left the battlefield. Chapter 12:26. In the deepest part of the Sea of Reincarnation in the primordial demon realm, the first demon emperor walked in personally to check out the situation. There was no light in the dark world, and it was filled with a terrifying devouring force. Nothing could fly out of it, including light. The black hole formed by stars was buried under the Sea of Reincarnation, turning into a forbidden land. In the black hole, the first demon emperor released his divine sense, but he felt a strong tearing sensation. His divine sense felt a stabbing pain, and it showed signs of leaving his body. What a strange realm! The first demon emperor frowned. How could there be such a terrifying place in the primordial demon realm? The space here was at least 1,000,000 times denser than in the primordial demon realm. Logically speaking, with such a realm, the primordial demon realm should have been devoured long ago and couldn't exist until now. Thinking of this, The first demon emperor continued to spread his divine sense. While guarding his mind, he tried his best to check the limits of the black hole. 50 miles, 500 miles, 10,000 miles. The emperor's divine sense kept spreading, and the tearing force in the space became more and more terrifying. Even the strongest person in the primordial demon realm gradually felt a bit of strain. Just as the first demon emperor entered the sea of reincarnation, Venerable Longevity walked over in the Z-Way galaxy with a long staff in his hand. He walked in the starry sky, and his speed was unbelievable. On the peak of the god realm, an old figure stood quietly. He looked at the human world with a serious expression. "Old friend, did you notice anything?" the old man asked in a deep voice. "Not yet." The fortune teller shook his head and said seriously, "That aura appeared for too short a time. I can't sense its exact location, but I'm sure it's in the Z-Way galaxy. This is a serious matter." "Thank you, old friend," the old man said in a serious tone. "I'll do my best." The fortune teller nodded. He looked at the stars in the galaxy and narrowed his eyes. There were so many stars. He would have to check them one by one. The human race still needed time to recuperate. The kings and emperors of the primordial demon realm couldn't come out so soon. There was no time to waste. The fortune teller's figure flashed, and he flew toward the nearest star. Just as the human and primordial demon realm emperors were searching for the second space tunnel, in the Red Phoenix galaxy, two kings looked at each other. Their battle intent was blazing. Before the battle even began, sword intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the human realm and the demon realm, the two strongest swordsmen in the world met for the first time. The two swords clashed, and a great battle was about to break out. "Please!" As soon as he finished speaking, he put his fingers together mysteriously and soared his sword. In the blink of an eye, his purple clothes moved and the demonic sword moved. The great battle began. The number 1 person on the primordial demon realm's sword once again displayed his world-shocking sword art. A sword cut through the starry sky, and demonic flames filled the sky. The heart-burning demon sword was one of the top 3 legendary swords in the primordial demon realm. After being reforged, it was even more powerful than before. Clang! The two swords clashed, and sword chi scattered in all directions. The two kings started their battle, and the flames of war filled the sky. The demonic sword was swift and fierce, unparalleled in the world. The heavy sword had no peak, great craftsmanship without work. The two famed swords of the present age clashed. One was fast, the other was heavy. More importantly, the hearts of the strong verified each other. The pinnacle of martial arts, returning to one's natural state. The pinnacle of swordsmanship, speed, accuracy, and concentration. The quick swords clashed, and the momentum was as heavy as a mountain. The two people who stood at the peak of the sword realm pushed their attainments in the sword to the limit, and all things paled in comparison. After 100 moves, it was hard to determine the winner. In the starry sky, thousands of stars lost their color. Only the swords shone in the world. Heart-burning, thousand-flowing fire. The battle reached its climax. Xian Qi held his sword horizontally, and demonic flames filled the sky. Endless black flames broke through the sky, burning everything. In front of him, beams of demonic flames attacked. Prince Yen focused and clenched his left hand. A sand sword formed, and as the sword slashed out, a sand waterfall rushed into the sky. The two swords clashed again, and the sand waterfall blocked the demonic flames. One after another, it was hard to determine the winner. With such attainments, you shouldn't have fallen into the demonic path. After 100 moves, Prince Yen looked at the number 1 sword of the demonic path and said calmly. The sword aura was clear and untainted. Such a sword shouldn't have become a killing weapon for the ambitious. Human Tao and demonic Tao are just the judgment of the world. I don't care. Xian Qi replied coldly. He stepped forward and tried to get close to him again. With a clang, the two swords clashed, and the demonic sword's aura became even stronger. Feeling a slight numbness in his right arm, Prince Yen frowned slightly. The sand sword formed in his left hand again, and he slashed out, breaking the battle. To show my respect, I won't hold back anymore. With that, the two swords left Prince Yan's hands and turned into flowing light, entering the sword rack not far away. Ha! The king's sword was about to be drawn, and the sky shook. Endless black light spread out, swallowing the starry sky. When the abyss condensation appeared, its divine might shocked the heavens. When the king's sword brilliance appeared, the heavens and earth shook violently, and the pressure of the entire battle became heavy. In front of the passage between the two realms, Xian-Qi's expression became serious. His right hand clenched the demonic sword, and his demonic aura was pushed to the limit. Heart-burning, Song of the Dead. Pushing it to the limit, Xian-Qi's sword rotated, and the spirits of hell played a sword song. The song of the dead echoed between the sky and the earth. The heart-burning demonic sword displayed its most shocking power. A move that had never been seen before was shocking. Outside the battle, the kings of the 100 races felt an inexplicable fear. They didn't dare to hesitate and immediately retreated. In the battle, the two kings showed their sharpness. The strongest sword shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The sword's song devoured the heart, and the sound was soul-snatching. In the starry sky, the stars collapsed one after another, unable to bear the shocking demonic power. The moment the song of the dead spirit was played, Xian-Qi moved. The heart-burning demonic sword's radiance rushed to the 9 heavens, and the demonic power overturned the sky and the earth. The demonic sword was pressing down, and Prince Yan's sword intent rose rapidly. The abyss condensed in his hand, and the sword light spread out rapidly. One sword forbidding martial arts, no Tao in the world. The forbidding martial arts move appeared in the world again. The abyss condensed was waved, and the black light swallowed the sky and the earth. The entire battle instantly turned into endless nothingness. The spirits of the dead were silent, and the 10,000 techniques withered. A dazzling waterfall of blood splashed out. A deep sword wound appeared on Xian-Qi's chest, and the blood flowed down, dyeing his purple battle clothes red. The sword fell half a move, and the outcome was decided. Xian-Qi retreated a few steps, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The aura around him quickly dispersed. He lost, the swordsman lost the sword, and everything disappeared. Ha ha ha! Xian-Qi chuckled. Gradually, his laughter became louder and crazier. The violent sword aura surged. In the starry sky, beams of sword chi broke through the air without any pattern, and the power was shocking. Ugh! Outside the battle, the kings of the 100 races were affected one after another. Finally, the 3 kings couldn't bear the terrifying demonic power and exploded. Before the bloody bones in the sky could scatter, they were swallowed by the surging demonic chi, and completely disappeared. In front of the passage between the two realms, the purple-clothed demonic cultivator's black hair turned blood red. The forbidden demonic path, Wujian alone. Is it worth it to give up yourself to obtain this power? Seeing this, Prince Yen frowned and said, I only have one sword. In order to prove the way of the sword, he entered Wujian. The demonic chi around Xian-Qi gradually turned red, and the heavy and cold aura made people tremble. The demonic cultivator who had transformed into Wujian had imperial might looming around him. Half of his body entered the imperial path, and the wind and clouds changed. His body moved, and his sword moved. The blood-red demonic flames burned the stars, and day and night reversed. Boom! The king's sword and the demonic sword clashed again, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The king took half a step back. Blood dripped down from Prince Yan's right hand silently, and it merged with the king's sword and disappeared. They looked into each other's eyes. One was cold, and the other was calm. The king's sword competition had started a new chapter. Your sword is no longer pure. Disappointment flashed across Prince Yan's eyes. Although the power exchanged with the forbidden technique was powerful, it also blinded the swordsman's sword heart. What a pity! The demonic heart was covered in dust, and the sword competition was meaningless. Prince Yen sighed softly, and his figure flashed to the side of the sword rack. Since they couldn't compete in the sword competition, then it was time for him to fulfill his promise. The king held the sword, and the broken stone sword was slowly pulled out. In an instant, the starry sky changed color, and the terrifying immortal aura shocked all the major galaxies. For 100 years, the king used his blood to nourish the sword, and the immortal slaying sword gradually recovered. Vaguely, one could see the power of an ancient ferocious sword. Crack! With the immortal sword in hand, the crown on the king's head shattered. His black hair danced in the wind, and thunder surged around him. He was like an ancient, immortal emperor, and his power was inviolable. The king pulled out the immortal sword, and murderous intent surrounded him. At this moment, he wasn't competing in the sword competition, but in killing demons. Outside the battlefield, the kings of the 100 races felt it, and their pupils contracted. This was the first time the human swordsman had shown such a terrifying murderous intent. Could it be that this person hadn't used his full power in the past 3 years? The legendary swordsman who was filled with murderous intent flashed out, and with a swift slash, he killed the demons and the kings in front of him. In front of the kings, coldness flashed across Xuanqi's eyes. The demonic sword met the immortal sword head-on. Boom! As the immortal sword and the immortal slaying sword clashed, the murderous intent exploded, and the demons in front of them were sent flying. Outside the battlefield, the kings couldn't withstand the immortal aura, and their bodies exploded one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, and the starry sky was dyed red. Retreat! At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the primordial demon realm. The next moment, imperial might filled the air, and a destructive palm force traveled through time and space, sweeping out from the passage between the two realms. The emperor attacked with earth-shattering power. After the palm, a giant black hand appeared out of nowhere in the space passage, grabbing Xuanqi and returning to the primordial demon realm. Outside the battlefield, the remaining kings of the 100 races retreated into the space passage one after another, disappearing. In the starry sky, the emperor's path palm force passed by, and the indescribable power shook the stars within 1,000,000 miles. Prince Yan's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his left hand, and the king's sword appeared again. The two swords clashed, and the aura of the sword shot into the sky. The king's sword and the immortal sword worked together, and the two swords hummed together, and the extreme path of the sword was pushed to the peak. In an instant, the emperor's path palm force arrived, and the two swords met it head-on. With a boom, the world tilted, and the kings took 3 steps back. The two swords were dyed red, and they blocked the earth-shattering palm. In front of the passage between the two realms, blood and bones flew everywhere, and the souls of the dead never returned to their hometowns. The war between the two realms hadn't started, but casualties had already begun. The two swords in Prince Yan's hands disappeared, and the immortal swords sank into the sword rack, hiding their sharpness. The invincible kings were still standing, and the primordial demon realm lost another round. Chapter 12:27. In the space beyond heavens, at the border between the All-Heavens Starfield and Luojia Starfield, the Reverence Moon Ancient Land. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In front of the altar, the human experts left one after another. With the help of the moon god and Zhiming, Xia Zi and the others' cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the King Realm barrier. They were only half a step away from entering the King Realm. In the sky above the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, dark clouds rolled as the King Realm tribulations appeared one after another. Every time, a human expert would stand up and leave to face the tribulation in the depths of space to avoid harming the innocent. In these 5 years, almost half of the human experts had left the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, heading to the depths of space. On the altar, the moonlight around Ji Ming shone like a blazing sun as he absorbed the moonlight's energy. Through the divine tree's origin energy, he converted the energy into pure heaven and earth's origin energy and infused it into the human experts' bodies. In the void, the moon god's figure floated up and down. The moon god, who had transcended her realm, looked at the human experts and quietly did her best. The gap between the moon god's realm and the human realm was too great. It was not something that could be measured by distance. She could only do her best. She couldn't bear to refuse the high priest's request. The human experts had been cultivating day and night to resist the invasion of the primal demon realm. As the moon god, she should do her part. Under the moonlight, the moon god sighed softly. She raised her slender fingers, and the bright moonlight gathered in the sky like a torrent, entering Ji Ming's body. With the moon god's help, the moonlight around Ning Chen grew brighter, illuminating the entire Reverence Moon ancient land. Not far away, on the wheelchair, Peacock looked at the Ji Ming Marquis who had been meditating for 5 years. A trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Now, she could understand why the Ji Ming Marquis was able to gather so many people. 5 years, how many people in this world were willing to make such a sacrifice? Boom! Right at this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. Below, an incomparably powerful King Realm expert soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Congratulations! Not far away, the human experts opened their eyes and congratulated. Many thanks. Mu Qingxue stood up and glanced at the white-clothed figure on the altar. He said calmly, "I'm leaving. Be careful." On the altar, Ning Chen opened his eyes and instructed in a light voice. "Yes." Mu Qingxue nodded and did not stay any longer. He took a step forward and left. On the altar, Ning Chen slowly closed his eyes, collected his thoughts, and did his best to help the remaining human clan experts cultivate. At the same time, in the depths of the reincarnation sea, inside the black hole, the first Kuan demon emperor stood in the air. He released his divine sense and constantly searched for possible exit. Within the black hole, spacetime collapsed, and the concept of time no longer existed. Several years passed in the outside world, but the people within the black hole did not feel anything. Inside the black hole, First Demon Emperor Kuan guarded his mind and moved forward step by step. Even the black hole of the stars could not stop a demonic cultivator who surpassed the heavens and earth. Drink. After walking for an unknown period of time, the first Kuan Demon Emperor stopped in his tracks again. With a deep roar, he unleashed all his cultivation and activated his demonic arts. Unparalleled demonic might, boundless and endless. This unparalleled demonic cultivator, who surpassed the heavens and earth, wanted to use his own peerless cultivation to forcibly break open the black hole. The demonic cultivators were enraged and the deities were terrified. At this moment, the entire ocean outside the reincarnation sea began to shake violently. Huge waves surged into the sky and swept out for thousands of feet. Everyone in the primordial demon realm was shocked. They looked in the direction of the sea of reincarnation, and fear flashed across their faces. Only the number 1 sovereign of the celestial devil imperial family could have such terrifying demonic might. Why did first Kuan Demon Emperor want to enter the sea of reincarnation? Did he discover some secret? Just as the sea of reincarnation was moving, in the heavens beyond heaven, on a primitive planet in the Z-Way galaxy, a fortune-teller's body trembled slightly as he looked into the distance. Sovereign Dao Aura. The Sovereign Dao Aura reappeared, and it was so clear that the fortune-teller did not dare to hesitate. He stepped into the starry sky and quickly rushed in the direction of the Sovereign Dao Aura. In the inner world, in the Netherworld King's Pure Land, the demonic wheel sea shook. Traces of Sovereign Dao Aura spread out, shocking the mortal world. This is... On the 5 regions' continents, many martial arts experts trembled subconsciously as endless fear rose in their hearts. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that the Netherworld King has returned? In the eastern region's divine prefecture, the Great Xia, the northern Meng imperial court, and the barbarian dynasty, all the survivors from 100 years ago looked in the direction of the central region. Their hearts grew heavier and heavier. The calamity had arrived once again. In the northern polar region, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion master walked out with a heavy expression. What was supposed to come had come. In the demonic wheel C, in the middle state demonic wheel C, in the black hole that connected the two realms, the number one person of the demonic realm stood in the air. Demonic might roared and surged, rapidly spreading in all directions. The immortal lord of the demonic realm, who had survived since the ancient era, displayed supreme power. Demonic chi surged, gradually filling the entire black hole. The strongest demonic realm cultivator fought against the black hole that could devour everything alone. It was an earth-shattering scene. The black hole started to shake, and at the weakest point of the three realms, traces of cracks appeared, and demonic chi surged out. Found it! Suddenly, First Kuan Demon Emperor turned around and looked into the distance. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The aura of the alien realm. The sea of reincarnation was indeed connected to the other realms. Unfortunately, it was not easy for him to travel back and forth, not to mention the army of the 100 races and the various kings. However, it was still a rare harvest if it could be used. Thinking of this, First Kuan Demon Emperor gradually withdrew his aura and walked back the way he came. In the Z-Way galaxy, the fortune teller stopped. The demonic chi that he had locked onto disappeared again, and his expression sank. Not good. He was about to find the source of the demonic chi. He was just a few minutes away. The galaxy was vast. If he could not lock onto the source of the demonic chi, it would not be easy to find the source of the disaster. A few months later, demonic chi surged in the heavenly demon ancestral land. First Kuan Demon Emperor walked out and returned to his ancestral land. Not far away, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor, who was healing himself, opened his eyes and said, "Brother, did you find anything?" The second spatial tunnel. First Kuan Demon Emperor did not hide anything. He said seriously, "The primordial demon realm and sky beyond are connected by a strange black hole. I can sense the aura of the human world at the end of the black hole. It must be sky beyond." Oh! Hearing this, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor was surprised. He said, "Really? The sea of reincarnation has existed for so long. Why hasn't anyone discovered this before?" "It's not strange," First Kuan Demon Emperor said calmly. "The space in the sea of reincarnation is extremely dense. Even I can't enter and exit freely. Once someone enters, there is almost no chance of survival. If what you said is true, the army of the primordial demon realm can't enter sky beyond through this place," the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. "Yes." First Kuan Demon Emperor nodded and said calmly, "The army can't enter, but you and I can. If necessary, this might be an opportunity to turn the tide of the battle." The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor frowned and said, "The strength of the human race is far inferior to that of the primordial demon realm. As long as an Emperor Dao supremacy can defeat that swordsman, my heavenly demon army can invade sky beyond at any time. I'm afraid this place won't be of much use. The human race isn't as simple as you think." First Kuan Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with reminiscence. He said, "In the ancient war, the primordial demon realm thought that victory was within our grasp. Unexpectedly, the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm, who stood at the peak of the human race, turned the tide of the battle by himself. I still remember how powerless the other 9 heavenly demon emperors were when they died in battle. That kind of overwhelming strength was truly despairing. In the ancient times, the 10 heavenly demon emperors of the heavenly demon imperial clan were in their prime. His strength was ranked at the bottom of the 10 heavenly demon emperors. Even with such great strength, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm. That supreme expert of the human race had already surpassed his knowledge. Not far away, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression turned solemn. During the ancient war, he hadn't reached the Emperor Dao yet, so he didn't know much about these things. The human race is a race that's good at enduring. No one knows what kind of shocking power they'll unleash until they're pushed to the limit. First Kuan Demon Emperor continued, therefore, in the future battle, our realm must completely crush the human race and not give them any chance to counterattack. Are the human race really as powerful as you say? Now that the 4 immortal realms have disappeared, and the lords of the 4 immortal realms have all fallen, who else in the human race can resist our primordial demon realm army? 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said grimly. Before the swordsman in front of the spatial tunnel made his move, did we ever think that the human race would have such a peerless genius? First Kuan Demon Emperor said grimly. He might not be a threat to us now, but what if he's given some time to grow? Speaking of this, First Kuan Demon Emperor looked at the eastern horizon and sighed softly. There will always be true geniuses in the human race regardless of the era. You haven't forgotten why our primordial demon realm suffered such a great loss, have you? 13th Son. 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression turned cold. He said, I admit that this kid is indeed extraordinary, but now that his identity has been exposed, he won't be able to cause any more trouble. A swordsman and a 13th son have already brought so much trouble to our primordial demon realm. Is there someone even stronger behind them? 7 Brilliance, don't be careless. Even a lion will use its full strength to catch a rabbit, not to mention that we're about to face the human race who once defeated our realm, First Kuan Demon Emperor said grimly. I will keep your words in mind. 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded and replied calmly. The war was about to begin, and the undercurrents were surging. Whether it was the human race or the primordial demon realm, the atmosphere became heavy, suffocating to the point of suffocation. Deep in the starry sky, thunderclouds filled the sky, and rumbling sounds echoed across the entire star field. The human race's experts were trying their best to break through the sovereign Tao, accumulating strength for the upcoming war. The human race had been weak for a long time, and the future war would determine the survival of the entire human race. No one was exempt from it. Without the lips, the teeth would feel the cold. The human race's experts were well aware of the immutable truth. Therefore, they focused on their cultivation day after day. The number of figures sitting cross-legged in front of the Reverence Moon Ancient Land's altar gradually decreased. Almost 10 years had passed. Finally, when the appointed day arrived, the last person standing in front of the altar stood up and left, rushing to the depths of the starry sky. Chapter 12:28. In the Red Phoenix planet zone in sky outside of sky, a king stood in the boundless planet mist. He hadn't left for 10 years. A sword rack floated next to the king. 5 ancient swords of different shapes were on the rack. Their auras were restrained. Blood dripped down from Prince Yan's right hand onto the green and red swords. He nourished the swords with his blood and refined the 2 divine weapons day and night. The green and red swords hummed softly. They were originally mortal weapons, but they had been with the swordsman for 100 years. Now, they were as strong as any divine weapon. The cracks on the swords gradually disappeared. The impurities in the swords were completely gone after being refined by the king's blood. The 2 swords were reborn again. Sword light flowed around them, sharp and threatening. 10 years were almost up. Demonic chi surged on the other side of the passage. Thousands of sky demons were waiting for the moment to arrive in sky outside of sky. Many kings stood in the air in front of the sky demon army. Their powerful auras made people shudder. Azura, Xian Qi, Xian Lai, Xian Mo, the first battle of our race in the human world is yours. A majestic voice sounded in the ancestral land of the sky demons in the distance, reaching the ears of every sky demon soldier in the sky. Yes. Demonic chi surged in the air. 4 kings appeared out of nowhere. Their auras were infinitely close to the Emperor level, shocking the world. The demon race's war god, the world's #1 sword, the world's #1 palm, and the Sky Devil Royal Guard's great commander, the 4 peerless masters of the Sky Devil Royal family, who were second only to the 2 demon emperors, appeared at the same time. "Let's go." Azura looked at the 3 next to him and said. Xian Qi, Xian Lai, and Xian Mo nodded and flew toward the space passage. The 4 kings appeared together. Prince Yen sensed it in front of the passage, and his eyes grew serious. "They're here." The next moment, demonic chi surged in the planet mist. The 4 peerless overlords walked out one after another. Their terrifying auras shook the stars in the sky. "Swordsmen of the human race, we meet again." Azura looked at the human guard in front of the passage and said calmly. 10 years is almost up, but the demon emperors can't wait any longer," said Prince Yen indifferently, looking at the 4 cultivators below the imperial plane. "You are the guardian of the human race. If you die in battle, the human race will have one less peerless expert. Therefore, we will not hold back in today's battle," Azura said solemnly. "Please," Prince Yen said calmly as he pulled out his heavy sword. His sword intent rose rapidly. The battle was about to begin. The 4 peerless cultivators of the Celestial Devil Royal family also exploded with their strongest combat power. Black demonic chi soared into the sky, piercing through the starry sky. This was a battle between the strongest kings. Every single one of them had strength close to the Emperor Dao. Shocking pressure swept out, and the entire Hong Luan galaxy shook. For a time, the experts of the mortal realm in the Hong Luan star field all looked in the direction of the star field mist with shock. Was the war about to begin? Under the attention of the world, a great battle began in the Red Phoenix galaxy. The heavy sword in Prince Yan's right hand hummed and sand filled the air. The sword shocked the 9 heavens. The promise of 10 years could not be violated. The promise of a king was worth more than 10,000 gold. In front of him, Azura waved his hand. A black spear appeared in the surging demonic chi. Fire beacon and demonic chi filled the sky. On the other side, burning heart demon's sword appeared in front of Xuanqi. Blazing demonic flames broke through the star field mist and shocked the world. The war god of the demon race and the #1 sword under the heavens, these 2 peerless powerhouses, moved together. With a boom, Prince Yen waved his sword to block the 2 demons. In the earth-shattering vibration, sword chi filled the sky and the aftershocks spread out rapidly. The battle began. Xian Mo and Xian Lai looked at each other. Without further delay, they moved together and used their swords and palms. The attacks were about to reach Prince Yen. Sand gathered behind Prince Yen and formed a sand sword, forcefully blocking the attacks of the 2 demons. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the heavens and the earth became chaotic. Even the legendary battle pet warrior of the Xia dynasty couldn't withstand the joint attacks of the 4 kings. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dyed his azure robe red. The suppressed king's sword trembled slightly. A cold glint flashed in Prince Yan's eyes, and his sword chi burst out. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the legendary battle pet warrior was furious. Sword chi surged, shocking the 4. How can the king's sword be defeated? Prince Yen was furious. He yelled and the blood chi around him surged. Instantly, black light filled the sky. An ancient sealing sword shot up into the sky. Shocking sword chi swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The moment the king's sword appeared, the starry sky lost its color. The moment the king held the sword, a strong chi returned from the sword to the king's body. The seal was unlocked and all the power was gathered. The king's might shocked the world. Half-imperial plane. Azura narrowed his eyes and slowly uttered 4 words as he looked at the powerful cultivator who was emitting a strong pressure from the former. The other 3 also looked serious. It turned out that this person had been holding back all this time. The king was furious. In the center of the battlefield, the extreme state on the sword spread out. Tiny blood-red lightning filled the air. Each lightning had the power to destroy the world. The legendary battle pet warrior of the Xia dynasty used all his power for the first time. Sword chi filled his body. He was like a celestial king who had descended to the world. I said that no one can leave this place for 10 years. Using all his power, Prince Yan's eyes became extremely cold. He held the sealing sword in his left hand and the heavy sword in his right hand. The shocking sword chi spread out wave after wave. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. Be careful. Azura glanced at the 3 people on each side of the battle and reminded them in a serious voice. The human swordsman was comparable to an Imperial Plane cultivator. If he really entered the Imperial Plane, he would undoubtedly reappear the ancient celestial emperor's might. The king used all his power. The situation became tense. Xian Qi and Xian Mo moved. Their swords and sabers attacked together. The swords and sabers worked together. Saber chi and sword chi crisscrossed. In the center of the battlefield, Prince Yen stepped forward. In an instant, he was in front of Xian Mo. The swords and sabers clashed. The heavy sword shook the military saber. The collision of power caused the sky to collapse. Rumbling. The remaining power around the two exploded. The terrifying impact destroyed the world. In the distance, meteorites turned into dust. At the moment when the swords and sabers clashed, Prince Yan's body moved again. It was like a clone. The sword appeared at the same time. The king's sword and the demon's sword clashed. They were competing with each other. In the moment of confrontation, demonic flames spread on the demon's sword and pressed toward the former king. However, as soon as the demonic flames rose, the king's sword shone brightly and devoured the demonic flames on the demon's sword. Back off! With a shout, Prince Yen used both swords to push back the 2 demons. The sword radiance flashed and forced the 2 to retreat. Heart-devouring palm! As the 2 devils retreated, a mighty palm strike came from behind the king. It was earth-shattering and heaven-shattering, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. At this moment, wind and sand gathered around Prince Yen. The sand sword formed and met Xian Lai's palm. The sand sword cut open the demonic cultivator's palm. The sword didn't stop there. It broke through the air. Xian Lai focused. His palms gathered yuan. Vast demonic qi gathered and blocked the sand sword. Ugh! The sword was blocked, but the sword intent couldn't be blocked. A wisp of sword qi penetrated Xian Lai's body. He took a few steps back and his mouth turned red. Xian Lai was injured. In the battle, Azura's expression darkened. He gathered yuan and his demonic arts reached the peak again. The god of war gathered all his energy and stepped forward. The fire beacon demon's spear whistled through the air. At the same time, on the other side of the battle, the demonic qi around Xian Qi turned blood-red. The heart-burning demon's sword swallowed blood and the sky. The demon's sword arrived. Its power was even stronger than before. The sword radiance spread and the starry sky dimmed. The 2 demons worked together again. In the center of the battle, Prince Yan's expression didn't change. He stepped forward. Not far away, the sword rack flew up. The 2 divine weapons broke through the air again. In the starry sky, the green and red sword radiance circled into the air. Endless sword pressure rose, symbolizing the appearance of a world-shocking move. Green and red breath together, one qi unwavering. Green and red moved the world. 100 years turned into one qi. The sword of contemporaneity resonated with each other. At this moment, the most shocking power was displayed. The 2 swords turned into flowing light, intertwining and spiraling into the 9 heavens. The sword qi in the sky gathered and condensed into sword clouds. After a moment, the 2 swords pierced through the air. The sword cloud in the sky also pressed down. The terrifying power surpassed the limit of heaven and earth. It crushed everything. In the battle, Azura and Xian Qi saw this. Their expressions changed. They changed their moves and met the green and red swords. Crack! At the moment of collision, The ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing was heard. Sword wounds appeared on the two demons. Blood flowed out and dyed their bodies red. 3 swords equal the sky, life and death pact. After defeating the two demons, Prince Yan's sword didn't stop. The 2 divine weapons in his hands flew out. The wind and sand swirled. The 3 swords intersected and illuminated the world. Watch out! Not far away, Xian Mo and Xian Lai saw this. Their expressions changed at the same time. They rushed out and their palms broke through the air, trying to stop the former's move. However, it was too late. At this moment, the wind and sand filled the air. Time and space froze in the entire battle. The rain of swords poured down. The 2 demons who came to the rescue were restrained by the frozen time and space. They were too late to attack. In the starry sky, the rain of swords broke through the air. Azura and Xian Qi were the first to be engulfed. Not far away, Xian Mo and Xian Lai were also affected. Streaks of sword light swept over. They couldn't dodge. The terrifying scene was indescribable. The 2 demons blocked the rain of swords and kept retreating. Their bodies were covered in blood. In the center of the battle, the 2 swords fell and returned to the hands of the kings. The wind and sand in the air were still hard to distinguish. The vermilion dots were so dazzling. Ugh! After the shocking move, blood spurted out. Azura and Xian Qi's chests were covered in a bloody mist. The power of one sword had injured all 4 demons. The unbelievable scene shocked the world. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 2 demon emperors stood in the air and looked at the battle reflected in the sky. Their expressions became more and more serious. This human swordsman had surpassed the limit of the king realm. They had thought that Azura and Xian Qi could defeat him if they worked together. They didn't expect that they had underestimated this peerless talent of the human race. 7 luminaries. After a long while, Demon Emperor Kun Yi collected his thoughts. He looked at 7 luminaries Demon Emperor not far away and said, "Do it yourself." Okay. 7 luminaries Demon Emperor nodded slightly. He didn't refuse. This person was worth a trip. A moment later, demonic chi surged in the heavenly demon ancestral land. 7 luminaries Demon Emperor's figure faded and disappeared. Chapter 12:29. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the battle between humans and demons had come to an end. The invincible legend of the human race suppressed the 4 kings of the demons all by himself. His peerless demeanor shocked the world. All the human experts who were watching this battle were shocked. They found it hard to believe that the human race had such a powerful swordsman. One man could hold back 10,000 enemies. How many people in the world could have such courage and cultivation? There is hope for the human race. A wise man of the human race had tears in his eyes. He couldn't hide the excitement on his old face. The invasion of the 100 races was imminent. The absolute difference in strength made all the human experts despair. They desperately needed a peerless expert to appear and give the world a glimmer of hope. The world watched the battle between the kings of the human race and the demons. At the end of the battle, the king suppressed the 4 demons with his sword. Blood seeped out of Prince Yan's hands that were holding the sword, dyeing the 2 swords red. The peerless king was as immovable as a mountain. What a shocking swordsman! You have impressed me. Just as the 4 demons were in a precarious situation, demonic chi surged in the passage between the 2 realms. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. The heavenly demonic emperor had appeared in the sky beyond sky. Demonic chi surged in the red phoenix star zone. The powerful demonic aura filled the entire star zone, shocking the world. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, Prince Yen looked at the supreme demonic cultivator who walked out. He finally appeared. The heavenly demonic emperor had the highest combat strength in the primordial demon realm. You may leave. The 7 brilliance demon emperor walked out of the demonic chi and glanced at the 4 injured demons. Yes. Azura and the other 3 bowed and left the battle. After the 4 demons left the battle, The seven brilliants demon emperor and the legend of the great Xia faced each other in front of the passage between the two realms. Their auras surged. A great battle was about to begin. The king and the king were going to fight at the pinnacle before the promise of 10 years. Prince Yen sheathed his heavy sword. The surrounding sand condensed into a sharp, peerless weapon and flew into the king's hand. On the opposite side, the seven brilliants demon emperor didn't let his guard down either. He flipped his right palm, and 7 giant demonic suns rose into the sky. The 7 suns in the sky, and a catastrophe befell the world. The battle instantly turned into a fiery hell. Heat waves filled the sky. Huang Dao made his move. Powerful demonic aura surged. It was dazzling. Sword sound, flying swan. In the first exchange, Prince Yen waved his sword. Sand filled the air and streaks of sword qi pierced through the air. The seven brilliants demon emperor harumphed coldly and slammed his right hand forward. A demonic sun descended from the sky and scattered the sword intense. There was a clear difference in cultivation between a king and an emperor. When an emperor made a move, the strong and the weak would be judged. Sword sound, change of wind and thunder. Prince Yan's expression did not change after being suppressed by one move. The king's sword stirred up wind and thunder, and the sky changed. The black sword light sped forward, accompanied by wind and thunder. With a rumble, it collided with the demonic sun in front of it. Extreme might collided, causing heaven and earth to rumble. King and emperor, their auras rushed into the clouds, neither showing the slightest bit of mercy. The sword moves took turns, and the demonic sun collapsed. The powerful king's swordsmanship shocked the world. Do you think you can still block it? The seven brilliants demon emperor let out a cold grin. He flipped his right hand, summoning 2 demonic suns from the sky. They circled around each other and unleashed a formidable aura. Demonic might descended once more. In the surrounding starry skies, black demonic flames roared and surged, waves of fire shooting into the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, the 2 suns arrived. Their sovereign aura swept through everything in its path. One sword prohibition. As the demonic might approached, Prince Yen held his sword horizontally. Sword aura surged around him, entering the sword and strengthening the king's sword. Tyrannical world. The king's sword's sealing move appeared once again. The sword shook the 2 suns, rumbling and resounding through the starry skies. The 2 suns shook the world, and the demonic might was boundless. The king's sword blocked the 2 suns head-on. The sealing sword swallowed everything in the world. Attack and defense, the extreme confrontation. The terrifying impact spread in all directions. Blood spurted out from the corner of the king's mouth. He was injured for the first time. Ha! With a deep roar, sword light appeared around Prince Yen again. Tens of thousands of swords gathered and turned into a stream of swords that flowed endlessly into the king's sword. With the support of tens of thousands of swords, the sealing sword's aura reached its peak again. Amidst the shocking scene, the unshakable sovereign demonic might trembled. The 2 suns trembled and were quickly swallowed by the king's sword. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the seven brilliants demon emperor squinted his eyes. The astonishing human swordsman already had the strength of a sovereign. It was truly shocking that the human race had such a peerless genius. Human swordsman, how long can your sword last? As soon as he finished speaking, the seven brilliants demon emperor roared and flipped his hands. Demonic essence roared through the starry skies. The 4 suns moved together and descended upon the human realm. The starry skies turned into a sea of fire. Amidst the endless demonic flames, the 4 suns broke through the cycle of reincarnation and burned the stars. The apocalypse shook the entire starry skies. Meteors within 1,000,000 miles shattered, unable to withstand the terrifying demonic might. In front of the passage between the 2 realms in the starry skies, the king's eyes reflected the 4 blazing demonic suns. At this moment, he was calm and peaceful. In the distance, on the peak of an unknown immortal realm, a haggard old man stood quietly. He looked at the battle in the Hongluan starry sky with a solemn expression. "Old friend, aren't you going to intervene?" In the faraway Ziwei starry sky, on a planet with life, a fortune-teller in green robes walked in the human realm and said lightly. In the immortal realm, the old man sighed and replied, "If I intervene, the demon king of the primordial demon realm won't sit back and watch. It's not the time for the humans to fight against the primordial demon realm. As the master of the immortal realm, I can't intervene." On the planet with life in the distance, the fortune-teller in green robes frowned. Even though the swordsman's strength had surpassed the king realm, he hadn't reached the imperial level after all. It would be difficult for him to stop a true imperial level supreme. While the two human imperial level Taoists were talking, in front of the passage between the two realms in the Hongluan starry sky, the four suns fell and destroyed the human realm. Below, the legend of the great Xia dynasty stood in the sea of fire. Sword intent kept rising around him, and his sword light shone like a divine sun. The four swords move the world, and the sky and earth fall together. The four suns' demonic calamity attacked at the same time. The demonic suns and the king's swords clashed. In the starry skies, green and red colors intertwined. Sand spread everywhere. The king's swords moved the world. The most powerful swordsman attacked with four swords at the same time, blocking the path of the heavenly demon emperor. The rumbling shook the entire Hongluan starry sky. In the battle, the shock waves spread out and destroyed everything in their path. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. Sword chi and demonic chi swept out. The power to destroy the world was beyond the limits of the world. After the shocking moves, the entire world gradually quieted down. At the center of the battle, the demonic path's imperial-level Taoist stood proudly. His demonic might shook the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the imperial-level Taoist's left arm cracked. Sword chi pierced through the air and tore his battle robe. Blood flowed out silently. On the opposite side, the imperial-level Taoist's arms were covered in blood. Blood flowed down and dyed the king's swords red. With the suppression of the realms, the king's swords went against the emperor's might. The invincible imperial-level Taoist saw red for the first time. "You name." The Seven Brilliants' demonic emperor said with a dark expression. "Xia Yan." Prince Yan suppressed the surging blood chi in his body and replied calmly. "I'm impressed that the human race has an expert like you. Be careful, I won't hold back anymore." The opponent was too powerful. He couldn't afford to be careless. The Seven Brilliants' demonic emperor's eyes turned serious. Demonic suns appeared around him and floated in the 9 heavens. He unleashed the burning sun hell again. 8 transformations of the heavenly demon. With a deep roar, the demon image appeared again. A giant demon 10,000 feet tall appeared behind the Seven Brilliants' demonic emperor. It was like a giant that split the sky open. The demon image appeared, and its demonic might increased by several times. Demonic aura circulated rapidly around the Seven Brilliants' demonic emperor. The demonic essence was as heavy as a mountain. Stabilizing the universe. The 8 transformations technique appeared again. The Seven Brilliants' demonic emperor pressed down with his palm, and the entire starry sky fell silent. The peerless demonic might change time and space. The unparalleled power made everyone feel insignificant. In the battle, Prince Yen flashed to the side of the sword rack. The sand sword in his left hand dissipated and disappeared. When the battle reached its climax, the imperial-level Taoist held the immortal slaughtering sword again. In an instant, the world sank as a terrifying murderous intent erupted. "This is..." The Seven Brilliants' demonic emperor sensed it. His expression darkened. It was the immortal slaughtering sword of the Western immortal realm. In the ancient times, the Eastern and Western immortal realms were the strongest. The Queen Mother of the West's strength was second only to the ruler of the Eastern immortal realm. During the ancient war, Countless experts of the 100 tribes died to the immortal slaughtering sword. Although he hadn't reached the Emperor realm back then and wasn't qualified to participate in the peak battle, he was no stranger to this ancient sword. In the battle, the immortal slaughtering sword appeared. The Imperial Sword and the Immortal Sword in the Imperial-level Taoist Emperor's hand shone at the same time. The two swords hummed, and the stars in the sky lost their color. In front of the passage between the two realms, the Seven Brilliants demonic Emperor suppressed the shock in his heart. He didn't want to fight for a long time. He gathered his energy and threw a punch. When the Imperial-level Taoist attacked, the Demon Emperor moved as well. A huge fist fell from the sky with terrifying demonic energy. It shattered the passage of time and pressed down forcefully. Prince Yan's eyes darkened. He turned the two swords around. The two most powerful swords hummed together. Prelude to the Immortal Sword, Chapter of Man. The two swords began to play the song. The Imperial-level Taoist Emperor and his sword appeared. In an instant, strange light rose around the Imperial-level Taoist Emperor. Endless red lightning appeared and sank into the two divine swords. When the Imperial-level Taoist Emperor and his sword appeared, the immortal martial Emperor moved the stars. Two sword lights soared into the sky and slashed at the Imperial-level heavenly demon. Boom! The Imperial-level Taoist Emperor used a move that had never appeared in the world to deal with the strongest opponent in this life. The Imperial-level Taoist Emperor and his sword split the sky and the earth, drawing two stunning sword scars in the starry sky. The most powerful heavenly demon and the prelude to the immortal sword clashed with each other. The two sword lights shattered in the starry sky, and the sword chi scattered rapidly. The aftershock spread out. In the battle, an almost undetectable grunt sounded. The Imperial-level Taoist Emperor took 3 steps back. His blue robe was stained with blood, symbolizing how tragic this shocking battle was. The aftershock spread out in front of the passage between the two realms. The sword song ended, and cracks appeared around the heavenly demon. In the blink of an eye, it shattered with a bang. The demon form collapsed. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor grunted. He took half a step back, and blood flowed out quietly. It was a shocking scene. A ruler was injured, and both the human and the devil were in the same realm. All the powerhouses who were paying attention to this battle were shocked. No one had thought that the human swordsman could do this. The difference between the Imperial-level Taoist Emperor and the Imperial-level Taoist Emperor was like heaven and earth. In the demonic realm, there were countless Imperial-level experts, but only a few Imperial-level Taoists. However, everyone knew that even if all the Imperial-level experts in the primordial demon realm worked together, they would not be a match for these few Imperial-level Taoists. The difference between realms could not be made up with numbers. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the first demon emperor slowly opened his eyes. A glint of killing intent flashed across his eyes silently. Chapter 1230. In front of the passage between the two realms, the sovereign of the demons and the Xia dynasty's top legends fought each other. After several rounds of attack and defense, they were both injured. The world-shocking swordsman went against the flow and killed the immortals. The prelude to the immortal sword broke an ancient taboo. The sovereign's Tao was dyed red, and blood was spilled in the starry sky. The earth-shattering battle attracted everyone's attention. It was a battle that would determine the future of the human race. The kings couldn't back down. The 10-year promise was right in front of them. However, the sovereign's sword wouldn't stop until the time was up. Swordsman of the human race, how long can your sword stop me? The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor yelled. Demonic suns circled around him as he stepped out and moved for the first time. The sovereign's Tao closed in, and a monstrous demonic aura swept out in all directions. The vast palm moved the galaxy with an unstoppable momentum. Prince Yan's expression didn't change at all. He faced the sovereign's sword head-on. Black light surrounded him as he resisted the sovereign's Tao's demonic aura. The clash of extreme Taos shook the surroundings. Prince Yan's hand that was holding the sword was bleeding, but his sword didn't stop. The sovereign's sword and the immortal's sword moved side by side. He wouldn't regret it even if he died. The peerless demon emperor, the immortal of the mortal world. His strength was so terrifying that it made everyone despair. Every move he made could destroy the world. The king was fearless. He didn't want to give way to the people behind him even though he was drenched in blood. The 10-year promise was worth 1,000 gold. He wouldn't regret it even if he was facing a true immortal. In front of the passage between the two realms, the king was dyed red, and the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor was also injured. He didn't have much of an advantage. Ha! The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor let out a roar and raised his demon aura again. The demon suns around him began to glow brilliantly as he displayed his true unparalleled demonic might. A destructive force comparable to the Big Bang of a star was unleashed continuously. The heavens and earth could not withstand the destructive force. Boom! Boom! In the battle, earth-shattering vibrations kept ringing out. The two were at each other's throats. Demonic light and sword light lit up the 9 heavens. Excellent swordsmanship. No wonder the sovereign of the human race chose you to guard the passage. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression darkened as he dodged the deadly attacks from the 2 swords. He urged his palms forward and thrust them forward. Prince Yen did not answer. His 2 swords, one fast and one slow, alternated between attacking and defending, and blocked the demonic power. With a thunderous rumble, the king took half a step back. The hand that held the sword was dyed red once more. Prelude to the Sword and Immortal, Earth Chapter. Pushing his limits to the limit, Prince Yen shouted. The sword will around him shot up into the sky. Thousands of sword chi pierced through the clouds. The shocking move was sharp again. In an instant, beams of sword light appeared out of nowhere in the starry sky. They were endless, without beginning or end. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor focused. His expression darkened as he glanced at the sword rays floating in the sky. This person's sword had already reached the imperial path. The prelude to immortals and swords reappeared. In the starry sky, streaks of sword light hummed as sword will filled the air, shocking the ghosts and deities in the sky. In the next moment, a sky full of sword radiance broke through the air, transforming into shooting stars that crashed into the demonic cultivators. The sword of extreme Tao surpassed the realm. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, tens of thousands of swords swept over at extreme speed. In front of the demonic cultivator, they condensed into one. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor grunted. He stepped forward and clasped his hands together to block the incoming attack. Boom, boom, boom. The Earth Sword was blocked, but its attacks didn't stop there. Its unparalleled power continued to attack the demon cultivator's body. The Demon Slayer technique couldn't be stopped. Under the impact of the sword will, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor subconsciously took 3 steps back. The demonic chi around the Demon Emperor dissipated temporarily as he retreated. At this moment, Prince Yen moved 100 feet away. His immortal sword light flashed across the starry sky and pierced through the Earth Sword with extreme precision, stabbing into the gap between the Demon Emperor's hands. Ugh! The immortal sword penetrated the Demon Emperor's body. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor grunted as blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Back off! The Demon Emperor was injured. His demonic nature went berserk. He activated his palm and slapped backward. Prince Yen held his sword horizontally. The king's sword emitted a black light and blocked in front of him. Boom! The king's sword vibrated as the palm energy landed. The palm energy that exceeded the king's sword's tolerance landed on the king's sword's body. Prince Yen grunted. His mouth also turned red as his body slid back 100 feet. The result of exchanging injury for injury was so tragic that it was unbearable to watch. All the experts in the human realm who were watching this battle fell silent. They clenched their fists tightly and were extremely nervous. The primordial demon emperor was too powerful, so powerful that it made people despair. However, the human race still had hope with this peerless swordsman. They hadn't lost yet. The human race hadn't lost yet. This was a battle that would affect the world. It was related to the rise and fall of the human race. Facing such a powerful demon emperor, the human race needed to see a glimmer of hope, even if it was just a glimmer. What an admirable swordsman! In front of the passage between the two realms, the 7 brilliance demon emperor's demonic chi spread rapidly. The more admiration he had, the more murderous intent he had. The guardian of the human race in front of him was too stunning. He wanted to completely destroy this person and destroy the last glimmer of hope in the human race's heart. 7 demons in the sky, dark yellow destruction. After making up his mind, the 7 brilliance demon emperor didn't hold back anymore. He yelled as demonic chi surged into the sky. His most powerful technique appeared for the first time. It was an ultimate technique with endless destruction. The stars in the sky instantly dimmed and lost their brilliance. Dense demonic energy shook heaven and earth. In the starry sky, 7 demon suns took form. Giant fire demons appeared in the human realm. The 7 demons appeared at the same time. A terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens. The entire red phoenix star zone began to shake. Many large stars deviated from their orbits and crashed into the meteorites in the starry sky. The power to destroy the world was horrifying. The rumbling shook the entire red phoenix star zone. When the most powerful demonic aura descended, the kings in the starry sky moved together. The 2 swords turned, and the sword might shook the 9 heavens. Prelude to the Immortal Sword, Heavenly Chapter. Heaven, earth, man, and immortal martial appeared again. The supreme heavenly sword appeared. At that moment, heaven and earth froze. No sound could be heard in the starry sky. It was like a scene of death. Time and space seemed to have stopped. The stars stopped moving. Everything seemed to have died. Ha! Beyond the limit, the heavenly sword appeared. Blood gushed out from Prince Yan's body. An ancient divine sword appeared in the starry sky. The blood was dyed red, and it was extremely beautiful. The imperial sword proved the heavens. An unparalleled power rose rapidly. It transcended the limits of the human realm and shook the universe. The supreme sword resonated with heaven and earth. An instant later, the heavenly sword slashed down and descended upon the human realm. The end was here. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the 7 brilliance demon emperor channeled all his demonic chi into the 7 demons. The ultimate technique was unleashed. Boom! The heavenly sword shook the 7 demons. The earth-shattering tremor echoed in the starry sky. The heavenly sword shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. The giant demons collapsed as demonic flames spread rapidly. Ugh! The heavenly sword slashed the demons. The left half of the 7 brilliance demon emperor's body exploded. Blood gushed into the sky and dyed the stars red. On the opposite side, the demonic aura rushed past. The emperor was also sent flying 100 miles away. He was bathed in blood and looked extremely tragic. Clang! The 2 swords stabbed into the ground. On a meteorite, Prince Yen stabilized his body. His blood surged, and he vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the 2 swords red. The ultimate technique, the ultimate sword. The undefeated emperor was defeated. In the east of the faraway immortal realm, the sun rose. It symbolized the end of the 10-year promise. The emperor kept his promise and protected the human realm for 10 years. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the 7 brilliance demon emperor staggered. His eyes were filled with rage. He was so close to dying under this person's sword. Demonic chi rose. The destroyed half of his body gradually recovered. The Emperor Path heavenly demon showed its true power. It was so close. The demon saved his life. The Emperor Path origin healed his injuries. His demonic chi rolled like waves, and his murderous intent soared. You are unforgivable. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor flipped his demonic palm. He slapped out, trying to end the human swordsman's life. 100 miles away, in front of the meteorite, the demonic palm arrived. Its terrifying power caused the world to change. At the moment of life and death, a strange light shone in the starry space. Wooden swords appeared out of nowhere. Each of the wooden swords was engraved with complicated formation runes. 49 wooden swords appeared at the same time. Time and space twisted as they blocked the demonic palm. In an instant, the demonic palm arrived. With a loud boom, the sky was filled with strange light. A shocking vibration was heard, and the wooden swords shattered. At this moment, a figure in plain clothes appeared in the twisted space. The immortal bell appeared in front of him. The remaining power rushed forward and crashed into the immortal bell. Dong! The Dong Wang bell vibrated, and a celestial sound spread. The terrifying sound waves were destructive. Ning Chen stepped forward and arrived in front of Prince Yen. He waved his hand and a green cauldron appeared, covering the two inside. The celestial sound spread and crashed into the green cauldron. The green cauldron trembled and blocked most of the sound. In front of the passage between the two realms, the Dong Wang bell rang. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor, who was unprepared, was affected. The celestial sound entered his body and severely injured the demon. Ugh! The celestial and demon auras clashed. Half of the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's meridians collapsed. Blood spurted out like rain. On the meteorite 100 miles away, Ning Chen temporarily put away the green cauldron. He looked at the severely injured king beside him and said with a stern expression, "Senior, can you still hold on?" Yes. Prince Yen nodded gently. He looked at the young man in plain clothes in front of him. His tired eyes flashed with relief. The lost young man from before could finally stand on his own now. "It's you." In front of the passage between the two realms, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor suppressed the injuries in his body. He looked at the familiar figure in front of him with anger burning in his eyes. "Master Demon Emperor, long time no see. How are you?" Ning Chen took a step forward and said with a smile on his face, "You were lucky enough to escape from the demonic realm, but you still dare to come here to die. How foolish!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor raised his demonic aura again. He was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill the two people in front of him. Ning Chen stepped back. On the meteorite, Prince Yen suppressed his injuries for the time being. He picked up his swords and walked forward. His sword intent rose again. "Human swordsman, 13th son, I commend you for forcing my realm to this extent. However, it's time to end this." As he spoke, an extremely terrifying demonic aura appeared in the passage between the two realms. It had never been seen before. It was so powerful that even the sky and earth showed signs of collapsing. 100 miles away, Ning Chen sensed it. His face darkened. It was the first Kuan Demon Emperor. He still came. A few seconds later, demonic aura surged in front of the spatial passage. An unparalleled demon emperor walked out of nowhere. One of the 10 demon emperors of the ancient times had appeared in the human world again after hundreds of thousands of years. The celestial demon emperor appeared. In the starry sky, the swords in Prince Yan's hands vibrated uncontrollably. He and the swords united as one, unable to hide their battle intent. How many years had it been? This kind of fear was so nostalgic. The powerful opponent in front of him stimulated the king's sword intent. Prince Yan's eyes burned brighter and brighter. His sword intent rose to the peak of his life. Chapter 12:31. In front of the passage between the two realms in the Red Phoenix Galaxy, the most powerful demon emperor of the heavenly devil royal family appeared. One of the 10 demon monarchs of the ancient times had appeared in the human world. Chaotic demon aura swept across the galaxy, and all the major galaxies in the human world felt the terrifying pressure. The 10 demon monarchs of the ancient times really live up to their reputation. In Jinsei City, in the Dawn Moon Tower, the Dawn Moon Tower's master stood in front of the window of the bright room. She looked at the battle in the distance and murmured softly. Could Great Xia's Prince Yen stop this demon? With such a huge gap between their realms, could his undefeated legend continue? In the depths of the galaxy, the human powerhouses who were going through their tribulations also felt the terrifying pressure in the distance. They couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. Was this the strength of the strongest demon in the demon realm? It was so terrifying that it made people despair. The battle that everyone was paying attention to had reached the most critical moment. In front of the passage between the two realms, Demon Emperor Koan appeared. Chaotic demon aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The most powerful heavenly devil reappeared in the ancient times. Human swordsman, you remind me of that person. Demon Emperor Koan raised his hand, and the galaxy shook. A huge demon shadow appeared in the human world. A huge demon appeared out of thin air, and its huge fist smashed down, shattering the stars. The power to destroy the world was indescribably terrifying. It was beyond imagination. In the fog of the galaxy collapsed, and endless fog scattered in all directions. 100 miles away, Prince Yen saw this. Sword intent soared into the sky, and the two swords combined. A shocking sword light pierced through the galaxy, and the galaxy was split open. The most powerful demon emperor of the demon realm and the most powerful sword of the human world clashed in front of the passage between the two realms. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling explosion sounded in the galaxy. The entire battle instantly turned chaotic. Violent space-time turbulence swept out, swallowing everything around. In the battle, a pool of blood splashed out. The king retreated. Demonic aura devoured his right shoulder, destroying his king martial bones. His right arm fell silently. The immortal sword left his hand and floated in the void, dyed red. In front of him, in the explosion of the galaxy, the most powerful demon emperor of the demon realm walked out step by step. Chaotic demonic aura surged around him, blocking all the aftershocks. There was a clear difference between the strong and the weak. The 10 ancient demon monarchs were terrifying existences that surpassed the current sovereign Tao. Even the deities of the 9 heavens feared them. They were not existences that could be stopped by the martial artists of the mortal world. 100 miles away, Prince Yen stood still. The right half of his body was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. Not far away, Ning Chen, who had barely stabilized himself from the explosion, looked anxious. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped. "Don't come over." Prince Yen looked at the ancient demonic monarch in front of him and shouted coldly, "Stand there and watch carefully. This is the last time I will teach you swordsmanship." Not far away, Ning Chen's figure stopped as tears flashed in his eyes. However, he forcefully suppressed the sorrow in his heart and did not step forward. He knew that he was unable to stop this battle. 100 years ago, he had ruined the senior's chance to prove his swordsmanship. 100 years later, he could not do it again. "Have you said your last words?" In front of the passage between the two realms, the first demon emperor looked at the human swordsman in front of him and said indifferently, "Actually, if you have anything to say, you can say it when you reach the netherworld. Because none of you will survive today. You can't kill him." Prince Yen suppressed the injuries on his body and said calmly. In his left hand, the king's sword swept across, and black light spread continuously. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, in the extreme realm of sword, the small world of swordsmanship expanded. Blood-red lightning screamed, and the destructive aura was terrifying. As the small world expanded, it clashed more and more fiercely with the big world beyond the heavens. The two kept colliding and devouring each other. The king's sword stabbed into the ground. In the small world, the blood-red lightning suddenly went crazy, and the destructive aura increased. The battle of proving swordsmanship was shocking. In the small world, beams of sword light shot into the sky. The 5 ancient swords that followed King First were all unsheathed. They circled in the starry sky, and the sword power shocked the 9 heavens. The final battle was witnessed by the heavens and the earth. The small world expanded to the extreme, and the sword light lit up the entire human world. At the same time, the sword pressure spread out silently from all the planets in the Hong Luan galaxy. In an instant, the ordinary swords in the human world started to vibrate uncontrollably. In the human world, the postnatal and postnatal martial artists looked at the swords in their hands in shock. They didn't know what had happened. The king of swordsmanship's final battle was felt by all the swords in the human world. After a short vibration, the swords shot into the sky and flew into the distant starry sky. In an instant, the entire Hong Luan galaxy was filled with beams of sword light. They pierced through time and space and rushed to the distant battlefield. It was a shocking scene. The swords came to send off the king of swordsmanship on his last journey. In the depths of the galaxy, the human martial artists who were fighting to pass the King Realm tribulation felt the shocking sword pressure from the distant starry sky. They were all shocked. "Did you feel it?" Under the lightning tribulation, Mu Qianshang asked. "Yes." In the distance, Luo Xingchen nodded and said with a solemn expression, "It's sword pressure. An unparalleled sword pressure. I'm afraid it's not a good thing." Mu Qianshang nodded and said in a deep voice, "Do you remember the last time there was such a strange sword pressure? When was it?" "The sword of Desolation City, when the sword of proving swordsmanship," Luo Xingchen said seriously. He would never forget such a sword intent that was filled with determination. At the same time, on the other side of the starry sky, Ener also felt the familiar yet strange sword pressure. Tears welled up in her eyes. Was something going to happen to that senior? He was the last senior master had left in the human world. Master's wife. Ener looked at the woman in white in the distance, and said with unconcealable sadness. Under the 1,000 lightning tribulation, Mu Qingxue turned around and looked into the distance with his beautiful eyes. He was silent. When the warmth around him disappeared, could he still hold on? Hong Luan Galaxy, the final battle. Beams of sword light pierced through the starry sky. With a speed that surpassed time and space, they flew towards the distant battlefield. It was a breathtaking scene. In the sky above the galaxy, sword light flew past. Millions, tens of millions, billions of swords flew from the human world and headed towards the farthest demon slayer battlefield. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the number 1 sword of the demon race, Xian Qi, looked at the breathtaking scene in the distance and was shocked. It turned out that the true pinnacle of swordsmanship was so dazzling. Outside the battlefield, Ning Chen's immortal slayer trembled. It was affected by the sword intent and showed signs of slipping out of his hand. Ning Chen lowered his head and looked at the sword in his hand. His expression darkened. "Do you also want to send Senior off for the last time?" Ning Chen sighed and said softly, "You go ahead." With that, Ning Chen let go of Immortal Slayer. It turned into a blazing meteor and flew towards the small world in front of him. In the small world above the sword, Immortal Slayer and Immortal Slayer met again after hundreds of thousands of years. They flew into the sky and the sound of their swords was mournful. "Swordsman of the human race, is this your sword?" In the battlefield, Demon Emperor Kun looked at the man in front of him who had thousands of swords bowing down to him. His expression became serious for the first time. He didn't deny that this person's strength was comparable to the Imperial Tao. Give him another 1,000 years, no, maybe only 100 years, and the human race might have a peerless powerhouse comparable to the ancient immortal lords. However, he wouldn't give him the chance. All those who were a threat to the Sky Devil Imperial family must be destroyed. At the thought of this, the first Kun Demon Emperor opened his hands slightly. A vast and unparalleled demonic chi rushed to the 9 heavens. Chaotic demonic chi filled the air and turned into giant hands. They directly grabbed the 9 stars in the distance and forcefully pulled them over. It was a terrifying scene that was beyond comprehension. A terrifying existence comparable to the gods of the 9 heavens could grab the stars and the moon with a wave of his hand. After this battle, the glory of the Sky Devil Imperial family will spread across the entire Sky Devil tribe. Swordsman, rest in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, the first demon emperor roared and flipped his palms. 9 huge stars smashed down with a loud bang. The scene of destruction made people despair. In front of the stars, Prince Yan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He kept activating his sword intent and surpassed his limit. The sword-proof technique descended upon the human world. Sword. With that one word, sword streams filled the sky. Thousands of swords from all corners of the star field flew over and crashed into the 9 stars in front of them. This was a move that contained the last sword intent of a king. It was immeasurable. Thousands of swords broke through one star after another. The rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire Hong Luan star zone. In the starry sky, the 9 stars collapsed one after another. Gravel flew everywhere and was swallowed by the sword streams in an instant. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, Demon Emperor Kuan focused his eyes. He gathered his chi and activated the chaotic demonic chi around him again. A chaotic chi shield appeared in front of him. In the starry sky, thousands of swords broke through the stars. At a certain point in time, thousands of swords arrived at the same time. In an instant, a shocking scene occurred. The thousands of swords gathered. The swords from the entire Hong Luan star zone kept crashing into one. The horrifying density was close to the black hole formed by the collapse of the stars. The final sword, the final move. A giant black divine sword appeared in the starry sky. It gathered all the swords in the human world and crashed into the chaotic chi shield in front of the demon emperor. Boom boom. The sword of Tao affirmation was immeasurable. The peerless demonic cultivator was known as a sovereign among sovereigns. The 2 most powerful forces in the world collided. The entire starry sky seemed to be on the verge of destruction. In the neighboring starfields, thousands of stars were constantly collapsing, completely turning into dust. Crack! There was a slight cracking sound. In the starry sky, cracks appeared on the giant black divine sword. It was showing signs of collapse. However, almost at the same time, the chaotic chi shield in front of Demon Emperor Kuan also cracked. It was so eye-catching. Boom! The next moment, there was a tremor comparable to the explosion of a star zone. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the chaotic chi shield and the black divine sword collapsed at the same time. Sword chi and demonic chi clashed, destroying the entire starry sky. Arg! In the center of the battle, a painful groan sounded. A black sword chi pierced through Demon Emperor Kuan's chest, bringing with it a waterfall of blood. In front of the spatial passage, Demon Emperor Kuan retreated again and again. Blood flowed from his chest, dyeing half of his body red. In the battle, the black sword chi swallowed the sky and earth. Blood, dust, and light were all swallowed by the sword chi and disappeared. You! Demon Emperor Kuan stumbled and spat out another mouthful of blood. The chaotic demonic chi around him kept dissipating. It was showing signs of dissipating. The final move condensed all the cultivation of a king. It heavily injured the demon emperor and sealed the chaotic demonic body. In the aftermath of the battle, a white-clothed figure flashed past. She waved her hand and took away everything that belonged to the king. Then, she stepped into the spatial turbulence and disappeared. Chapter 1232. In the Red Phoenix star field, after the great battle, the space trembled for a long time. Everywhere one looked, there was devastation. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, first Demon Emperor Kuan was bleeding profusely. This was the first time he had suffered such a heavy injury in the past 100,000 years. The world-shaking swordsman had killed an immortal with his sword, reaching an unprecedented height. Ugh! Sword chi filled the air, and first Demon Emperor Kuan groaned again. black sword chi circulated inside his body, and it was as dense as a black hole, devouring the remaining energy in his body. After the shocking battle, the Devil Cultivator won the battle. After losing the last move, his cultivation was sealed, and he was heavily injured. In the distance, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor arrived. Looking at the former, he asked solemnly, "How are you?" "Return to the Devil region first." First Demon Emperor Kuan suppressed the injuries on his body, and did not linger. He turned around and disappeared into the space passage. Retreat. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor glanced at the 4 devils nearby and ordered them to retreat into the space passage. The Devil Dao's venerables left one after another, and there was no one left in front of the passage between the two realms. After a shocking battle, the legend of Grand Xia once again stopped the primal Devil Realm's invasion. Several days later, on the Reverence Moon Ancient Grounds altar, Ning Chen appeared. Without any delay, he formed a seal with his hands, and a strange light shone from his body. The divergent yellow secret technique had reappeared. In an instant, dragon roars shook the sky in the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground. Giant dragons made of dust and sand coiled around the ancient ground. On the altar, thousands of Reverence Moon clansmen were shocked to see this. What is this? Why have they never seen this kind of power before? The divergent yellow secret technique reappeared. Borrowing the power of the heavens, the strange light around Ning Chen's body became brighter. The divine tree's origin energy in his body was activated, and he flew into the sky. Moon God, help me. Using the power of the heavens to pray to the gods, Ning Chen used the reversal art once again. His boundless vitality soared into the sky, shocking the 9 heavens and the gods. High Priest, what are you doing? At this moment, moonlight filled the void and the Moon God appeared. She looked at the crazy young man below and exclaimed in shock. Save him, Ning Chen said in a low voice. Blood spurted out from his body like a waterfall. The scene shocked everyone present. A waterfall of blood shot into the sky while the heavens and the earth wailed sorrowfully. Amidst the space that was stirred up, a figure in green clothes that was dyed red with blood appeared. His eyes were closed tightly, and the vitality in his body was almost impossible to detect. When a king proved his sword, he would burn all of his life force and enter the Tao with the sword. It would be difficult for him to remain in this world. Up in the sky, Moon Goddess sensed the remaining sword will on the body of the king in the blood waterfall, and her eyes narrowed. A swordsman who had entered the Tao. There was actually such an amazing swordsman in the human world. A moment later, the Moon Goddess came back to her senses and looked at the young man below. She said in a low voice, High Priest, give up. This person has already stepped into the Tao and can't be saved. I will never give up on him. In the past, when he was weak, this figure was like a teacher and a father, sheltering him from the wind and rain time and time again. Today, it was time for him to do something for his senior. Qi Huang borrowed strength, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Within the huge coiling dragons, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rapidly gathered, forming a 10,000 zhang large vortex that startled ghosts and gods. In the center of the whirlpool, Ning Chen's body was dyed red. His life origin was burning. He was sacrificing himself to forcefully pull Prince Yen back from the gates of hell. Pushing himself to the limit, Ning Chen once again unleashed the luck of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan in his body. In an instant, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan cried out together. After the 2 huge phantoms appeared, their terrifying power shook the stars in the sky and changed the trajectory of the world. As the Dragon Chi erupted, the Dragon Emperor sword on Ning Chen's right arm sensed it and awakened at the same time. The sword light rose, wanting to devour the Dragon Clan's fate. Get lost. Seeing this, Ning Chen was furious. He took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed at the Dragon Emperor sword. The immortal slaying sword shook, and the Dragon Emperor sword shook violently. The sword spirit in the Dragon Emperor's sword trembled as it sensed the former's monstrous anger. If you dare to touch the Dragon Chi, I guarantee that the Dragon Emperor's sword will no longer exist in this world from today onwards. Ning Chen looked at the Dragon Clan's divine weapon in the sky and said in a cold voice. The Dragon Emperor's sword trembled slightly. After a while, the Dragon Emperor's sword gradually turned illusory, turning into a stream of light and entering the former's right arm again. When the Dragon Emperor's sword disappeared, the immortal slaying sword also disappeared from Ning Chen's hand. He gathered his thoughts and circulated his life force. His blood essence erupted and dyed the sky above the reverence moon altar scarlet. In the void, the moon god sighed softly. She no longer sat there and watched. Her slender hand moved, and moonlight fell from the sky to support the high priest below. The human and the celestial worked together to stop the endless path to hell. Between heaven and earth, the King Realm Cultivator's figure floated up and down. His body that had stepped into the Tao was still dispersing. Before the altar, the Reverence Moon Great Elder recovered from his shock. He closed his eyes and prayed sincerely. At the same time, behind him, millions of Reverence Moon Tribe members also closed their eyes and prayed to help their high priest. The prayers of all living beings, the human and the celestial worked together, and with the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan's fate, the strongest power in the mortal world gathered and poured into the King Realm Cultivator's body, preventing him from transforming into the Tao. Boom! This heaven-defying action enraged Xian Song. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. The whole world became oppressive. Below, the Reverence Moon Tribe members woke up and looked at the horizon with fear in their eyes. In front of them, the Reverence Moon Great Elder opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "What are you panicking for?" With a shout, everyone came back to their senses. They looked at each other and closed their eyes again to pray. Millions of Reverence Moon Tribe members prayed together. Thin strands of faith gathered from all directions and flew into the sky. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky, trying to kill the person who went against the heavens. In the void, the moon god saw this and her face turned serious. She said, "Be careful. Don't let the lightning touch him." "Understood," Ning Chen replied in a deep voice. He took a step forward and leaped into the 9 heavens. Roar! Between heaven and earth, 9 sand dragons roared at the sky and followed knowing destiny into the sky. At this moment, Ghost Chi filled the sky. The Yin-Si Ghost Prison's Saint artifact appeared and the 6 paths of reincarnation reappeared. Knowing destiny held his sword and slashed. A huge sword light broke through the sky and met the raging lightning in the sky. With a boom, the ghost sword broke through the lightning. The Ghost Chi roared and surged into the 9 heavens. In the sky, thunder clouds rolled. The dark clouds turned golden. In a flash, golden lightning fell. The holy Chi spread and shattered the ghost sword Chi. In the void, Ning Chen frowned. He clenched his left hand and the immortal slaying reappeared. The ghost and immortal came out together. The 2 swords joined together. The dazzling sword light was activated. The sword Chi went against the flow. Knowing destiny was angry. Between heaven and earth, the 9 dragons roared again. The endless power of heaven and earth flowed to support the former. The ghost and immortal flowed together. The sword Chi penetrated the sky and the earth. In the sky, the 2 sword lights merged into one. The ghost Chi filled the air and the immortal power was vast. The sword split the sky and the clouds in the 9 heavens changed. A heaven-shattering move, a heaven-defying move. The sword light rushed into the 9 heavens and slashed apart the golden lightning that filled the sky. It was a shocking scene. In the tribulation clouds, the sword light spread rapidly. It forcefully dispersed the tribulation clouds and cut off the will of heaven and earth. In the void, the moon god saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the high priest's cultivation was suppressed, he was still strong. Otherwise, if the lightning struck, This swordsman who had entered the path of Tao would not be saved. Let's continue. Above the altar, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. He put away the immortal ghost swords and said. As soon as his words fell, Ning Chen's life force surged again. His blood essence burned, exhausting all his cultivation to stop the King Realm cultivator from transforming into the path of Tao. Days passed. On the altar, the blood-red flames around Ning Chen's body burned more fiercely. Behind him, the dragon and phoenix gradually faded away. More than half of their power had been consumed. Between heaven and earth, the 9 sand dragons coiled around each other. The Qi Huang art displayed its divine power. Endless energy gathered to support the knowing destiny to change his fate. 10 days later, in the sky above the Reverence Moon ancient ground, a beautiful figure in white flew over. After traveling for many days, she finally returned from the depths of space. In front of the altar, Mu Qingxue stopped. His pupils shrank when he saw the figure in plain clothes on the altar. Mu Qingxue took a step forward. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped. Mu Qingxue turned around and saw the person who came. He frowned and said, "Ruo Shi Yu, let the young master do it." Ruo Shi's eyes were filled with tears. She said softly, "That senior means a lot to the young master. If something happens to senior, the young master will regret it for the rest of his life." Hearing this, Mu Qingxue's body trembled. He stopped and fell silent. How could she not know the importance of Imperial Prince Yen to Ning Chen? However, if this continued, it was unknown whether Ning Chen could save Imperial Prince Yen. He might not be able to hold on for much longer. Several days later, in the Reverence Moon ancient ground, the human race's experts rushed back from the depths of space. Half a month ago, the world-shaking battle in the Hongluan star field was known by almost everyone. They also noticed it and did not dare to delay any longer. The kings of hell returned and stopped in front of the altar. Beside Luo Fei, Xia Zi clenched his fist. There was a rare ripple in his cold eyes. "It's okay." Luo Fei held Xia Zi's hand and comforted him softly. "Can the sword of Tao really be preserved?" Luo Xingqian sighed softly. In the past, to stop the Nether King, the Sword of Desolation City had also transformed into Tao and erupted with shocking battle strength. Who would have thought that the same thing would happen again after 100 years? The only thing we can do now is to trust him. In front of them, Qing Ning said calmly. She looked at the white-clothed figure on the altar, and did not say anything else. In the past 100 years, he had created miracles again and again. It was not because his ability was different from ordinary people, but because he was unwilling to give up. If he gave up, it would be a true failure. There would be no more hope. On the altar, Zhi Ming, who was resisting the heavens with his strength, was covered in bloody flames. He was giving his all to fight against the heavens. In the void, Zhi Ming transformed into Tao. His figure gradually turned illusory. Even if man and God worked together, they could not stop the will of the great Tao. From now on, I give up my blood and bones. I am willing to fall into the abyss after death, and suffer the pain of hell for all eternity. I only beg the heavens for my life. The will of the great Tao could not be disobeyed. Ning Chen slowly knelt down. The bloody flames around his body soared into the sky. The yellow forbidden art appeared for the first time in the mortal world. He burned his life and sacrificed himself to the heavens. It was a shocking scene. The bloody flames illuminated the world like a red lotus. It was so dazzling that people did not dare to look at it directly. Chapter 1233. On the altar in the Reverence Moon ancient ground, blood flames illuminated the mortal world. Zhi Ming sacrificed himself to borrow life from the heavens. It was a scene that shocked the world. Bloody flames soared into the 9 heavens and dyed the entire sky the color of blood. Below, the human experts were shocked. They wanted to stop Zhi Ming, but it was too late. On the altar, blood mist filled the sky. Ning Chen's body was covered in cracks. He sacrificed himself to the heavens, and his life essence was burning crazily. In front of the altar, Qing Ning's eyes were filled with tears, but she did not say a word. Since it was his choice, she would let him do it. Master! Behind him, Ener cried and shouted. Her figure flashed, and she was about to go forward. The phoenix spread its wings, and its speed was extremely fast. Everyone wanted to stop it, but it was too late. In front of the altar, 10 steps away, a white figure flashed past. In an instant, she reached out and stopped Ener. Go back! Mu Qingxue looked at the girl in front of him and said sternly. Master's wife. Ener said sadly, I want to save Master. Didn't your master teach you that you must walk the path you chose? This is his choice, and no one can change it. Mu Qingxue said solemnly. But tears fell from Ener's eyes. She wanted to refute, but she did not know what to say. In front of the altar, the human experts were silent. They knew that no one could change Zhi Ming's decision, including the person he respected the most. In the Reverence Moon ancient ground, after the sacrificial technique was activated, the laws of heaven and earth began to change. In the void, the speed of the Tao assimilation slowed down. The blood qi in the air gradually merged with the Tao assimilation technique, reversing the reincarnation laws. It was a shocking scene, a heaven-defying ability. Zhi Ming sacrificed himself to stop the Tao assimilation technique of the Grand Xia dynasty. This scene had never happened before, and it shocked everyone present. In the void, the moon god looked at the scene below, and shock flashed through her eyes. A human could do this. Even her original body might not be able to stop a Tao assimilation technique, let alone a human who had lost his cultivation. The mortal world was indeed a place full of miracles. High Priestess, my time in the mortal world has come to an end. I can no longer help you. If fate wills it, we will meet again. With her power exhausted, the moon god's figure in the void gradually dissipated. Not long after, she had completely disappeared. The moon goddess left. On the altar, the pressure on Ning Chen's body multiplied. Cracks spread all over his body and blood flowed out, dyeing the ground red. Bang! Suddenly, the 9 dragons circling above the altar exploded one after another. The power of heaven and earth surged into the knowing destiny state below. As the heaven and earth energy entered Ning Chen's body, intense pain spread throughout his body. Ning Chen groaned and endured the pain. He opened his palms and a powerful suction force spread out, forcefully grabbing the dragon and phoenix fate on his left and right. Roar! The dragon and the phoenix roared at the same time, shaking heaven and earth. Under the powerful suction force, they quickly disappeared into the body of the knowing destiny state. The power of heaven and earth and the dragon and phoenix fate all entered Ning Chen's body. A strange light shone around Ning Chen's body as he broke through his limits. His figure slowly rose into the air and stood there. In the air, Ning Chen looked at the unconscious Imperial Prince Yen and raised his right hand. Immediately, his blood origin flew towards the latter. The cycle of life and death was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes at this moment. Exchanging a life for a life, it was earth-shattering. In the air, a huge reincarnation vortex appeared around the two of them and started to spin violently. This unprecedented scene appeared in the world for the first time. Below, everyone was shocked. They stared at the sky and their hearts kept churning. Reincarnation. Did reincarnation really exist in the world? In the reincarnation vortex, Ning Chen's figure gradually faded away. Correspondingly, Imperial Prince Yan's body gradually solidified. Endless blood origin entered his body and rebuilt it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time flew. 7 days later, Imperial Prince Yan's body had completely solidified in the air. Blood flames burned around him and his martial bones were rebuilt. In front of him, the vitality of the knowing destiny state's body had mostly dissipated. His eyes gradually dimmed and lost their former luster. Another 7 days later, in the blood flames, the wounds on Imperial Prince Yan's body gradually healed. The demonic chi dispersed and his royal might appeared vaguely. In these 7 days, Ning Chen's white hair had turned into a deathly gray. There was barely any vitality left in him. Even though the immortal tree had rebuilt his body to reverse reincarnation, it gradually used up all its power. Reincarnation vortex of life and death is a taboo in the world. It's the first time I've seen a mortal defying the heavens. Knowing destiny, Marquis, you've impressed me this time. In front of the altar, Peacock looked at the scene in the sky and murmured softly. This scene was too shocking. Reincarnation vortex of life and death was the realm of gods and also a taboo for mortals. Even imperial path sovereigns didn't dare to step into it. She admitted that the knowing destiny Marquis in front of her was indeed qualified to be the next lord of the divine land, but he might never have the chance. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In the air, the reincarnation vortex around Imperial Prince Yen gradually disappeared. It symbolized that a king had left the reincarnation vortex and returned to the world. In front of him, the last bit of vitality in Ning Chen's body dissipated. He had used up all his energy and his body had completely faded away. Everyone, we'll meet again if fate wills it. After that, Ning Chen's body gradually melted into the reincarnation vortex and disappeared. His body disappeared. In the air, 3 deity swords that were neither metal nor stone fell from the sky and stabbed into the altar. The fairy slaying sword, the fairy trapping sword, and the fairy slashing sword appeared at the same time. Between the 3 swords, demonic chi surged. The demonic body walked out. Looking at the reincarnation vortex that was about to disappear in the sky, he stepped out and jumped up. Below him, the 3 deity swords rose from the ground. When the 3 swords moved, the reincarnation vortex was cut in the mortal world. The demonic body moved his swords and the 3 swords fell. In the air, the reincarnation vortex shook violently. In an instant, the demonic body reached into the reincarnation vortex and forcefully pulled out the body that was about to disappear. You've done enough. Leave the rest to me. As he spoke, demonic chi surged around the demonic body and swallowed up the demonic body. In front of the altar, Qing Ning looked at the black-haired figure in the sky and her eyes narrowed. The original body and the phoenix body had passed away. Was it the demonic body's turn to take charge now? Among the 3 bodies of the knowing destiny realm, the original body and the phoenix body were relatively kind. The demonic body was much more ruthless. In the future, if the demonic body took charge of the war between the 2 realms, it would really be a bloodbath. Under everyone's gaze, the demonic body slowly descended from the sky. The 3 deity swords entered his body one after another and disappeared. Long time no see, everyone. The demonic body's gaze swept across the crowd and said indifferently. On the altar, the faces of the human experts turned solemn. They were no strangers to the knowing destiny realm demonic body. Previously, the demonic body had been suppressed by the original body and the phoenix body, so the demonic body didn't do anything out of line. However, now that the 2 bodies had passed away, no one knew what the demonic body would do. No need to be nervous. The demonic body looked at the people in front of him coldly and said indifferently, "In the coming war, what you need is a ruthless executioner, not a saint. What the original body and the phoenix body can do, I can do. On the contrary, what I can do, they may not be able to do." After saying that, the Yama mask appeared in the demonic body's right hand. He raised his hand and covered his face, hiding the cold smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. High Priest. In front of the altar, the Reverence Moon Great Elder looked at the demonic body and called out. The devil physique turned around and looked at the old man in front of him with eyes as cold as the abyss. Your High Priest is dead. From today onwards, I will seal off the Reverence Moon ancient ground until the end of the war. This is my last mercy to you. The demonic body turned around and looked at the King Realm experts floating in the moonlight. His right hand made a grabbing motion and the last immortal sword flew out. "I'll borrow this sword temporarily." With the 4 immortal swords gathered, the demonic body's aura changed silently. Baleful chi swirled around the demonic body, suffocating everyone. At the front, the Aaron King frowned slightly. The knowing destiny realm demonic body's cultivation had already reached the king realm. "Everyone, it's time to leave," the demonic body said calmly. In front of the altar, the human experts nodded and leaped into the air. Since the war was about to begin, it was time for them to return to hell. After everyone left, the demonic body stood quietly in the air above the Reverence Moon ancient ground. His hands formed a seal, and a dazzling light rose, sealing the Reverence Moon holy ground once again. After doing all this, the demonic body turned around and left. In front of the altar in the Reverence Moon ancient ground, thousands of Reverence Moon clansmen were at a loss. "There's no need to panic. One day the High Priest will return," the Reverence Moon clan's Grand Elder said solemnly. In the Z-Way galaxy, between 2 giant stars, a primitive planet floated up and down. On the primitive planet, the 10 halls of hell stood tall, towering into the clouds. On this day, numerous figures appeared in the sky above the primitive great star. Their faces were covered with evil as they returned to the netherworld. The 10 halls of hell, the 10 kings, the pinnacle organization of the human world, once again took on the responsibility of slaying the devils after 40 years. At the same time, within the primitive demon realm, the 100 Races army gathered. One after another, kings appeared in front of the army, and their majestic momentum shook the world. The heavenly devil imperial family was the leader, and the 100 Races army had gathered to attack the heavenly human race. On the northern continent, on the sorcerer tribe's altar, Tion Xin looked at the 100 Races army in the sky above the eastern continent, and a trace of emotion flashed through her beautiful eyes. Benefits could indeed make people forget all grudges. Not long after the civil war in the primitive demon realm ended, the 100 Races army and the heavenly devil imperial family formed an alliance to attack the human race. Sorcerer Emperor. At the front, the 12 sorcerer empresses knelt and asked for orders. The 100 Races army, including the other imperial families, had already sent out their troops. Now, only the sorcerer tribe had yet to express their stance. On the altar, Tion Xin remained silent and did not say anything. This war was a true invasion. After the ancient war, the war between the 2 realms would start again. It would not only be a disaster for the human race, but also for the primitive demon realm. "You may go." After a long while, Tion Xin sighed softly and said, perhaps her decision today was wrong, but the current situation didn't allow her to continue remaining silent. Yes. In front of the altar, the 12 sorcerer empresses accepted the order and left. 2 days later, in the sky above the eastern continent, in front of the passage between the 2 realms, the 100 Races army moved out and entered the space passage. In an instant, the top cultivators of the human race in the various galaxies outside the heavens felt the powerful aura from afar, and their expressions darkened. The war between the 2 realms that continued the ancient grudge had finally arrived. Chapter 1234. Hong Luan Star Zone, Jinsi City. On the 2nd floor of Xiaoye Chang'an, the owner of Xiaoye Tower stood quietly in front of the window, looking at the starry sky. After a long time, she sighed. What was supposed to come had finally come. This calamity was unavoidable. Tower Master, you were looking for me? The door opened and Hong Luan walked in, looking at the man in front of her. Hong Luan, get ready. This place won't belong to us soon. The owner of Xiaoye Tower returned to her senses and smiled. Hearing this, Hong Luan's expression shook as she asked in confusion, What do you mean? I've decided to sell this place and the buyer should be arriving soon, the owner of Xiaoye Tower said softly. Why? Hong Luan asked in disbelief. No reason. I've stayed here for too long and want a change of environment. The owner of Xiaoya Tower glanced at the furnishings and sighed in her heart. She was getting old and had become sentimental. Hearing the former's answer, Hong Luan fell silent and did not ask further. She did not know why the tower master insisted on leaving, but since the tower master had decided, she could only comply. "I'll go pack up," Hong Luan said softly and turned to walk out of the room. Half a day later, on the first floor of Xiaoya Chang'an, a luxuriously dressed merchant walked over. Looking at the beautifully decorated restaurant, a satisfied expression flashed across his face. Xiaoya Chang'an's reputation was one of the best in Jinxi City. Being able to stay here was a symbol of status, and was not something that could be solved with money. Of course, Xiaoya Chang'an's prices were high and was one of the best in Jinxi City. On the first floor, behind the counter, seeing the visitor, the shopkeeper's expression was neither hot nor cold as he continued with his work. "Shopkeeper, bring the best wine." The merchant sat down at the largest table and shouted. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper did not even lift his head and pretended not to hear. On the first floor, the guests at other tables heard the merchant's clamor and frowned, revealing their displeasure. Was the best wine in Xiaoya restaurant something that could be drunk whenever one wanted to? How many high officials and nobles had spent a fortune just to get a bottle of drunken dream? There was also the intoxicating Newer Hong, which was a rare fine wine in the world. Only in this waning moon restaurant could one see it. Where did this nouveau riche come from? Running here and shouting, he didn't know the rules at all. Just as everyone was looking down on the merchant, the owner of the Dawn Moon Inn, who was dressed in a silver-gray cloak, walked over from the second floor. When she saw the merchant, she revealed an extremely warm expression. "Mr. Zhang, you're here so soon. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." The Dawn Moon brothel mistress walked up and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, bring me a pot of Newer Hong." Behind the counter, the shopkeeper was surprised when he heard this. What was wrong with the owner today? Why was he so friendly to a nouveau riche? Was his brain damaged? "What are you waiting for?" The Dawn Moon house master shouted softly. "Yes." The shopkeeper replied helplessly. He reluctantly took a pot of Newer Hong from the wine rack behind him and personally brought it over. "Tower master, here is the wine you ordered." The shopkeeper put down the wine and left without looking back. The Dawn Moon brothel mistress didn't mind and continued to receive the rich man in front of her with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, try this Newer Hong. It's the signature wine of Wu Xiaoya restaurant." The Dawn Moon brothel mistress personally poured the wine for the person in front of her and said with a smile. Merchant Zhang picked up the cup of wine and sniffed it. Immediately, he felt a strong aroma of wine hit him in the face, making his pores open. "Good wine." The merchant surnamed Zhang couldn't help but praise. On the first floor, the guests at the other tables also smelled the strong wine aroma and looked envious. What was the identity of this nouveau riche that he could make the Dawn Moon brothel mistress boss personally serve him? After the two drank, the Dawn Moon brothel mistress saw that it was about time and smiled. "Mr. Zhang, how is it? Is my restaurant okay?" "Luxurious and grand. I like it," Merchant Zhang said drunkenly. "Then the price I agreed on with Mr. Zhang?" The Dawn Moon brothel mistress' smile became brighter. "Sure." Merchant Zhang took out a stack of gold notes and slapped it on the table. He said generously, "I'll buy this restaurant." Seeing the gold notes on the table, the Dawn Moon brothel mistress chuckled and took out the title deed and house deed. She placed them in front of the merchant and said, "From now on, Dawn Moon's Chang'an belongs to Mr. Zhang." It was a shocking scene. Before everyone present could recover from their shock, the famous Dawn Moon restaurant in Jinxi City had changed owners. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper's face was filled with disbelief. How many years had he treated this place as his home? He never thought that there would be a day when Dawn Moon's Chang'an would be sold. "Shopkeeper, this is yours." The Dawn Moon brothel mistress walked over and handed half of the gold notes to the shopkeeper with a smile. The shopkeeper recovered from his shock and looked at the former. He asked in confusion, "Brothel mistress, why?" "I've stayed in Jinsey City for too long and want to go out for a walk." The Dawn Moon brothel mistress smiled and replied. She looked at the lady walking down from the second floor and said, "Let's go." Hong Luan nodded and looked at the Dawn Moon restaurant with reluctance. Soon after, she followed her. The two of them walked out of the restaurant. The shopkeeper walked to the front of the restaurant and watched them leave. "Brothel mistress, where are we going?" "Outside Jinsey City." Hong Luan looked at the man in front of her and asked. "The underworld?" The Dawn Moon brothel mistress smiled. In the Z-Way star zone, between two stars, on a primitive planet, numerous halls stood. In the halls, the kings of hell sat cross-legged and focused on cultivation. The war was approaching and the kings of hell of the 10 halls were all in position, making the final preparations for the upcoming war. In front of the 10 halls of hell, in a hall of impermanence, a beautiful figure in white stood quietly and looked at the king of hell's palace behind her. She stood there for several days. In the king of hell's palace, the demon sensed it and opened his eyes, but did not say a word. "You are different from him." In the hall of impermanence, Mu Qingxue spoke calmly. "Humans and demons are different from each other." Ning Qin said indifferently. Mu Qingxue was silent and did not say anything else. They had the same face and the same soul, but they were completely different people. Was the current him still the same person? In the Hong Luan star zone, not long after the Dawn Moon brothel mistress and Hong Luan left, the army of the 100 races arrived in the human world and quickly conquered many planets with life. When the kings of the 100 races attacked, the cultivators in the human world did not even have the strength to fight back. Cities were directly razed to the ground and the flames of war spread, burning every inch of land. The scene of suffering was shocking. When the war began, the grudges that had been there for hundreds of thousands of years erupted in one day and became even more intense than before. With the Hong Luan star zone as the center, the invasion and massacre quickly spread to the surrounding star zones. The kings of the 100 races were unstoppable. In front of the army of the Western Sacred Region, Luo Jia, the master of the 6th palace, stood in the air and looked at the devastated planets in front of him. This war was destined to be full of killings. From today onward, the 100 races and the human race would fight to the death. Chapter 12:35. The Red Luan star area was covered in smoke for thousands of miles. With the Heavenly Devil Imperial family as the leader, the 100 races army had invaded the human race. They quickly conquered the entire Red Luan star area. The 100 races were cruel and they fed on the human race. The true calamity turned many of the stars into dead lands. The plundering of resources became brazen. Within the Red Luan star field, all of the great stars were plundered clean. Heaven and earth spiritual energy dried up in just a few days, forcefully extracted by forbidden techniques to refine the necessary immortal jades for cultivation. Xian Tsang cried in sorrow and resentful spirits filled the entire star field. It was eerie and terrifying. Next to the Red Phoenix star field, in the All-Heaven star field, Mount Meru Buddhist Kingdom, thousands of Buddhas chanted sutras day and night to help the dead. However, how could the resentful spirits that filled the entire star field be so easy to help? On this day, in front of the Red Phoenix star field, the void swirled and two figures, one black and one white, appeared. Their faces were evil and intimidating. "What are you doing here?" Under the Anika mask, Mu Qingxue asked in confusion. "Forging the 4 swords." The demonic body said coldly and clenched his right hand. Immortal execution flew out and fell from the sky. Immortal Slayer sank into the dried-up planet of life and vanished without a trace. "Let's go." After that, the demonic body stepped out from under the Anika mask and rushed into the distance. Behind him, Mu Qingxue frowned and glanced at the immortal execution sword left on the star. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and followed. For some reason, he felt that things were not that simple. His demonic body's actions were too strange, and it made people suspicious. A few days later, in the south of the Red Phoenix star field, the immortal execution sword appeared in the demonic body's hand. The immortal execution sword flew to the nearest star and disappeared. After planting the second immortal sword, Ning Chen's demonic body left again and rushed to the west of the Red Phoenix star field. Not far away, Mu Qingxue followed along. The suspicion in his eyes became more and more intense. He could not guess what the demonic body wanted to do. In the starry sky, the two figures flew one after the other. They traveled day and night without stopping for a moment. At the same time, the massacre in the Red Phoenix star field continued. The kings of the 100 races attacked the last resistance and did not give the human race any chance to counterattack. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Everyone understood this principle. The human race understood it, and so did the 100 races. The war had already begun, and there was no room for mercy. Slaughter might not be the best method, but it was the most direct and effective method. A few days later, two figures, one black and one white, appeared in the west of the Red Phoenix star area. Ning Chen waved his hand to summon the Kill Immortal Sword and placed it on the big life star that was full of holes. Ning Chen turned his head and looked towards the north. His dark eyes flashed with coldness. Only the last sword was left. At the side, Mu Qingxue quietly looked at the man beside her and sighed in her heart. She really couldn't understand him anymore. I said, "You don't have to follow me." Ning Chen calmly spoke when he felt the gaze of the lady beside him. Then, he continued to rush forward. In the north of the Red Phoenix galaxy, the Sorcerer Tribe's army was stationed on the various planets. Compared to the territories occupied by the other tribes, the 7 planets occupied by the Sorcerer Tribe were relatively peaceful. Although there were wars, there were not too many killings. Among the 100 races, the Sorcerer Tribe believed in fate more. Therefore, they did not want to kill too much. On this day, demonic chi surged in the starry sky. Ning Chen's demonic body arrived and walked towards the planet. On the planet, one of the 12 Witch Queens, the Purple Crystal Witch Queen, sensed something. She looked into the distance with a serious expression. This aura belonged to the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Why would someone from the Heavenly Demon Tribe come here? Someone's coming. 10,000 miles away, Mu Qingxue sensed something. He narrowed his eyes and reminded. In front of him, Ning Chen sneered. His right hand was filled with a murderous aura. An ancient immortal sword appeared and pierced through the ground. Just in time. After doing what he had to do, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the figure that was speeding towards him. He said coldly, "It's time to greet the 12 Witch Queens of the Sorcerer Tribe. What are you going to do?" Mu Qingxue's expression turned serious. He said in a low voice, "Now is not the time to fight the 100 races. Don't be rash." "It doesn't matter. I'm just greeting them," Ning Chen replied coldly. He clenched his right hand and ghost aura filled the sky. The 6 paths of reincarnation was in his hand. The demon's figure instantly dashed out. Thousands of miles away, the two figures met. Without saying a word, Ning Chen slashed with the ghost sword in his hand. It was earth-shattering. The Purple Crystal Witch Queen focused. She raised her slender hand, and purple ice crystals formed. With a bang, she blocked the Ghost Race's Saint weapon. There was a violent collision. The sky shook and the earth shook. The void collapsed. The shock waves of the battle between monarchs roared for 10,000 miles. "Purple Crystal Witch Queen, how have you been?" In the battle, Ning Chen took off the evil ghost mask on his face and said indifferently, "It's you." The familiar face in front of her had a completely different aura. The Purple Crystal Witch Queen was shocked. She paused her attack. "Witch Queen, you're distracted," Ning Chen snorted. He stepped forward again and pressed forward. His sword moved with the force of 1,000 caddies, and each move was heavier than the last. Rumbling sounds came one after another. In the battle, thousands of sword lights formed a net that blocked all the escape routes of the former. She had lost the initiative. The purple crystal witch queen activated her ultimate skill. Purple ice crystals formed around her body, blocking the attacks one after another. Yama's third watch judgment, Avicii Heaven Wails. Ning Chen took the initiative. His attacks were ruthless and merciless. His sword accumulated to the extreme, and his ultimate skill appeared again. In an instant, the sky was filled with ghost aura. Black rain fell from the sky as if it was crying for the tragic state of the human world. In the battle, sword lights flashed by one after another. They were merciless and ruthless as they swept toward the purple crystal witch queen. Saint Heart Heavenly Protection. The sword might was endless. At the moment of crisis, the purple crystal witch queen activated the crystal essence in her body. The land, mountains, and rivers all turned into purple ice crystals. In an instant, the attacks of the two peak stage king experts collided. The sword aura dispersed, and the purple ice crystals around the purple crystal witch queen disappeared. The shockwaves backfired. The purple crystal witch queen grunted and took half a step back. She was restrained in one move. Every move was restrained. However, at this moment, the sky was filled with ghost aura. The ghost sword acted as a medium. The sky was filled with cold yelling of ghost. Ghost aura gathered. Yama's third watch judgment, Reincarnation Hell. She activated her ultimate move again. The Avicii Hell appeared. In the battle, huge reincarnation vortexes appeared. They had the power to swallow the heavens and destroy the earth. Even ghosts and gods could not escape. In danger, the purple crystal witch queen activated her vital essence. A huge lotus bloomed around her, protecting her. Boom! At this moment, the reincarnation vortexes exploded in hell. Terrifying power surged and swallowed the entire battle. Ugh! There was a muffled groan. Blood splattered everywhere. In the collapsing hell, a sword aura pierced through her body. The purple crystal witch queen took a few steps back. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. The result of the battle was shocking. Facing the knowing destiny devil body, one of the 12 witch queens, the purple crystal witch queen, was at a disadvantage. She was about to lose. How can you be so powerful? The purple crystal witch queen looked at the young man in front of her. She was shocked. Why do you think I don't have such power? Ning Chen waved his sword to disperse the blood on it. Did my previous performance give you this false impression? If so, I can only say sorry. As he spoke, Ning Chen moved again. The ghost sword absorbed the power of the ghost. In this hell created by the 100 races, its power was several times stronger than usual. Thank you for turning this world into this. It made my sword sharper. Close at hand, ghost howls shook the sky. Ning Chen's body was like an abyss. His sword was like lightning. With the help of the law of space and time, his movement technique was extremely fast. This is the purple crystal witch queen's expression changed. 9 underworlds battle technique. Black demonic flames burned around Ning Chen. The 9 underworlds battle technique appeared again. His speed and power increased several times. The murderous intent on his sword was piercing to the bone. In the battle, the purple crystal witch queen's expression turned serious. Determination flashed through her heart. She knew that she might not be able to survive today. The 13th prince of the demon race had hidden too much of his power and deceived everyone. Ryup! The sword landed, and the sound of clothes tearing rang out. Blood spurted out of the purple crystal witch queen's left arm, dyeing half of her body red. After the first strike, the sword did not stop. The ghost swords crisscrossed, unavoidable. At the critical moment, the purple crystal witch queen unleashed all her power. Purple light spread out around her. Everywhere the light touched, everything turned into ice crystals. The move, mutual destruction, had a world-shaking might. With the purple crystal witch queen as the center, everything in the world froze, shocking everyone. I'm sorry. In Seamless, you can only go first. As Ning Chen spoke, his figure flashed past quickly. The divine restrictions around him flickered. The law of space and time slowed down the freezing speed. An instant later, the demonic body arrived before the purple crystal witch queen. The ghost sword slashed past, cutting the purple crystal witch queen's throat. Blood spurted out, filling the sky and falling to the ground. The beautiful scene was intoxicating. The purple crystal witch queen stood quietly. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She looked at the world for the last time. Only the cold demonic body stood with his sword. The sword was dyed red. Witch monarch, I tried my best. With a thud, the woman fell to the ground. Her last regret echoed in the world. It was so soft that it was almost inaudible. In the primitive demon realm, the sacred land of the witch tribe, Tionxin felt it. His body shook and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could purple crystal be like this? Let's go. On the life planet, the battle had ended. Ning Chen glanced at the woman in white not far away and said calmly. Then, he stepped forward and left. Mu Qingxue was silent. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and followed. The Jiming Marquis now was indeed different from before. In the north of the Red Phoenix star zone, on the other life planets, the three strongest witch queens of the witch tribe, Red Snow, Baiji, and Enyu, also felt the purple crystal witch queen's gradually disappearing aura. Their hearts sank. What had happened? Was there such a strong person among the human race? Purple crystal. The Red Snow witch queen clenched her fist. She looked at the life planet in the distance. The murderous aura around her was hard to hide. After a while, her figure flashed and flew away. In the starry sky, Ning Chen felt the strong aura coming from afar. He sneered and didn't stay. He continued to walk forward. Not long after, on the life planet where the battle had taken place, the Red Snow Witch Queen arrived. Seeing the purple crystal Witch Queen in a pool of blood, her eyes shrank. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 1236. Z-Way Starfield, in the starry sky, between two huge stars, the 10 halls of hell stood tall. The majestic scene was shocking. On this day, above the 10 halls of hell, a figure in a silver-gray cloak appeared. Behind him, a beautiful woman with a veil covering her beautiful face appeared. Before the invasion of the 100 Races army, the owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant fled to hell to avoid the calamity of Hongluan's Starfield. In the 10 halls of hell, the human powerhouses felt the arrival of guests from afar. They opened their eyes and stood up to greet them. Above the 10 halls, the owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant descended from the sky with Hongluan. She looked at the human powerhouses in front of the 10 halls with a smile on her face. I'm Mo Xiaoai of the Dawn Moon restaurant. Greetings. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant bowed politely and smiled. You're too polite. In front of the 10 halls, the human powerhouses spoke. We're honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you. May I know why you're here? I'm here to see the Marquis. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant said truthfully. The Marquis has left hell for many days and hasn't returned. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait here. In front of the 10 halls, the voices of the Yama Kings were heard calmly. In that case, sorry to disturb you. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant bowed politely again. The Yama Kings didn't say anything more and disappeared back to the King's Hall. In front of the 10 halls, Ruoshi walked out and came to the two. She bowed and said softly, Please follow me. Sorry to trouble you. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant smiled. It's my duty. Ruoshi responded softly and turned to lead the way. Inside the 5th hall of the 10 halls, King of Hell's palace, Ruoshi led the two to their seats and served them hot tea. In the guest seat, the owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant looked at the furnishings in the King's Hall and smiled. This Marquis is really a simple person. The young master should be back soon, please wait here. Ruoshi softly exhorted the two after doing her part as a host. Thank you. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant nodded and thanked her. Ruoshi returned the gesture and didn't stay any longer. She turned and left. Watching the former leave, the Dawn Moon Tower's master picked up the teacup and took a sip before smiling. Hong Luan, what do you think of this place? It's very simple and also very reassuring, Hong Luan softly said. The Dawn Moon House mistress chuckled and said, as long as you like it. Just as the guests of the underworld arrived, two figures, one in black and one in white, sped across the Ziwei galaxy. Their mission was completed, and they returned to the underworld. Above the Nether Palace, Ning Chen and Mu Qingshue's silhouettes arrived. After a few breaths, they descended from the sky and returned to the King Hall. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he sensed a familiar aura from the King of Hell's palace. He stepped forward. A guest had arrived at just the right time. Behind them, Mu Qingxue also sensed the aura of the King of Hell's palace in front of him. He stopped and didn't move forward. It was better for him to deal with these matters. Mu Qingxue turned around and walked toward his Hall of Impermanence without saying a word. Ning Chen strode over from King of Hell's palace. He was dressed in black and had black hair. His aura was bone-chilling. Inside the hall, the Dawn Moon House master stood up and looked at the person who had come. A smile appeared in her eyes. This was the Marquis Jiming whom she had met for the first time. He was cold, emotionless, and easier to deal with. The few times she had faced the Marquis Jiming's original body and the Phoenix body, the verbal exchanges were really tiring. House Master. Ning Chen walked in and looked at the man on the guest seat. He said calmly, "Welcome to the underworld. Marquis Jiming is too polite. It was me who came without notice and disturbed the hall masters of the underworld." The Dawn Moon House Master smiled. "House Master, you worry too much." Ning Chen stepped forward and sat on the main seat. He said directly, "House Master, why are you here?" "I heard that the Marquis Jiming is opening the underworld, so I came to see if there is anything I can help with," the Dawn Moon House Master said seriously. Ning Chen heard this and smiled indifferently. Old fox. He and Mu Qingxue had just returned from the Red Luan Star Zone, so he was very clear about the situation there. Only this black-hearted merchant could describe the situation in such a fresh and refined manner. Although Ning Chen thought so, he did not say it out loud. He looked at the former and went with the flow. "I appreciate Tower Master's kind intentions. However, I do have something that I need Tower Master's help with. I wonder if Tower Master is willing to help me?" The Dawn Moon House Master replied, "Marquis Jiming can say it. Among the 10 halls of Yama and the 2 halls of impermanence, the Hall of Yama and the Hall of Black Impermanence are lacking a Hall Master. I wonder if House Master can temporarily take over one of them." Ning Chen suggested. "Yama, Impermanence." The Dawn Moon House Master thought for a while. After a long time, she looked up and said, "The Hall of Yama already has the Marquis Jiming. I can't take over the position of the Hall of Impermanence." Ning Chen heard this and stood up. He bowed politely and said, "Then, thank you, House Master." "You are welcome." The Dawn Moon House Master stood up and bowed back. She didn't mention the reward. Living under someone else's roof, she had to do something to be fair and just. After the discussion, the Dawn Moon House Master and Hong Luan stood up and left. They walked towards the Hall of Impermanence. In the Hall of Yama, Ning Chen looked at the two leaving figures and a strange light flashed through his eyes. With the arrival of the Dawn Moon House Master, the 10 halls of Yama and the 2 halls of Impermanence were finally completed. Next, it was time for them to counterattack. At the same time, in the western border of the Hong Luan Star Zone, the Sacred Domain Army continued to expand their territory. On a large life star, the Lord of the Fourth Palace, Di Tian, was leading his army. Everywhere he went, the earth was scorched. The Palace Lord of the 12 Palaces loved to kill. He never left anyone alive. His brutality was shocking. At this moment, a white figure walked over from the flames of war. A powerful aura circulated, shocking everyone. In front of the Sacred Domain Army, Di Tian's expression sank. An expert. Who is it? Back down. The two Saint Realm Kings beside Tion barked solemnly. The one who will send you on your way. As soon as he spoke, a white robe flashed and a white dragon spear appeared. A flood dragon came out of the sea and killing intent exploded. Tion's pupils constricted. Claws appeared on his hands, blocking the white dragon's spear. As the divine weapons clashed, an ear-piercing sound of friction rang out. Young Master Xiao Bai spun his spear and the white dragon pierced through the air, pushing back the fourth palace lord. At this moment, the two sacred domain kings beside Tion attacked. One yin and one yang, their killing intent pierced the bone. Get lost. A cold light flashed in young Master Xiao Bai's eyes. The white dragon divine spear swept out and sent the two sacred domain kings flying. After repelling the enemy with one move, young Master Xiao Bai's attack did not stop. He took a step forward and leaped forward. The white dragon danced in the wind. Before Tion could stabilize himself, killing intent appeared again. An unshakable peak, King Realm Expert's dragon might shook the heavens. A dragon shadow appeared on the white dragon divine spear. Dragon Chi pierced through the air and rushed toward the sacred domain palace lord. Tion's expression changed slightly. Claws appeared on his hands, trying to stop the white dragon's killing intent. However, the absolute difference in strength made the fourth palace lord's obstruction meaningless. The white dragon pierced through the air and entered the fourth palace lord's body. Ugh! With a groan, Tion retreated several steps. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Kill! At the back, the sacred domain kings charged forward. Their attacks were like raging waves, trying to rescue their commander. You're courting death. Young Master Xiao Bai snorted coldly. The white dragon divine spear left his hands and condensed the power of wind and clouds in his palms. With shocking power, the heavy palm broke through the air and slammed into the two sacred domain kings. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion rang out as the two Saint Realm Kings exploded. Blood and bones splattered all over the sky. In the sacred domain army, Tion's expression changed drastically. Fear rose in his heart. He did not dare to fight anymore and turned to flee. Do you think you can escape? Young Master Xiao Bai's expression was even colder. He stepped forward, and the white dragon danced, opening a bloody path in front of the sacred domain army. This was the first time a God Realm genius had shown such shocking ability. With the strength of a peak King Realm expert, he had beaten the fourth palace lord to the point where he could only flee. Young Master Xiao Bai killed his way through the sacred domain army. His body was bathed in blood like an azura. In front, Tion fled frantically, not daring to stay for even a moment. I told you, you can't escape. Young Master Xiao Bai shouted coldly. White light shot out from his body, and the white dragon divine spear turned into a dragon and rushed forward. Murderous intent descended. Tion hurriedly turned around and unleashed all his cultivation. A gloomy death chi spread out, protecting his body. Boom! The white dragon arrived again, and the death chi in front of Tion quickly dissipated. It was difficult to resist the power of a God Realm Saint artifact. After a moment of stalemate, young Master Xiao Bai's figure flashed from behind. He clenched his right hand and the white dragon formed. The divine spear appeared again, and with a bang it pierced through the death chi. With a distance of 3 meters, the divine might was hard to block. Young Master Xiao Bai took another step forward and pressed forward. Ugh! The divine spear pierced through Tion's body, and blood spurted out. The fourth palace lord stepped back, his eyes filled with fear. Who is this person? Why is there such a terrifying expert in the world? Spare me! In front of a life and death crisis, Tion could no longer care about the martial supremacy. He anxiously begged for mercy. Spare you! Killing intent flashed in young Master Xiao Bai's eyes, and he said, When you were slaughtering the humans, did you ever think of sparing their lives? Your sins can only be repaid with blood. Young Master Xiao Bai shouted, and the dragon Qi on the white dragon divine spear exploded, shattering Di Tian's martial bones. Di Tian's martial bones were shattered, and his meridians were severed. Di Tian's body fell down powerlessly, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Why? How could a bad person like him have such a short life? Di Tian's consciousness gradually dissipated, and his soul returned to heaven and earth. Young Master Xiao Bai pulled out the divine spear and let Di Tian's body fall from the sky. This person had committed a heinous crime. His hands were stained with the blood of too many innocent humans. Dying like this was already too easy for him. The invasion of the human race by the 100 races had aroused the ugliness in many people's hearts. This fourth palace lord was one of them. After the battle, young Master Xiao Bai turned around and looked at the sacred domain army behind him, then turned around and walked forward. Those who are not of my race must have a different heart. This sacred domain army that slaughtered humans cannot be allowed to return. The divine spear flashed, and young Master Xiao Bai's figure flashed out. In an instant, the massacre started again, and blood dyed the 9 heavens red. Chapter 12:37. In the Red Phoenix star zone, there was a large primitive star that had yet to bloom. There were no humans on it, and its resources were relatively scarce. On this day, a white bone throne descended from the sky on the large primitive star. Powerful royal aura circulated, and a trace of royal aura spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. Greetings, Ghost King. Below, the people of the Yin-Si Ghost Prison knelt down and bowed respectfully. Rise. On the white bone throne, the king of the ghost race said in a hoarse voice. Thank you, Ghost King. The experts of the ghost race stood up and stood in front quietly. In front of everyone, the Grand Elder of the ghost race stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Ghost King, why did we choose this place as our base? With the strength of the ghost race, we can occupy a large life star with rich resources. We can have a conflict with the human race for the time being. On the white bone throne, the king of the ghost race's old face flashed with a touch of emotion. Below, Inji was silent. She knew what the Ghost King meant. The ghost race had sworn loyalty to the 13th prince. Although they were all deceived by him, an oath was an oath. The consequences of going back on an oath were too great. If the ghost race and the human race clashed, they would be on the opposite side of the 13th prince. There would be no turning back. Unless they had no other choice, the ghost race would not cut off their own path of retreat. Inji, have you found the whereabouts of the 13th prince? On the throne, the king of the ghost race asked. Not yet, Ghost King. Inji withdrew her thoughts and replied softly. After the battle in front of the passage between the two realms, the 13th prince seemed to have disappeared from this world. Continue to investigate, report back immediately when you find out. The king of the ghost race sighed. Yes. Inji bowed and replied respectfully. At the same time, in the western border of the Red Phoenix star zone, the successor of the God Realm Prince Xiao Bai had attacked. The Sacred Realm army led by the 4th Palace Master was completely annihilated. Have they found out? On a large life star not far away, the 3rd Palace Master Luo Jia looked into the distance and said in a serious tone. Di Tian has died. Yes. At the side, the 10th Palace Master, Seuss, nodded and said in a deep voice, Human experts have made their move. Luo Jia's eyes flashed as he said, Although Di Tian's strength is ranked last in the 12 palaces, his cultivation is close to the late stage of the King Realm. The fact that he was defeated so quickly shows how powerful the human expert is. Do you want me to make a trip? The master of the 10th palace, Seuss, said solemnly. That's fine too. However, you must be careful. If you can't win, immediately withdraw. Luo Jia reminded him seriously. Understood. Xios nodded and didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and vanished into the starry sky. Just as the kings of the sorcerer tribe and the saint region were all killed in battle, mysterious human tribe experts from the other regions of the Red Phoenix Galaxy appeared one after another, trying their best to stop the kings of the 100 tribes. In the unknown God Realm, the old God Realm Master stood quietly on the peak, looking at the red Luan star area in the distance where the flames of war were raging. The fatigue in his eyes became more and more intense. "Greetings to the Border Lord." Right at this moment, a black-clothed man appeared in the deity realm and bowed respectfully. "Concentrate our forces and defeat the Stone Tribe," the Master of the Divine Realm said calmly. "Yes." The black-clothed man took the order and disappeared. A few days later, in the southeast of the Red Luan Star area, the mysterious human tribe experts launched a fierce attack on the Stone Tribe's territory. The kings of the Stone Tribe were caught off guard and were killed one after another. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. The human tribe still has so many hidden experts. At the center of the Red Luan Star area, the Sky Demon Kings led by Azura, Xian Qi, Xian Lai and Xian Mo looked at the changing situation with solemn expressions. The human tribe's counterattack came so quickly. Where did these human tribe experts come from? "Xian Qi, why don't you make a trip?" Azura said with a solemn expression. "Sure." Xian Qi nodded and left without saying anything else. In the west and southeast of the Red Luan Star area, Seuss, the master of the 10th Palace of the Saint Region, and Xian Qi, the 4th Prince of the Sky Demon Royal Family, went out together to check the background of the human tribe experts. Z-Wei Star Area, the 10 Palaces of the Underworld. Ning Chen stood quietly in front of the King of Hell's palace. Next to him, a beautiful young woman was sitting in a wheelchair quietly. "Miss Peacock, can you reveal your trump card at this time?" Ning Chen looked into the distance and said calmly. Peacock was silent for a long time and then said, "I can only say that the strength of the immortal realm is not inferior to any of the royal families, except for the Sky Demon Royal Family. Other than that, I can't reveal too much." Ning Chen heard this and a strange light flashed in his cold eyes. If that's the case, the human tribe and the 100 tribes still have to fight. The source of the chaos left by the ancient war is really troublesome. It won't be easy to defeat the 100 tribes. "Ruashi," Ning Chen called out. "Master." Ruashi stepped forward and said softly, "Go to the inner realm and ask Senior Sister Dai and the female supreme to come." Ning Chen said lightly, "Okay." Ruashi nodded gently. "Miss Peacock, I have to leave for a while. In my absence, I will have to trouble you to take care of the underworld." After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and said calmly, "The strength of this immortal realm woman was unfathomable. If they really fought, even the top kings of the 100 tribes would find it difficult to gain an advantage. With this woman here, even if he left, he could rest assured." "Where are you going?" Peacock didn't rush to answer and looked at the former and asked directly. "Celestial Star Field, Immortal Graveyard," Ning Chen said truthfully. "Immortal Graveyard?" Peacock frowned slightly and said, "That's a forbidden area of the human realm. What are you going to do there?" "Fulfill my promise," Ning Chen calmly responded and didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and went straight to the sky. A black stream of light broke through the sky and disappeared into the starry sky in a flash. Below, Peacock frowned again. What is this Ji Ming Marquis trying to do? In the other 9 kings' palace of the 10 kings of hell, the experts of the human race opened their eyes and looked at the back of the Ji Ming devil body. Their hearts became more and more dignified. The actions of the Ji Ming Marquis these days became more and more incomprehensible. Without the suppression of the phoenix body and the devil body, the Ji Ming devil body became more and more dominant. "Don't worry, trust him." In the 6th palace, King Bianqing Palace, Qing Ning's voice sounded. "No matter if it's the phoenix body, the devil body or the devil body, the Ji Ming devil body will always be the Ji Ming devil body. We've always chosen to trust him and now should be no exception." Hearing that, the kings of hell of the other palaces fell silent. Perhaps they were worrying too much. In the 8th palace, King Dusher Palace, King Aaron closed her eyes and a pink aura spread out from her body. Vaguely, a trace of black demonic chi appeared. It was powerful and heavy. The merciful Bodhisattva and the Asura devil body appeared on the face of the Buddha. The Buddha and the devil were one. It was a shocking scene. In front of the 10 palaces, in the Impermanence Palace, the Dawn Moon House Master revealed a playful smile. The 10 palaces of the underworld were all strange people. Xiaozi was a devil, the Jiming Marquis was a devil, and now, even this King Aaron was going to mutate into a devil. Using a devil to control a devil was indeed a good idea. However, have they considered the consequences? The human world, which had been ravaged by the demonic calamity, would probably abhor the existence of demons to an extreme degree. What would these demon-slaying heroes do? Just as Ji Ming was about to leave for the All-Heaven Starfield's immortal graveyard, in the western part of the Red Phoenix Starfield, the 10th Palace Master, Seuss, had arrived on the vital planet where the 4th Palace Master of the Holy Region had died in battle. He forcefully stopped the human king who was about to leave. On the life planet, young Master Xiaobai stopped. Looking at the Saint Realm expert in front of him, his face turned serious. How quick! The two stared at each other. In front of young noble Little White, the master of the 10th Palace, Seuss, stood quietly. He was ranked 3rd in the 12 palaces and was also the fastest. In the battle between experts, everyone focused. The white dragon divine spear reappeared in young Master Xiaobai's hand. The cultivation of a peak king realm expert burst forth. The battle began, and in an instant Xiao's figure disappeared. A golden light flashed by at an extreme speed. Clang! As the divine weapons clashed, the sounds of metal clanging could not be heard. In the battle, streaks of golden light flashed by at an extremely fast speed, trying to gain the upper hand. Zila, after exchanging more than 10 moves, the sound of clothes tearing was heard. Blood splashed out from young Master Xiaobai's left shoulder, dyeing his white robe red. Wind travel. His speed was restricted, so young Master Xiaobai used his soul transformation realm martial art. Immediately, the sky was filled with wild winds. With the support of a secret art, young Master Xiaobai's speed increased by several times. Waving the white dragon divine spear, he faced the master of the 10th palace. In the battle of speed, each move was faster than the previous. Injuries were constantly exchanged between the two. It was extremely tragic. After more than 100 moves, Seuss' figure suddenly stopped. An extremely sharp golden divine sword appeared in his right hand. With a slash, the void was instantly torn apart. It was a shocking scene. The golden sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever the sword light passed, the sky and the sea were cut apart. Young Master Xiaobai focused and waved the white dragon divine spear. The spear broke through the air and met the golden divine sword head-on. The sky shook violently as the two divine weapons clashed. Violent sharp lights scattered in all directions, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood on the two. Expert. The aftershock forced the two back several steps. 30 meters away, Seuss stabilized his body and looked at the man in front of him. You're not bad either. Young Master Xiaobai raised his hand to wipe off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and said indifferently, Unfortunately, even if the human race has an expert like you, it's hard to reverse the situation. Alright, the test is over. Next, life and death is up to fate. As soon as he finished speaking, Seuss took half a step forward and shouted. Suddenly, a golden brilliance rushed to the sky. An incomparably powerful force erupted, changing the weather. Heavenly sword. Extreme power appeared. Seuss raised the golden divine sword in his hand. The sharp sword light directly pierced through the heaven and earth, splitting the 9 heavens. The heavenly sword appeared. With a rumble, the golden divine sword slashed down from the sky. The entire heaven and earth were instantly split apart. In front, young Master Xiaobai saw the situation and shouted. Scales appeared on his body. Endless dragon aura erupted, shaking the world. Boom! The dragon aura and the heavenly sword collided. Golden waves spread out and swallowed the two in an instant. Chapter 1238. West of the Red Phoenix starfield, young Master Xiaobai was battling Seuss, the third strongest warrior in the sacred realm. The heavenly sword appeared with the power to slash the heavens and move the earth. It directly split the void and descended upon the mortal realm. In the face of danger, young Master Xiaobai burst out with shocking power. Dragon scales appeared around his body as he blocked the heavenly sword's power with absolute defense. With the two of them as the center, a violent energy spread out. The sky and earth changed color in an instant. In the aftermath, the two figures separated. Seuss stabilized his body and looked at the former with a gloomy expression. Scaled race? No, this aura is from the dragon race. Wasn't the dragon race extinct? Why are there still people from the dragon race in the mortal realm? Before he could think, a white light flashed in front of him, and young Master Xiaobai rushed forward again. The white dragon roared in the sky, and its power was even stronger than before. Seuss came back to his senses, and the golden divine sword responded. It shook violently, and he took half a step back. The battle started again, and it was on a completely different level. Young Master Xiaobai's dragon aura spread out, and his every move was filled with shocking divine power. The white dragon divine spear's moves were unpredictable. It could be pointed, stabbed, swept, and hacked. With the support of divine power, its destructive power was unstoppable. In the battle, Seuss retreated again and again. Facing an opponent that had undergone a complete transformation, he was completely at a disadvantage. Dragon race, you're actually a descendant of the dragon race. Under the torrential attacks, Seuss was both shocked and enraged as he spoke. Since you've guessed it, then I can't let you live. Dragon roar. Murderous intent covered his body, and his attacks reached the peak. The white dragon's shadow appeared behind young Master Xiaobai, and the dragon's aura spread out. After countless years, the dragon race reappeared. In the battle, Seuss, the master of the 10th palace, lost his mind, and his moves began to show flaws. Boom boom! The white dragon divine spear danced, and it swept through the army. Seuss retreated continuously, and blood dripped from his right arm, dyeing the golden divine sword red. Retreat! Knowing that he had no chance of winning, Seuss was unwilling to continue the battle. He slashed out with his sword, and his figure quickly retreated. You can't leave! Young Master Xiaobai's spear shattered the sword chi that pierced through the air, and the white dragon divine spear in his hand was thrown out. Suddenly, the divine spear transformed, and a dragon's roar filled the sky. As the murderous intent approached, Hugh turned around and looked at the white dragon that was charging at him from behind. He waved his divine sword to block the dragon might. Boom! The dragon might that shocked the world was violent and ruthless. Seuss' hand that was holding the sword was dyed scarlet again. After a moment of delay, young Master Xiaobai arrived from behind. His right hand grasped the air, and the divine spear materialized once again. The unpredictable martial arts of the Dragon Clan had reappeared after hundreds of thousands of years, and had suppressed the third most powerful expert of the Saint domain. Black and Yellow Qi, 8 dragons against the world. Knowing that Shao Chen could not expose his identity, young Master Xiaobai burst forth with his cultivation. Immediately, the winds and clouds in the 9 skies changed. 8 dragons materialized, creating a mystical scene. A peerless martial art appeared in the world for the first time. Above the 9 heavens, 8 dragons roared in the sky, turning into blazing meteors, rushing towards the former. Xios retreated hastily, but it was already too late. The ultimate technique of the Dragon Clan had never been seen before. Xios blocked it with his sword, but the dragon chi passed through his body. The golden divine sword could not block it at all. Ugh! Blood splattered everywhere as the dragon chi pierced through his body. Xiao's fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Young Master Xiao Bai's figure descended from the sky. He walked forward step by step, not daring to be careless. Suddenly, a golden sword light tore through the air amid the sand and dust. It was bone-piercing and sharp. Young Master Xiao Bai smiled coldly. His figure flashed, avoiding the sword light. After an instant, he entered the sandstorm. The divine spear tore through the air and pierced through the golden battle armor, piercing the chest of the sovereign personage. Ugh! Xiao's grunted again, feeling bone-deep pain. As he looked at the dragon race descendant before him, he gathered the last of his aura and drove his veritable essence energy. Then, the divine sword shot out. Whoosh! The divine sword shot out at an extremely fast speed. Blood flowed out of young Master Xiao Bai's left arm, dyeing his clothes red. Huh! Young Master Xiao Bai frowned and looked at his left arm. Did I stab him? In front, Xiao's body fell weakly. The moment he closed his eyes, he revealed a gratified smile. Luo Jia, I'll leave the rest to you. When Xiao's died in battle, the third palace's master, Luo Jia, sensed it on a nearby life star. Xiao's. How could it be like this? Not long after, a golden light flashed in the distant starry sky. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived on the life star. In the next moment there was a loud rumble. The golden divine sword pierced through the air and stabbed into the ground. The blood-stained divine sword cried out continuously. After a life-and-death battle, the 10th palace's master of the holy zone had fallen. Luo Jia stepped forward and silently pulled out the golden divine sword. His heart was filled with pain. In less than a day, the holy zone had lost 2 palace masters. Such a loss had never happened before. Suddenly, Luo Jia's body shook. He looked at the blood-stained golden divine sword in shock. What is this aura? On the blood-stained golden divine sword, aside from Xiao's aura, an indistinct pressure spread out. It was abnormally strong. It's not a human. Luo Jia's expression turned grave. It was somewhat similar to the scaled race, but it was not exactly the same. Strange. Luo Jia's heart was filled with questions. He looked at the golden divine sword in his hand and frowned even more. It seemed like Xiao's had risked his life to return this sword to tell him something. At the same time, in the southeast of the Red Phoenix starfield, a mysterious human expert attacked. The kings of the stone race were defeated and more than half of them died in battle. The human expert's counterattack attracted the attention of the celestial devil imperial family. Xian Qi personally went out and headed for the stone race's territory. Several days later, Xian Qi appeared on the planet where the human and stone race fought. He looked at the scene of devastation in front of him, and light flashed through his eyes. It was indeed an aura unique to the human race. He did not expect the human race to have so many hidden experts. After checking for a moment, Xian Qi's figure flashed and rushed toward the nearest life planet. These auras were clearly left not long ago. The human experts must not have gone too far. He should be able to catch up. After several breaths, a sword light flashed through the starry sky. It was extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. While the human race and the 100 races were fighting in the Red Phoenix starfield, a black figure appeared in front of the immortal burial ground of the All Heavens starfield. Cold wind whistled in front of the immortal burial ground. Countless white bones were everywhere. Even before entering, one's hair stood on end. After pausing for a moment, Ning Chen did not hesitate and stepped into the immortal burial ground. After 100 years, everything had changed. The topography of the immortal burial ground was very different from the last time he came. It was as if it was a living world that was constantly changing. Ning Chen walked in with full vigilance. He knew very well that this was definitely not a pure land of the mortal world. Otherwise, the man suppressed in the mountain would have broken out long ago. He did not know what kind of power could turn this place into a land of death. However, the purpose of this place was very likely to suppress the man in the mountain. Roar! Not long after entering, at the end of the valley, a beast roar shook the sky. It could be heard clearly from 1,000 miles away. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the valley in the distance with a frown. Clang, clang. In the depths of the valley, energy filled the air. Orderly footsteps sounded. Rows of soldiers in armor walked past. It was so eerie that no one dared to approach. Since the ancient era, after the collapse of the 4 great immortal realms, soldiers would appear in every corner of the starry sky. No one knew where they came from or where they were going. In the distance, Ning Chen saw the soldiers in the valley. This time, he was not as excited as before. In the past 100 years, he had lost count of how many soldiers he had seen. He seemed to be fated with these things. Every few days, he would see these strange things. Not long after the soldiers appeared in the depths of the valley, they disappeared into thin air. It was like an ancient reflection that completely disappeared. On the mountain peak in the distance, Ning Chen took a step and flew towards the valley. In the land of death, strange light rose and suppressed the power of heaven and earth. Birds could not fly and would fall from the sky from time to time. Below the mountain peak, Ning Chen's figure landed. With a thump, he bent his knees and landed in the valley. His absolute physical strength was abnormally terrifying. He jumped down from the mountain peak without any injuries. In the deep valley, the soldiers could no longer be seen. Only the lingering energy filled the air. Ning Chen walked in the valley and did not stay for long. His figure flashed as he rushed forward. At the end of the valley, on the mountain peak that reached into the clouds, a pair of tired eyes suddenly opened. He looked forward with excitement. He was here. He was finally here. In front of the mountain peak, there were thorns everywhere. In the past 100 years, black thorns had appeared out of nowhere and blocked the path. It was a shocking sight. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the thorns in front of the mountain peak. His eyes narrowed. The last time he was here, these thorns did not exist. In just 100 years, this place had changed so much. It seemed that this trip would not be easy. He reached out and touched the thorns in front of him. The thorns in front of him swayed gently. Black energy filled the air, and there was a sizzling sound of corrosion. The skin on Ning Chen's finger began to crack, revealing traces of blood. Ning Chen withdrew his hand and frowned. What terrifying thorns! Even the heavenly demon body could not defend against them. Thinking of this, Ning Chen waved his right hand and the ghost sword appeared in his hand. The thorny mountain path was long and rugged. In the next 10 days, Ning Chen cleaved the path in front of him step by step. He was not in a hurry. Behind him, the thorns that he cut down were all collected into the green cauldron. Not a single one was wasted. Since these thorns were so terrifying, they would definitely come in handy in the future. In 10 days, Ning Chen had cut down half of the thorns in front of the mountain peak. Even with his heavenly demon body, he felt a little tired. 10 days later, Ning Chen finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. He looked at the mountain in front of him and held the ghost sword tightly. He slashed out. Boom! The sword slashed down. In the earth-shattering vibration, the whole mountain shook violently. In the center of the mountain, a huge crack appeared. Huge rocks flew and fell to the ground. The mountain collapsed and the path in front of him appeared. Ning Chen focused his mind and stepped forward. In the mountain, the sound of iron chains swaying could be heard. Dozens of black chains crisscrossed, and at the center of the chains, a black-clothed man was locked in the mountain, unable to escape for thousands of years, no, tens of thousands of years. Finally, you are here. When the knowing destiny state arrived, the man in black raised his head and said tiredly. Chapter 1239. In the immortal burial impasse, knowing destiny appeared. For 10 days and 10 nights, he cut a path through the thorns. In front of the mountain, the ghost sword slashed down and separated the mountain. After 100 years, the two met again. You're finally here. After 100 years, the man's tone was full of exhaustion. After being sealed for so long, a day felt like a year. 100 years was torture. According to the agreement with you 100 years ago, I'm here. Ning Chen stepped forward and said calmly. After 100 years, I didn't expect you to have become a King Realm cultivator. Congratulations. The man looked at Ning Chen and said in a hoarse voice. I didn't dare to slack off for a moment because of the agreement with you. Ning Chen said faintly. He looked at the crisscrossing iron chains in the mountain, and his expression froze slightly. 100 years ago, he hadn't entered the fourth realm, so he could only vaguely feel the terror of the runes on these iron chains. Now that he was a King Realm cultivator, this feeling of oppression became extremely clear when he saw these runes again. There was no doubt that each of these runes was inscribed by a cultivator above the King Realm. Even after the passage of time, they were still extremely powerful. Ning Chen stood in front of the iron chains and observed for a long time. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He knew better than anyone how powerful an Emperor Realm cultivator was. The power of the seal they set up couldn't be underestimated. The immortal burial impasse had existed for a long time, which meant that this person had been suppressed here for at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. After such a long time, even an Emperor Realm cultivator would have passed away, let alone the Emperor Realm laws they left behind. According to his speculation, the cultivator who sealed this person back then might have surpassed the Emperor Realm. It was very likely that he was comparable to an ancient immortal. Who was this person? Or what kind of mistake did he make to be suppressed here for tens of thousands of years? In the crisscrossing iron chains, the man looked nervously at the young man in front of him, but he didn't say anything to disturb him. He knew that these iron chains weren't easy to break. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. In front of the iron chains, after observing for a long time, the ghost sword in Ning Chen's hand hummed and shone brightly. With a rumble, the ghost sword slashed down. In front of him, the iron chains immediately shook violently. Runes lit up, and in an instant the Yin fire burned fiercely. Ugh! With the Yin fire on the iron chains, the man immediately struggled in pain. In front of the iron chain, Ning Chen's figure retreated quickly, avoiding the incoming Yin flame. His expression turned serious again. As expected, these chains were not something that could be broken by ordinary divine weapons. At the center of the iron chain, the Yin fire gradually dissipated. The tortured man weakly raised his head, despair flashing in his eyes. After more than 100,000 years, these chains were still so terrifying. Even King Realm experts couldn't cut them open. Sorry. Ning Chen sheathed his sword and looked at the man in front of him. He said calmly, I have tried my best. However, these seals are not something that I can break. Within the iron chains, a look of struggle flashed across the man's face. After a long time, he said in a low voice, For you to come back after 100 years, I am already very touched. Perhaps my sins really haven't been forgiven. Ning Chen fell silent for a moment before he said, If Junior is lucky enough to attain the Imperial Tao in this life, Junior will return. Imperial Tao, murmured the man. How could it be so easy to become a Zun Qi cultivator? The young man in front of him didn't have the best talent. It was easier said than done to become an emperor. If this young man couldn't do it, how long would he have to wait? 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years? A look of pain flashed across the man's eyes. He really didn't want to stay here for a second longer. In front of him, Ning Chen stood there quietly. There were no ripples in his cold eyes. He had been suspicious of this man's identity for a long time. There weren't many experts in the world who had surpassed the Imperial Tao. Those who were qualified to be sealed here could be counted on one hand. If he guessed correctly, this man was most likely a sinner from the ancient times. Only in that era did the world have peerless experts who had surpassed the Imperial Tao. In the chains, the man struggled for a long time before he finally made up his mind and said, I have something that can double your strength in a short period of time. However, you must swear that once you have the strength of an Imperial Tao, you will come back immediately and help me get out of here." Hearing this, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Finally, the time had come. Since this man was qualified to be sealed here by a peerless expert who had surpassed the Imperial Tao, how could he not be extraordinary? Only when one was in despair would they be willing to give up everything around them. This was the moment Ning Chen had been waiting for. "Senior, I made a promise 100 years ago, and I came back 100 years later. I don't owe you anything." Ning Chen looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, "If you don't trust me, you can just pretend that I never came here." After speaking, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the mountain. "Wait." Just as Ning Chen was about to walk out of the mountain, the man in the chains said apologetically, "Little brother, please wait." Ning Chen stopped in front of the mountain and said calmly, "Is there anything else, Senior? I'm sorry, I was rude just now. I've been sealed here for too long and I really want to go out." The man sighed softly and said, "Little brother, since you kept your promise 100 years ago and came here, you must be a man of your word. I was the one who judged you with my own yardstick." After hearing the man's words, Ning Chen's expression softened slightly. He said, "Just now I was too impulsive. If I offended you, please forgive me." "It's fine." The man shook his head lightly and said, "I have something here that can help little brother's strength advance by leaps and bounds. Before this, your cultivation was too low, and you were unable to endure it. Now that you've attained the king realm, you ought to be able to endure it." Ning Chen frowned slightly when he heard this, and he said with a puzzled expression, "What is it? The requirements are actually so harsh." "Imperial Tao Quintessence." The man slowly spat out these words. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted in a low voice, and then his Imperial Tao aura arose. In an instant the entire mountain shook violently. Ning Chen immediately took a few steps back when he saw this, and he wasn't willing to be affected by the flames that were about to erupt. In the next moment, countless talismans awakened within the mountain, and then the flames surged and pressed down madly towards the man below. Amidst a muffled groan of pain, an enormous black phoenix appeared behind the man, and its imperial might shook the heavens and caused others to shudder. Black Phoenix! Ning Chen's pupils constricted fiercely when he saw this. So, he's that traitor of the Phoenix clan. Amidst the blazing flames, a ball of light that seemed like black mist flew out from before the man's chest, and its peerlessly formidable aura shook the heavens and the earth. Half of the Imperial Tao Quintessence had left his body, causing the man's countenance to turn pale while his eyes were exhausted to the extreme. He said, "Refine it. Even if you're unable to attain the Imperial Tao within 30 years, you'll be able to fight any Imperial Tao exalt in the world.